Just revise everybody.
We good? Okay.
Gotta wait until Bizzle's back.
Hello, ZZ Zarek. You're the first one here. How you doing? Doing good? Bjorn Candleman? Hello? How you doing? How you guys doing? We're doing playing some of that Baldur's Gate with me, Pooh, Brian, Bizzle. It's kind of like D&D, right? It's basically the same thing. So far, Brian's just literally throwing me around. He has some sort of like barbarian character that has a lot of strength, and so he's just throwing me around like an asshole. But we're waiting on Bizzle to come back. So in the meantime, you get to talk to me. Yeah. Did I miss a stream yet? I wanted to see you create your characters. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is my guy. His name's Hobo Hank. He's just like a little homeless halfling guy. I'm thinking probably just pretty sneaky. Gonna steal a lot of stuff. Gonna be real rude. Be annoying. Brian's some sort of... Oh, wait, that's Poob. Hold on. The little green dude is obviously Poob. Sitting with his hands on his hips. That's Gom Garbly. You can tell just by the name. Majin Boner is, I believe, Bizzle. Oh, wait, no. Majin Boner is Brian. And Ted Zeke, I thought that was Ted Zinski or something, but Ted Zeke is, that's Bizzle. He's AFK right now, doing something. And we're just in the tutorial, just waiting on him to get back. And he's back. You need Rust videos? Dude, I haven't played on Rust in a minute. Not in a minute. I could get back on there. I think it'd be fun.
When can I be on the podcast?
Who is that? When can I be on the podcast? He says, you've been a subscriber for 8 months. That's big. But then right above you, Rockin' Scone subscribed. He's been a subscriber for 66 months. That's a 66-month streak. That kind of outdoes you like a little bit, dude. It sucks that you were like, come on, 8 months. That's pretty loyal. Literally the same second that a guy resub for 66 months. Sorry about that, but yeah. Yeah, I get a subscriber to the podcast. See, the problem with getting, like, we've tried that a couple times. I think we had like a Discord episode where we had like random people from the Discord and they kind of sucked. And then we had that guy that was like a Swedish jail, like prison guard, and he said he had like awesome stories and everything. And he was a nice guy, but he also was just really nervous, as if he was going on Ellen or something like that. But it's like, dude, it's just a podcast. It should, like, he was like freaking out, and you could kind of tell. And I don't know. I feel like, I guess people that kind of have more exposure to being thrust in front of the limelight a little bit do a little bit better under like live in that scenario. Not live, but like during an episode being recorded. Let's see if they're ready. Hold on. Hey, are you guys ready?
I'm waiting for, is Poob here or he's deafened?
I think he said he was gonna go like pee, and he's doing like a starting soon screen or something.
Okay, so I'll just message you when Poob's back, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't expect him to deafen.
I guess I'll get messaged whenever the thing's ready or whatever. Yeah. He's so gay. Who, Brian? Or me? Talking about me? Glad to see Die of Laughter didn't break your homie love. Yeah, that's actually why we're playing this. Is there is so much tension behind the scenes, and we all are actively at each other's throats. But we said just to calm the people down, we're gonna all play. We have to keep it together, guys. No screaming at each other. We gotta play some Baldur's Gate so the people know that everything's cool. But as soon as the stream's over, we're gonna be back at each other's throats, just like God intended. If I have to get fucking thrown around by these two, here, I'm just gonna show you what they're doing. You see all the blood on the floor? That's not from like other stuff. That's just from me getting thrown around like a rag doll. My first day as a prison guard, and they cut another guard's eyeball out. I wasn't there very long. Yeah, dude, I feel like jobs like that, like prison guards, like EMTs, like even my fucking uncle owned a roofing company, and so he just dealt with, like, I mean, the only people you can get to like be a roofer are people that are too dumb to realize that's the worst job in the world. Like in Florida, being a roofer, come on. And those people get really cynical really quick because they just see people at their worst. And with roofers, it was basically every day his employees were coming up to him going like, "Hey dude, can I have $7?" Because that's how much a crack rock was $7. He's like, "Can I have $7, please? You can take it out of my paycheck." And it took them all to realize he was basically floating people on their crack addiction until payday. Sam, play Sub Rosa again? Dude, they fucked that game up so bad. Go look to see what happened in that game. They jacked it up, dude. They did something to it. I don't know what. Oh, hey, they're back. Let's go.
Ode my friend's entire penis right behind me.
That's glorious.
Like, it was just a bug. It was kind of awesome. I don't know why it changed my cantrips. They're not what I picked. I'll have to respec at some point.
Wait, we were supposed to pick skills?
Yeah, when we make your character.
Fuck.
My spells and did you not do anything?
I didn't pick my skills.
No.
I think I just got them.
I just got skills.
Frick.
Well, maybe it's because you guys are rogue and monk. They might not.
Yeah. They didn't let me get to pick mine because I'm just a big fucking
I don't
ape.
have spells.
I'm an ape, man.
You want to throw people, or you want to hit people with your elbow or whatever?
There is
No, is that Bizzle that's been elbowing me, like shoving me everywhere?
No, it's been me.
No.
It's been me.
Fucking
And I pick
Brian,
you
dude.
up,
It's
and then
been
I use you as a
awesome.
weapon, and I fucking do that. You know.
Okay. I was wondering who was doing that.
Dang, that's just
No, we're not all gnomes. Only Bizzle and I are gnomes, and they're both halflings.
Yeah.
Big
Jesus
difference.
Christ, people
We did not
assumed?
plan this either. It's
Well,
just.
I'm
They
actually
just
a
assumed?
goblin. I'm not a
What's the
gnome.
funniest thing ever? Small guy, and then
Yeah.
we all agreed on making.
I've been
small
wanting to play this specific since
What, a
day
small
one.
bard?
No,
Yeah,
a
tiny little
gnome
baby boy.
turned green, so he looks like a goblin.
Oh, how do I like? Let me see if I
Look at him in the spotlight with the light on him. Look at
Oh,
him
I
go.
like how that looked exactly like an asshole, and it's called a sphincter, so I guess
Yeah.
that's kind of fitting.
It is the asshole.
Are we ready to proceed, or?
Yeah, how do we?
Yeah.
All right, go in the sphincter.
Start your damn stream and let's go in that sphincter. We have to save babes.
Okay, you got to like move the camera. Is there like a auto track or something?
I have no idea. I just
I
always kind of keep it up. But if you get lost, if you double click your portrait, it takes you.
Wait,
So
again.
maybe double clicking your portrait locks it. Oh, I think it does.
Oh my god, am I too short to grab this guy? All right, I gotta make my character again.
Just double click your portrait, Brian. It should. And don't press WASD.
Wait, hold on.
Mind flayer horticulture. So we can just independently explore an environment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but, like we shouldn't go into like the next. Okay, and also this is a good learning experience. Look over at the pictures. You see how there's an ear by me?
Yeah.
Click it, and it'll take you. You can do this with anytime someone's in dialogue or in a cutscene.
Oh, it just zipped over to a brain.
What did you press?
The little there's like an listen. or if you click on my character, but like on the
Oh.
left side.
What?
Ugh.
That way we can all kind of vote on what we.
An intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Another month, another General Sam
Should
sub
just
I forget
bash
to
it.
cancel.
You guys can
Oh,
also
that's
vote
destroyed
on
the
dialogue.
brain.
Like click on one of them.
Oh, okay.
I tried enabling the
see.
fucking. I tried clicking on the. What the hell?
That told me nothing.
Yeah.
We can just leave it.
What? Wait, we don't vote on just abandoning the brain?
I'm gonna throw this guy.
I mean, you
in
said you
here.
didn't want to kill it, and the options are kill it or just leave.
Well, now I kind of wanna. No, you don't have to kill it. It said like extract it or whatever. I'm going back up there. I'm
Okay.
extracting
Wait,
it.
don't go out there yet, Brian. It's a cutscene.
Okay.
Something's on my mind.
I just been
played
throwing this guy.
I really love my default pose. I think it's the gnome default or something.
Wait. What is this like private
Hank
dialogue?
is having a
You
private
can,
dialogue.
yeah, you can. If you click that, we can't listen to you.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go.
No one does that though.
Yeah.
What's going on in your?
I clicked it and unclicked it.
You get space.
I'm in your oh so private conversation.
Quivers in expectation.
Oh yeah, you did your
Private
perception.
now, is it?
All right.
Ugh.
Tedziki knows all.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's gonna tell me how to do it, and then I can just yank
Can I
it.
hear my song?
Break the skulls.
Wait, do I get a vote? What is this?
You get to like put your suggestion down, basically.
Inspect the brain.
What? It just went. I didn't even get.
What
the-
did you? Yeah, what did you just roll to? Like swap the brain out with a different brain?
It said
You
like
weren't
use
waiting
my
for
dexterity.
incredibly valuable input.
Yeah. Well, Brian was like, break the skull with your strength.
It's
And
a
I'm like,
compelling
I'm
argument.
not you.
Yeah. Oh,
And yet,
But you notice an opportunity.
he ripped his head out.
Yeah, that didn't take strength. That took dexterity. That's the difference. You wanted me to just beat it with a stick or something.
I break brain. Mutilate the brain. Yeah, fuck
why,
it.
why would
You know what?
mutilating
Yeah, let's-
something require
Yeah,
dexterity?
yeah, fuck that brain.
Yeah, fuck it up.
Oh.
Nimbly thrash
Wait.
that.
Boom. Success.
Here, this brain.
Turn him to dust.
Oh, you
Oh,
stunned
I
it.
figured he would just like squeeze it like a titty or
A
something.
very
Like, mush
deliberate
it.
thumbing.
You needed
Yeah.
to be 15 dex to do that. I could have done that, man. What the hell?
That's it. No, that was.
You wouldn't
have
definitely
done it good like
15
me.
Dexterity.
Oh, the brain hopped off. Oh my god.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's
Oh,
why
it turned
you
into
put
a
your thumb
pet.
in there.
You got a pet brain.
Pauses. Listen. Something behind your eyes seizes in recognition.
We must go to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
Alright, let's go. Alright. Okay, I gotta stop going for like attack the brain. It's just so weird looking. I just don't like it.
That's great.
That's like a hive mind type thing.
Yeah, like a mind flayer type.
Oh, okay. Do
I
you
can leave that.
should I just attack it or?
Yeah, I don't think it's any harm.
Wait, any harm? All these like mind flayer type things.
We
they're
are
always...
also a mind flayer type. If you watch the cutscene, kind of, we're like
Where my
in the
players?
pod.
Yeah, I just feel like those things always, resent individual.
Oh, this is where everyone's hanging out.
individuality.
They're up there.
All right.
Me and the brain are going.
Punch this.
Come on, let's.
Fallen Majin Boner.
Oh,
Wait.
There's a
broke my
lot
leg.
of game beyond this.
Wait, can you pick up that brain and throw it off the cliff?
Yeah.
God, I'm so fucked,
Yeah, do that. Throw it off the
Let me
cliff.
see. Hold on. Where's this fucking? Was it X? Fuck
Sam's
this
in a
brain.
cutscene.
I'm sorry, I went ahead.
It's okay. We need to progress.
Oh wait, Sam's in the cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I joined it. Joined Sam's cutscene. There you go.
Oh, don't worry, Sam. I got your back.
Throbs and your skin tingles. Visions
All right,
flash
I changed my
past.
mind. Throw her off the cliff.
Swing, a silver
Wait, can you just throw like? Could you do that? Just like
Yeah,
quickly
but
chuck
please,
someone
it's
off?
really not. It's not worth it just killing it.
No, I get that. Wait, what's your guy's face, dude?
Yeah, it's somewhat sexual.
Yeah.
Well, she's a green woman. I mean, I'm a little intrigued.
I'm still trying to. Okay, so you're the one. This is Sam's character.
I'm the guy with
The
the
one,
afro.
the one that's like, okay, the weird like, like Andre Green 3000 looking
He's a
guy.
goblin.
That's good. That's
What's wrong with that?
that's poo.
Yes. I'm the
Hey.
goblin bard. You've never seen me play that before.
But this one's a tiny one.
But
Tiny
this,
little-
this one's 3 feet tall.
yeah.
As long as it believes we are thralls, it may be of use in the fight to come.
Bro, this bitch speaking nerd.
Yeah.
Combat. Okay.
Incinerated mind flayer.
Oh, it's Buttchuck's turn. Okay.
Oh, am I fighting people? Oh shit.
Yeah, you gotta kill that little
Wait, I
little
just
impy.
fucked up.
Obviously,
What did
I'm
you
gonna
do?
attack with a hamstring shot.
Oh my god,
Oh,
they're
nice.
doing like an afterburner run outside my window.
I hear that.
Can you
I
hear that?
just ended my turn without doing anything.
Yeah, we'll hit him with this acoustic show of force.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that.
How do you like pick your? How do you know what turn you're on?
Look at the top.
Okay.
Like,
So how do we?
so you need to do something visible in your turn.
All right, Tedzuki, it's your time. Take off your trousers. Throw them at someone.
Wow.
Oh shit.
That's awesome.
That's just how we're getting it started.
Is your dick out? Because I can't show that. Okay, you got a fig leaf.
I have a fig leaf on.
Wait, really?
Tedzuki is about respect, which is, we're in the intro. If you don't know about the character yet, that's something we gotta. But respect's huge. As he
The
throws his
lobotomized
underwear
us.
All right,
into the
respect
imp's
the
face.
in-turn button.
I'm
Yeah,
about-
can you have Dawn
Yeah,
on
who's-
Twitch?
No.
No, you absolutely can't. What are you crazy?
Okay.
I mean, they can have
Wait, respect the intern button. What does that mean?
dong on.
What do you mean?
Means just like everyone's waiting on someone to end a turn. Just
They're waiting on me to.
Whoa.
Okay, because I ended
Oh,
2
it's my
turns. I didn't know
turn.
if I was ending somebody else's.
did I-
or-
no.
You can only. Enter.
Also, you can just hit spacebar to end your turn. You don't have to click that thing.
Okay.
Please do not throw me.
Not enough movement.
Can you kill the one Bizzle's fighting?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Do a leap first.
Oh,
do a
you're
leap,
right.
Yeah, cover some ground.
You're right. Let me do that.
That's a big jump. You are the strongest guy of us.
Nice. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we got him.
You lay on the ground, dude. You damn near knocked the fig leaf off of him. Thank God that thing. He's got double-sided tape holding it on.
Yeah.
And respect.
Your guys' signature duo move.
Just
Throw a naked man at somebody
It's
else.
weird that I have this duo move with a lot of people, but it definitely feels most signature with Majin Boner. We go
I
back.
might. Oh shit! Somebody's shooting an arrow. Damn. Oh, he put
know
him to
you-
sleep.
I put their ass to sleep. Go over there and bash them.
What else?
All right. I'm gonna hit this healing potion. And you know what to do.
Big jump.
I don't think this brain can move very far. Not enough movement. Can it jump?
Can I not drink?
Are you controlling it?
Yeah, they are.
All
I
right.
wanted to go with the simplest character.
Holy shit, that did a lot of
Working out.
damage, actually.
Yeah, holy shit, dude.
Are we all halflings? No. Boob and I are gnomes.
I'm a goblin.
Or Boob's a goblin.
He's a goblin,
I'm
too.
a gnome. And the other two are halfling and
Halfling.
We're
both
all
halfling.
a little small guys.
We got
Time
something going
Bandits. Time Bandits
Time
is our
Bandits.
favorite movie.
Oh shit! That bitch done fucked him up. Nice job, guys.
You prove surprising.
Alright, get the loot, get the loot.
Now,
I feel like
to the helm.
there's a secret to drinking.
Why?
My potion.
Ryan. God.
Wait, who'd you just throw off? The lady? Is she gone?
Dude.
I didn't know that would happen.
Oh,
I
dude.
didn't know that would happen. happened?
You threw her into safety. There's lava down there. You just did you chuck the lady for real?
Yeah, he just bashed her, dude. He's on.
I missed it.
He
I
can't
missed
stop
it.
bashing.
What was I saying?
On, I think we can.
Oh, fucking
I don't know if I can resurrect her.
I where did she?
Oh my god.
Oh, nice. Hey,
looking good.
like it never happened.
Yeah.
Hey, that is one of our 4 revivifies, dude.
Oh,
She's like, I vaguely remember you throwing me
Yeah.
down into like. Look down there. Look down there. It's just.
No
I got an
foul.
achievement
It's
for it.
lava and rocks, and that's it.
What?
Sorry. Is there any reason I
Oh,
can't drink my
God. I didn't know you could do that. That's awesome.
Like when I click on it or right click on it, it doesn't seem to
I
have
had
any
to test
effect.
it out.
I can't think of a reason, but also we don't need potions in this area. These things will just get us back. But yeah, that is weird.
Oh, a dead thrall.
Yeah, I was just curious. Maybe that's why.
I don't know why that would be.
Maybe it's just the sound or something.
I'm gonna use her. As
Should I not be climbing and like going
Never
through
mind.
sphincters and stuff?
I'd wait at the sphincter
Never
for everyone.
questioned that, Sam. When
Yeah.
in your life have you been going through a sphincter and thought, I should stop?
Oh, is this you guys? You're up here?
Yeah.
When there's verbal complaints saying don't go through that sphincter.
Also,
And
Hulk-
Poop said that.
coming,
He raised that.
What's hurting me?
I said wait for everyone. I said,
Yeah, he said please
Also,
don't go through that
alt right
sphincter.
click is how you
Alt.
ping.
Oh, okay, cool.
Very useful.
By the way, you can just push people off because before it wouldn't let me push people into the abyss. So I was like, oh, surely that's just safe. And then I pushed and she died.
No, if it's got like, if it doesn't have a red line, like it's good to go.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, but I didn't. I just thought maybe it wasn't a kill move or something.
Okay, wait. We're about to get another babe near
Like
us.
Majin
Wait,
Boner should be more sensual.
I don't understand. Where,
Halfling.
where's that girl?
I don't know where is she.
Did you push her off again?
No, I fucking swear to God I didn't. I
You
swear
killed
to
her,
God I
didn't you? You little bastard. Okay.
Don't let me feel that guy.
Dead people
We
being
have to
smushed
look
in
over
ponds.
here. There's a babe in a pod.
You're metagaming.
I'm literally talking to her.
You know about babes and pods.
She's screaming, help, help.
Is she? I don't hear her.
But
She's in this pod.
you can't just skip all the dialogue.
What? Journal updated.
Wait, there's a second brain?
They're all us.
Oh.
I'm not like skipping. I can just read it and fucking. She's saying, go find a way to open the pod.
Against yours.
Alright.
Now we have to look for a way to open up this pod.
Friend,
Elaborate
go to the
put that
helm
back.
now.
It's locked.
Yeah, but
Okay.
can you just put it inside?
A gift,
Yeah.
a
Yoink.
gift to make
Yeah, what's up?
in a
Okay.
realm where we
Wouldn't
have
suspect
fled.
me of carrying a reliquary,
We
would
have
you?
fled to a realm called Avernus.
Bonk.
Thus, to know
Yeah.
you.
Oh, this lady.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, Bizzle, there's a key on this body. Might
chance.
I'm strong enough.
Might be just what you need.
Fuck.
Yay, I caught your lie.
I'm strong enough.
We'll go to Garbly.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck the brain's saying too. I'm trying to suss out. I guess he's like a little friend or whatever. But this game is pretty cool so far.
At last.
For everyone to stream when playing Baldur's Gate 3, it results in having a party that is completely detached from the party itself.
Yeah.
Your mind
Well,
lurches
I'm not gonna lie. I've also
Oh.
done this tutorial like 5 times, so I'm just really trying not to like fly through it,
I got you.
so you guys can have fun. But I'm also like,
Trying to
the
move,
game
move things
itself
along.
is so much more fun than the tutorial.
I smell you.
Oh, you guys already got her out. Good shit.
Yeah, I ripped the door open.
Wait, are you not flirting with her? Are you? Wait, you're that strong?
Yeah.
I was over there.
Oh my god,
nerding
you
out.
got competition. If you're trying to
Yeah, that's
fuck
the
her
girl
and
you
this guy
want.
just walked up
Yeah,
and
that is
one armed the door.
definitely cooler. Certainly, I was like, hold on, let me check my calculations.
He's like, I'm gonna open this door. All right, let's
You're
get going.
mage and boner.
Full compliment already. We'd make for
Is this the lady that you have a crush on? Is that...
No,
No, no.
I just don't think we
I
should
just
kill her,
am
and
a
I think we
fan of
should
her.
send her to the
I-
camp, and I think I should talk to her at night.
Good luck. And thank you.
You are just a gross little man.
Yeah.
What was
Wait,
that?
You just stole something. Yeah. What
What
the
was
hell
that?
was that?
Hold on.
Dude, that's
Get back here, lady.
No, don't fall for my ears. That's why we killed her the first time. Because we're like,
Yeah,
what is that?
what's that cube? What's
Yeah.
that cube?
Well, can't we just take it from her? Can we just steal it?
Yeah.
Not. I mean, it's like her most prized possession. I mean, you can.
Oh.
She's like,
Her little dice.
that's the way we killed her. I mean,
Not going to work.
it's kind of funny because you can. I don't know why you can like take people's underwear and stuff and wear it to remember them, but it's pretty cool.
That's some weird thing.
Yeah, the game basically makes you do it.
Can I like rotate the camera or is it just?
Yeah,
E
middle
and Q.
mouse.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, E and Q.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's. You know what? We'll see. Well, this will be a good test of our might.
Did you just kill it?
Just kill it.
Combat.
No, I'm opening the jars.
Dude, it's just a little lobotomized little
There
thing.
you go.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's
Yeah,
try
but
this
it's part of a
picture.
hive mind. Like, come on.
We are
Yeah.
a hive mind.
Are you ready to enter the? Yeah, sure. Let's go.
That was boring.
Let's go.
Okay, cutscene. Okay.
I bet I can push her.
Wait, I actually haven't seen this cutscene.
Oh my god.
Oh, I was about to say, is that my guardian guy? I hope not.
Yeah.
He was instantly murdered.
Your guardian's
Wait.
a bitch.
I thought that guy was gonna be way more hard ass than that.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Who's he talking to?
All of
Us.
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 Ah.
Who else? He's breaking the fourth wall. Just talking to Chad. Oh, is there a chat integration of this thing?
There kind of.
I don't know how to do it.
I had a hard time. Okay. It's actually going to be a lot easier with this us thing. Good call, Sam. You guys want a quick rundown of like a thing that we can do right now?
Run me
Sure.
down, dude.
Okay, so you see, we have 15 turns to reach this corresponder. Only one of us has to make it there alive, and we leave the tutorial. But if we kill this guy, we get his flaming sword,
Yeah, we're coming.
and Brian could probably use it, and it'd probably be really good.
Okay, let's kill him.
What, Commander Zalk?
Yeah, we want to keep the Mind Flayer alive.
And the Mind Flayer is the guy with the tentacles.
Yes.
That looks very
He
evil.
looks evil as hell.
Yeah,
He looks like
you-
the
are you
super bad
sure?
guy. That guy looks like
I'm telling you right now, he's
A
on
villain.
our team.
Who's
this.
more evil, guy with insanely high collar,
devil-
or the
devil
guy that
with
looks
fire
like
sword.
Super Devil?
Yeah, an octopus or the devil with devil wings and a flaming sword.
Not even that.
It's an evil off, and I don't know
Also,
who's winning.
Octopus is
Bissell.
serious, but you want to be invited. Well, okay. Well, which one's dinner party do you want to go to?
Super Devil.
That's not true.
Super? Are you kidding
You are
me?
lying through
I
your
love
teeth.
calamari. Abyssal, it's your turn.
one guy's more
You
of, like,
think Tentacle Guy's gonna
traditional evil.
serve calamari?
Oh, he just cut him in half.
Listen, I'm telling you, the guy with the sword is way stronger too, so we kind of have to get to him somewhat quick and start beating his ass before the
The
tentacle guy
mind,
dies.
the mind's wasting its time on that fucking the dude there. Oh shit,
don't know
you're going straight for it. The mind, he started attacking the wrong guy. He needs to kill the.
Me? The brain?
The
Yeah, he's
brain's
supposed
okay though. I mean, dude, honestly,
No, I was just killing. It's gonna chase us, I assume.
I can't believe how strong that brain thing is, and we didn't have it. That's
Oh,
like
shit, a
that's
critical
the
miss.
key. That little brain.
How far can I travel?
I think jumping takes away a lot of your.
Oh no shit.
I don't know. My little portrait looks like a Renaissance painting.
Oh, Eric, fine. I'll go right after this guy and just cut his head off.
That thing is dead.
It's dead.
Oh,
Notice it's
okay.
laying in a pool of its own blood.
all right, brain.
No.
Over
Throw the
there.
brain
Go,
towards
Please
the.
don't kill that
Yeah.
thing.
Hell
good
yeah!
try.
Dude,
Hell yeah.
let the master do his thing, all right?
Yeah,
What
come on.
strength do you
Yeah.
have? My God.
he threaded the needle on that.
I doinked him in the fucking
Alright,
face.
now throw Sam over there.
Now Sam's gonna do
Martin
some
Boner.
sort of
I need you to
piercing strike. No, not piercing strike.
Oh, you've got like a little rapier. That's cool. What class are you again, Sam?
Alright, put me in.
I don't
Put me in,
remember.
coach.
I don't think I could throw you that far. The brain is just tiny. I try though. Sneak attack.
Fuck. It's a miss, really?
He's really hard to hit. That is another. That's kind of why we need the mind flare to do most of the hard work.
All the ass kicking.
All right, I need you to put me in.
Oh, here it comes, dude. Oh, the brain's back up. He's about to whoop his ass.
Yeah, hold on. Is there some sort of like rip them limb from limb type attack? Wait, did you just buff the...
Yes.
That's awesome.
I'm telling you, we need him.
What, the mind flare?
Yes, we cannot kill
We
that
got a
guy.
god in the machine, guys. We gotta win.
We have a combined like 30 HP, and that guy's got 150.
Wait, I can throw Bizzle? I can't throw you nearly as far, man. You're gonna, yeah, you're on your own. You're on your own.
He gets me in range. Come on.
Yeah. He has to walk like at least a turn.
It'll get me so much
let's
more
see.
amped up, and it only costs 2 health.
All right, it won't let me throw you.
It does.
Path is interrupted.
Just so you know, it will count as your action, Brian. As well.
Hell
Well, it's not like I can do anything, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
would
look at
think-
that. He put... That's such a big distance you got.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. this
Ooh,
guy
that's a
sucks.
critical miss, bro.
Should I get closer? Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm gonna do that.
Do a jump. Do a big leap.
All right. 40% chance to hit. I'll go for it.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
3.
Damn, he's got a lot of health, bro.
I know. Guys, sucks. I'm gonna bardically inspire this guy with a beautiful song.
Dude, and he's gonna fucking one-shot him. This is gonna be amazing.
Oh, nice. Okay, he takes more
gaping
damage for the
wound.
next 2 turns.
Mind Flayer only has 85 health.
I'm just gonna lay down a little song
Okay,
I've
it's
been
my
working
turn.
on.
How dare they attack Ted Zeke?
How do I like go further than that? If I dash, does that make
Oh,
me go
no.
further?
I never
Yeah.
picked up my underwear after I threw it at that dude.
No, the leather holsters. The dashing
gonna-
is your action.
Oh, is it? No shit.
Yo, hover over sign. I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, okay, I got you.
If I buy underwear at some point,
Get 'em!
I can throw it against somebody else.
Dude, if you kill that thing, it's actually. You know, I trust you. I think it's a good idea to kill it.
The brain? There's there like 100 more brains?
No, that's the only one that's on our team.
Oh, okay. And you're saying jumping is worse? I feel like I get the same amount of
I
distance
don't.
jumping
I
versus
honestly,
walking.
I think it's probably the same.
Yeah.
All right, so this is
It does look cooler too, which is, I guess, like a pretty important factor.
Not enough movement.
Mm. Whoa.
Ooh.
of my 100 fists, 2 hit.
Sam, I think
Not
if
bad.
you get behind him, you can do your sneak attack stuffs.
Okay.
I haven't played Rogue, so I don't really know.
The Bard can play music from Divinity 2. That's dope.
Damn it. You kind of need that thing done.
Nice.
We're not doing a lot of damage to this guy. It's
No,
gonna
that's
take
what
a
I'm
long
telling you.
time.
I mean,
It's
we're
very hard.
relying on the Mind Flayer guy, right? So,
We also
Yeah.
need to be kind of chunking him down. I think
do you see what's at stake here, Sam? It's a flaming sword, dude. You gotta zoom in on that. It looks like a tuning fork hollow.
it is very good.
I didn't realize I had to intern. I'm sorry. I was like, I was commanding the brain.
It's like my strongest at this one.
He's a commander, dude.
Last-
This is just a
That's
generic
right.
Joe Schmo Mind Flayer. This Mind Flayer was pulled off the
Didn't even
streets
hit him. God damn it.
versus Commander Zalk. Guy who spent 800 years in the ranks of the Death
Oh, sorry.
Legions or something.
Devil Wars.
Ooh, that guy
Versus
just zapped his
average
ass.
Mind Flayer. We gotta help the hell out
There
of
are okay, like if
Yeah.
you also like think that creatively. No, what? Damn it! Oh, sorry.
I thought you
didn't-
said go behind him.
Well, yeah, like directly behind him, but
I went
this is
like a
okay.
little
This,
bit behind him.
This speeds things up though, because now it spawns new enemies.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Okay,
Uh,
we don't need to get the flaming sword. It's just really good.
Super
I mean, I'm not gonna be able to
badass.
use it anyway.
Oh, I shoved him down. What up?
Show him. Look at
Fuck, I
small
can't
but
do it.
mighty.
Okay, that didn't actually knock it down.
That's good though, because you're kind of boxing him off from the mind flare.
Pressure, yeah.
There will be something bad that happens in a turn though.
Oh god, what? Mind Flayer's head gets ripped off. Ooh, god damn. Alright, butt chug, what else are you gonna do?
I thought I gave that to him. What the fuck, me? Fuck you. Ah.
Dude, he is surrounded on all fronts. This guy is dead as shit. Alright, this is my biggest attack!
Go.
Fuck!
Wait, so theoretically, couldn't you pick him up and chuck him off the cliff?
Theoretically,
But you would lose
probably,
the
but you're
sword.
not gonna get the sword.
Yeah.
Also, like these purple things are technically explosive barrels. So like I've tried fighting this guy solo for like an hour, trying different shit to kill him. It's so fucking. I don't know how he did it first time on the other one, but like these bulbs and stuff, he's actually pretty close to dead right now.
Yeah,
but just when the mind flayer
done.
dies, it gets significantly harder because
If the mind flayer dies, come on.
Yes, if.
But he has bardic inspiration.
Yeah, he's inspired. He's gonna.
He hasn't used it yet. Bizzle, it's your turn.
He has
Oh,
wings.
sorry. I was talking to chat. Talking to me.
It's okay. Just don't let it
They
become.
were asking about the paint.
Yeah,
You guys
don't let
watch
it
the
become a
painting
habit.
video? Did you watch the painting video?
I did actually.
did,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun to make. There's that.
Dude, holy shit, nice hit. I can't hit to save my life. My guy's like stupid.
It's because he's got an 18 AC.
I love how Bizzle in that
Leaking.
in the art video you did. There, every single person that you did has defined features that you're like, I know who that is. And then the ones that just look like Mr. Potato Head, it's just a round, big round fucking head with small facial features in the middle. I'm like, that has to be me, I guess. That's me in every instance. But I guess I don't really have a defining facial feature, you
If it
know.
had glasses, it was you. If it didn't, it was Brian.
Who's,
And if it was handsome, it was Boob. And then if it had
Yeah.
exotic colored fleece on, it was
What
me.
the fuck is this thing?
Oh God. It's Sam's
Oh,
fault.
who
Sam
moved?
made those.
Yeah.
Damn, you asshole.
Who did that?
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Okay. Wait.
Oh, you can barely hear Bizzle. Don't worry, I'll turn him up. I'll get this. I'll get it fixed. I have him down, actually. I turned him down for whatever reason.
It's getting closer to us. Also, I don't want to point them out, but these guys are coming.
Yo, Bizzle, can you do like a little scatting? Can you do some scat?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Honestly,
Yeah,
Just
big
some-
six.
All right, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
this-
you. There were some complaints that you were too low.
There you go.
Oh yeah, do some hand boning. Do some hand boning. Awesome. I think we all need to pick up hand boning, and that way we can do some sort of barbershop
What the hell
quartet.
happened? What's going on?
This
Oh,
guy's
just
being
more
added
guys.
to the
We're
fray.
getting jumped.
We have two turns basically,
Super Devil has friends.
and also
Oh.
Sam. I don't
I'm
even
really
know.
sorry.
You need to be careful. Like if worst comes to
There you go.
worst, you need
Hey.
to be closest to this thing so you can just press it.
Press what?
Leave us. The thing I just pinged. Over here.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, just start making your way over there.
But don't touch it.
Okay. Wait,
You can,
but
I mean, you can help. by
29
killing
health.
some
I want to.
stuff.
I want to kill this. I want to kill this.
Yeah,
Wait,
okay.
can I kill some of the other stuff around us? Like, can I
That
focus
would
on the
be
little
awesome. Yeah, it's your and Bizzle's turn, so do it.
imps? Okay. I'm gonna
How
do some
much more
sort
health?
of
Is it? 29 out of
flourish.
150. He's threatened.
a weakened strike. Ranged attack. Yes. Piercing attack. I could do that. I could
This is
dip.
Stupid.
I
Just,
don't know what that is.
You dip for your weapon, right? And shit.
Yeah, he Dipping and shit.
Shit.
Dipping and shit.
I will throw.
Wait, have you not
relic.
opened that yet?
I opened it.
Okay, good.
Holy shit.
Yes. Oh,
Damn it.
fuck.
He turned into a little devil.
That was a good idea.
You boob.
I love that you can just push him like, yeah, and fuck you, by the way.
I don't have disadvantage or
Man, I
advantage
wish I
on a
could shove
target.
him into that
apparently.
little ledge.
Disadvantage.
Foot down.
How did I fuck this up? I fucked this up somehow. I like click something I don't want to do. How do I undo it?
Right click or escape or.
Okay, there we go. I guess I just want to like fucking hit this guy in the face.
You could shoot, you try shooting at this devil man then running, right? Ooh, nice.
That made me feel like a man.
I don't know.
You
if we're
look
gonna
like
be able to kill
fucking-
this
you
guy.
look
We need the
like,
mind flare to hit hard.
You look like what Tyrion Lannister when he shot his fucking dad.
Yeah.
With a crossbow. What are you doing?
Now I'm.
What class are you?
Ugh.
Rogue. He'll be our sneaky
okay.
little.
Oh, Hobo Hank.
You need to. Any thieves' tools and stuff we get, we should send to Sam because you'll be the guy that picks.
Oh, he
locks and
missed him,
stuff.
dude. This Cthulhu guy is
I
still
know.
Debra.
He's literally. I need Cthulhu to do a big fucking damage here. Damn it.
I'm gonna go ahead and move the brain to attack other stuff.
No, we need the brain.
Yeah.
You need the brain?
Well,
That's
you've already
right.
moved him.
I did.
Oh, I missed my underwear.
He's at 29 health. I figured Mind Flayer guy has him on the ropes. Oh my god, Mind Flayer's at 21 health.
I mean, if I can hit him and Poop can hit him, and
The
Mind Flayer
Hellboy is
hits him,
gonna be a
yeah,
problem, I think, right after though.
That's
Ooh,
the
nice.
thing.
This is done killing me.
We have about one more turn to kill this guy.
Yeah.
This
But
is
that's
9.
why, if we all die, it's okay as long as we can get this sword.
Yeah. Okay.
Because only one person has to escape, you said, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, that brain. Okay, let's see if
I'm
I
gonna
can
try to heal.
That imp has been alive for like the entire fucking
Right?
thing. And I can't believe it.
I don't think he's hit once. I think he's been sitting there for 10 minutes and has whiffed every shot.
Bruh.
You stink.
You don't deserve that sword. You don't want it bad enough.
Asshole.
Maybe he'll grow into it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm 13,
Ooh.
baby.
Okay,
That's what we're
huge.
talking about, baby.
Dude.
Big deeps.
All right, stay alive, Sam.
Wait, the ball
Actually,
sex.
Oh, you are playing the
last.
Divinity theme.
you can.
Should I
Sam,
hide?
C is a hide. Yeah, I don't know.
Do they fucking blow shit up? Is that the bombs?
Okay. Fuck.
Oh, dude, we got another evil devil, man.
Yeah, we cannot kill these guys.
Oh my god, super devil.
Oh,
Wait,
man.
you can't kill Super Devil?
I mean,
82
that's
health,
tight.
82 health.
We have 9 health. I just don't know if it's in our cards.
My turn. All
Might as well
right.
kill him. Finish him with your monk
Said
power.
You just gotta get lucky here. Yeah, can I use improvised melee weapon on anything?
Dude. Oh, you punch the shit out of this thing.
Do it.
2.
Two?
Alright, I'll take it.
For hitting with a treasure chest? This
Hey,
seems...
Sam. All right, Sam, hide.
How do I
Wait,
hide
what?
all of a
Sam
sudden?
hide?
C.
Damn.
See?
Oh,
Give him a little that,
a little
that.
you shoved 2 damage? What was that?
C isn't hiding.
Well, it's maybe you don't have enough. Oh, you don't have enough action. It takes an action to hide.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, this. Okay, dude. Just okay. Make the brain hit him.
Yeah. Get him! Fight him.
Yes.
Oh, holy shit.
Okay, we need. Oh my God! Wait. Okay, Brian, you're gonna have to hit your shot.
I'm
The
gonna.
mind flayer.
I keep trying to do the prepare thing. I don't know if that even fucking works.
We'll both go before these guys, but when they fly in, they will kill us right away.
6 health, dude.
Are they that insane?
Sam, you have to end the turn of the. Fucking
Oh, I
thing.
am so sorry. I thought I had
Yeah,
finished
you
it.
guys
I
will
am
learn.
sorry. Yeah. I really want the brain gone. I don't like being in
nice,
charge of
dude.
somebody else.
He won't be.
Pay
here.
attention.
Please hit. Damn. Okay.
Wait, this is.
Please hit damn.
I'm gonna give the mind flare to Bardic Inspiration again. Please fucking hit, kill him.
Oh, that guy's a pussy. All right, this one's for all the marbles.
We got it.
Fuck! Dude, this guy sucks.
Oh my God! We
He
might have
missed?
just lost by 1 fucking attack. He's on 6.
Did you save scum?
I did
Oh
not.
my god.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's okay.
He's gonna stab me.
It's okay.
I've heard that before bad things.
Oh,
It's okay.
Bizzle, you're gonna have to
The
do
mind
what's-
flayer will get another shot.
What should I
shove him or
do?
try to help
No,
you?
no, just try to
Just
kill
attack.
him. Just try to kill him.
attack.
Yeah.
Right.
Your heart is hitting
You're the
move.
only. This is bad because no one's gonna be able to pick up the sword now.
Oh frick! All right, wait. We get an unarmed strike potential. Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I guess at this
This is
point,
very
it's kinda
bad if that imp
fold.
actually finally hits you with an arrow.
Should
Yeah,
I
it's gonna
get
be
close to the
unfortunate.
transponder
You know he's
but
gonna.
not touch it?
Get that brain. to
Honestly,
attack
dude, you could have
the
been like peppering him
fucking-
with arrows from here the whole time, but
Yeah, shoot an arrow at him.
Pepper.
Shoot an arrow at
honestly,
him.
you. Well, here's the thing that sucks. If Bizzle dies, no one can pick up the sword.
Yeah,
so
that's
maybe
true.
Bizzle will just pick one of us up to make a bullet shield.
Not
Okay,
enough
if you've already-
resources.
I mean, I can't right now. but-
Okay.
Or yeah. I can't help right now.
Oh my
It
god,
might-
this
it
is
might
so
be moaning.
annoyingly close. I
Not enough resources.
What happens
to
if we all
shoot?
die?
don't have enough action points. Well, Sam will be alive, but
Yeah.
I wish I had my underwear now.
What's happening? Whose turn is it?
Sam's turn.
Yeah, I was like looking to see like what I could do.
Come on, mind player guy.
Come on, mind flare.
7
Oh,
hours,
Use
six.
the brain. No.
No.
Sucks.
I should have saved scummed, and we should just keep Wait, I'm saving right now. We're gonna load until the mind flare hits
Until
this
the mind
fucking.
player hits it.
Wait, no.
Saved after it.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened?
He thought he was gonna get hit.
Oh my God, Bizzle,
yes.
pick up that sword.
All right. Well, hold on now. Hold on now.
Wait, Sam, you have to go get the sword.
You have to
Can
get
the
the
mind player
sword.
grab
It's
it?
important.
No. Wait. Oh, this is actually awful. This is the worst case
Use
scenario.
your stealth abilities to sneak in and
Wait.
grab it.
So now he killed them both. We don't get anything, and it.
Wait.
Okay, Sam, you
Wait.
need to make us walk away from you and lure them this way, and you need to run and get the sword.
Make us walk away.
He
What?
pinged the map. He pinged the
The
map.
fucking thing named us. I mean, don't make it walk right
okay.
now because it will get an
Yeah,
opportunity.
okay,
attack.
okay.
You
So
have to disengage.
I need to have it
Make
run
us.
away from you guys and then sneak my
you
character
need to
in.
find a way to get this sword. I
Okay.
honestly don't
Yeah.
think you can just sneak right up to that.
No.
and grab-
I can see. I think there's a bunch of like red areas. I think that's what they can see. So I shouldn't sneak into those red areas.
No,
I'm gonna
far.
try to
Ability
like.
type thing.
Yeah, I'm sneaking
You
right
gotta
now.
fucking with me.
Yeah, in my turn, I'm just gonna run away with this guy, I guess.
That's what.
I
yeah.
don't think this is feasible, but
I mean, you're already saved, so we can try it again.
well, I just said you get opportunity attack.
Oh, he's gone.
It got
Instantly gone.
Ouch.
how good is that sword?
It's like
Worth saves
it's
coming.
gonna last for a very long time.
And it's cool.
I mean, can't we just redo the fight, or
Yeah.
how
the-
bad
from
are
the
these
saves.
saves?
Do you think they're just gonna walk away or anything? Is there like a goddamn photon cannon up here on this balcony?
No.
No.
I think you should
They
just
left it running.
try to maybe dash. Just try to grab it,
Okay. All right. You ready?
click on them, and hit loot all. Don't attack, just run.
All right. That is pathetic.
Oh fuck.
Up.
You can do it. You can do it.
You're gonna get
Oh,
stabbed.
stop them.
Can't you
Stop
go
them. Put him in
invisible?
combat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, why? Why
Why is he stabbing you again?
Oh, the second death. It hurts.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
like-
hold on,
I'm
Sam
on all
could
fours.
Still get up.
Game over.
You could still get
All
up.
right,
He stabs me in the
well,
gut.
okay.
You saved scum,
right.
right?
You can still do it.
It's not ideal
It's not ideal.
because
It's back at us, right?
here's what has to happen in this save, or we have to go back to like halfway through, is that they have to somehow miss Bizzle and the Mind Flayer has to hit.
I can
Mm.
dodge. Ted Zeke is very swift.
Use the dash. I don't know what fucking dash is. How do you use the dash?
Look at
Gotta move.
your things and your bar. It's like
Alright, throw
This is such a
dash.
bad save
it
state, though.
doubles
Like
your movement
I think
speed. That's what I was trying to
Oh,
tell you
fuck.
to.
I think
Okay.
in every timeline.
I thought you meant like jump.
No.
Okay.
I think in every timeline, Bizzle gets stabbed here, doesn't he?
I think if the brain maybe works as a
Every timeline.
Yeah.
Damn.
Right here at this
I'm gonna
point.
start coming in.
There's got to be a Bizzle no stab timeline.
That is true. If you come
I'm a
in
firm
now,
believer.
yeah, Sam. If you start dashing now, and just
Yeah.
get to the body,
That'd be enough.
they will fly at you though,
But
and
you'd
they'll
still
probably
loot it.
chase you down.
I think you'll have time.
Okay.
You might even be able to stealth after he has it.
It is.
Whose
your
turn
go-
is it?
It's yours and Bizzle's.
Somebody.
I think.
No, it's not my turn.
Mine's
Then it's
yeah.
the little guy.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is the little guy.
Us.
Should I go in for the kill or should I?
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay.
wait, I fucked up by throwing the girl off the cliff. I thought Pooh brought her back.
Yeah.
Did you do it again?
No, but she
You turned away. You
She,
just jumped
she
her
actually in
another
the fight.
time.
I don't know. Honestly, yeah, it is weird that we haven't seen her again. But
Hey guys, I
What?
think look above us. There's these things called brine bulbs. Could you
Yeah.
attack those and they fall unhurt or what?
they
They're not under it,
they
though.
they put something on him, and then
They put the brine on him.
they put the brine, and then he's like,
Get them all piggly.
then we'd have to shoot fire at it, I think, or something.
Dude, I don't think there's a single way where I
Fiery
can
brine.
get close enough to hurt them.
Didn't you just do it last time?
Yeah, start
Walked
walking up
right-
there.
No,
Whose turn is it? I swear
it's the
nothing's been
goddamn
done.
brain
It's
thing.
the brain.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god.
that's dead. It's dead now.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it just I think
Okay.
like
All
you
right.
All right.
So now-
That's better. That's
okay,
better.
no, Bizzle's alive.
Bizzle gets.
Yep.
Oh, he stabbed him. No, and then this one stabs
I'm
Bizzle.
still up.
Okay,
No, no,
Bizzle,
no,
wait, no, Bizzle, you just have
I'm good.
to.
I'm good, baby. I'm
See? Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
do dash.
I'm telling you, in every single timeline we get killed here.
But
I don't
I'm
think
gonna
this-
dodge it one of these days. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's incredibly
Any
unlikely.
day, man.
What's that like little ghost version of you? Dude,
Unless-
holy shit, Hobo Hank.
Unless maybe if the brain thing was still there, it would have. Yes, grab
Did you
it.
grab it?
Loot
Nice.
them all.
Run!
Turn
Now
around.
get-
You loot
turn
all.
invisible. Use your
I have
roguelike
nothing. I have
abilities.
nothing. I'm at the end of my turn. Like I have no more points I can use.
There is an
Come on, let me
almost
read everything.
impossible chance that you.
Dodge the attacks and loot it.
Yeah. Dippo,
The
let's
bee
see.
body. I shall be.
Wait, I have like potions and
Find
stuff.
the
Maybe I have one
cantrips,
that's like.
actually.
I should have used my rage.
You could resurrect us, but I feel like that'd be a waste.
You have
Wait,
a potion of speed.
I do. Yeah, can I drink that right now?
If you have a bonus action.
How do I see if I have a bonus action?
It's in the bottom center of
Just
your screen.
basically look at your bottom. The potion in the all the way right, clickable. And you can drag those sliders if you need to see more items. You can add a row.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell
Hey.
does that do now?
Now I run like the Dickens.
Now run, little man.
I
Run.
think. Okay, I think if we go when this doesn't work, you need to drink that beforehand.
Very well.
Oh my god! It actually still let you run. Yes, go!
Yes.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Transponder.
Kid.
Fudge.
Look at that.
All right,
little man
that's all I got
go.
though. That's all I got.
Can you stealth? Oh no. Oh.
Miss.
Yes. Nice.
No!
Why are they like? They're like double
Wait, that's
stabbing
actually
you.
so good though that they didn't
Right.
attack.
All right,
you.
now
They're
hit the
not going for you.
transponder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hit
hit
the
that shit. Get
transponder.
outta
Be
here.
a hero. Yes.
Yo.
The
Oh.
helm's transponder.
Easy.
All right,
just
Daddy's
cost
got
you
a
all-
new fire
Yeah.
sword.
It just cost you all your friends. Oh, make them make out.
Here comes yeah.
Dragon is badass.
So the dragon's the bad guy.
No. Are you even playing the same goddamn game?
Dragon's you, Brian. It's Red Dragonius.
No, because oh, dude, I thought your beard was fake and it came off for a second.
No,
I was like,
Yeah, my beard balls up like a little.
yeah.
It's like a little fuzzy ball like on my chin.
So did he just burn the ways of traveling?
I don't
Like,
know. I think so.
So you have no way. It looked like he burned all the little calamari bits that they were using to pluck to travel.
See how Sam handles this situation. Not
yeah,
an
what?
easy situation.
Is it?
Sent fart. That's
You're
it.
gonna have to do a quick time event.
Oh shit.
You have to type.
Type.
You have to type words.
Mavis
Oh my
Beacon
gosh.
pops up. I have to type like a
Yeah.
bunch of sentences under a certain amount of time.
Credit card number.
So now
Yeah, it's stupid.
we all died for a sword,
Yep.
and none of us can
That was
use
worth
it.
it though.
None of us can use it. I think.
I'm
I
pretty
think-
sure he,
Yeah.
Hold up now.
I think Brian will be proficient in it because he's a barbarian.
Yeah, he seems
It
strong.
looks like a finesse sword, though.
It's
You
a
think that's a
massive
finesse sword?
two-handed flaming sword.
Were we looking at the same Super Devil
Like 8
swinging that
times your
thing?
body
around?
length. I hope the weapon doesn't
Seems
scale.
more like
The
a
weapon better not
fencing
scale
blade to
your
me.
model. It better just be
The
huge.
toothpick.
Yeah.
I kind of want to hold it for a second just to see how funny it looks.
Brian's character
Well,
has
you
kind
can
of
dra-
reverse body dysmorphia. What's up?
You can drag items straight into other people's inventories.
You can just force items upon
Like if
them.
you hit tab, it shows all of our guys, and then you can just basically.
Imagine
force
being it. She's smiling. Why is she like?
them. Oh, she's a little like, what the hell?
At first she was smiling.
Yeah, that's an exciting
Wouldn't you?
sight.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
you?
It's like I think it's a big
Well,
shooting
I think
star.
she was the astronomer lady, right?
Oh yeah, so she's-
Imagine looking at the stars and seeing nothing cool for a long
Giant
time, and then you
monolith
see that.
I'm
Yeah.
alive.
Fire.
And
Oh, I love your hair.
having a moment.
I do. Oh, fuck.
I was alive. Oh, don't worry. I'm as light as a feather.
You have like the girl's hair
Stiff as a
from
board.
Blade Runner. You have, like the little.
That is really fabulous looking hair.
No, it's cooler.
Yeah.
Is that your guardian that did that?
Actually, incredible call. Oh my god, I am tired.
Looks like all your jewelry held on though. That's good.
Oh, there I am.
We've made it out of the tutorial, kind of.
With a flaming sword.
With a badass flaming sword
Yeah,
that not
yeah,
everyone gets.
As you
The black
wait,
screen
the
is
tadpole
People just don't get it.
squirms in your skull.
Yeah, this is it.
Take yourself for
Terrifying
injuries,
dark
boring
screen.
yourself. Where did I land?
Lesson
Oh my
taught.
god.
A
Tenziki's
miracle,
dead.
given but it'll all be for
I?
nothing if the tadpole is
Well,
a death
You're not
sentence,
Tenziki.
and the clock
Why does it say private dialogue? Uncheck. I want you guys to hear this.
Why am I still down?
Why am I
Wait,
dead?
we're dead. You have to revive us.
Good job.
Can you please revive us?
Oh, you? Okay, how do I? Okay, I think I got one.
We,
It's
we,
a
we
revivify,
only have
right?
one scroll left after all this, so this is not ideal.
Yo, how are you holding the blade too hot?
Yeah, what
There
the
you
hell?
go. Where's Bizzle?
You're not
Oh, you-
proficient in that sword, Sam.
You gotta
I'm
use your
not.
you gotta use your revivify on him, bro.
Where
Okay,
could I
how do I use it?
be?
Click on the items. There you go.
These are not the cancers I picked. I must respect. Oh, wait, I just
Target
meant to
is
speak
blocked.
With animals. That's what I meant to.
Athletics
Will you
fail.
get out of the way? I don't know. Targets. There you go.
There you
That
go.
worked.
Thank you, friend.
Oh my God, Shadowheart, get out of the way! All right, I'm gonna dialogue. I'll wait for you guys. Unless you guys
my
want me to have a
underwear.
private moment. It should probably be private.
Oh, is that her? And her little fucking Rubik's
Would
cube.
one of you guys be willing to sell your underwear just to be a homie?
I could for a price.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, me and Sam got the right idea.
Yeah.
That could mean a lot of things, though. I don't know. Lee?
Yeah. Just blow this at.
Yeah,
blow
she's
it
probably
at.
tired.
You guys have some really great suggestions, but I'm gonna be a gentleman. Wake up! Wake up!
Never
Shake a baby.
I'm alive.
Fuck.
I am covered in
How is
dirt.
this possible?
That's a good.
You got
Damn, you leapt on
Yeah,
that.
but- arteries.
Close to the chest. Though, I suppose it's not impossible.
I suppose it's not impossible.
What happened to our girth?
You might want
Bitch!
to reconsider calling
Give me
her
the
a
cube!
friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
I think Brian pushed her.
Are the girth people the other race?
Yeah.
Wait, did you see her get shoved a little bit?
Dude, what? Why are you doing this?
I didn't mean to. I didn't know she would get mad at me pushing her.
Oh my
Luke,
god.
you're gonna have to quick save all the time.
Disengage.
Dude, I didn't think there's no combat here. Like,
I'm out of here.
we can't kill her this early.
I started eating a
How
protein
do we-
bar.
how
I
do we-
thought we were
how
gonna
do
be in a
we-
cutscene
Okay,
chilling.
okay, we have to. We'll
Oh,
just
did
skip
you
it,
just have
so-
to? Did you just like reload?
Yeah, Brian's.
Our barbarian
I made
bloodlust knows
such
no
a
bounds.
stink about because of my other character. Everyone's dead. I just want to keep them alive in this one.
I didn't
Our
know
camp
that
is so
pushing
barren
her-
and sad.
I thought it would like fuck with the cutscene and be epic hilarious.
I have to
didn't know
pick
it
you
was
up
gonna-
again.
Yeah.
I have to pickpocket
my.
everything off of Bizzle's body before picking him up again. Damn.
Oh my god.
All right, this time I'll leave it in your
Is
inventory.
that why you were sitting there going, I don't know, I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
to
was
get
like,
him
I don't
up.
know how
have
to
no
pick
idea."
him up. I don't know. I was
Yeah.
taking shitty at
You
stuff.
took his underwear.
Nah, his underwear
Ted
was long.
Zeke is a
gone.
man of the world. What is his is yours.
Well, you had a gold key on you. I didn't know what it was.
He's just in the ebb and flow. Oh, the key?
This
Yeah,
is
you're
like
gonna want that.
exactly what I thought playing with Brian would be like, and feels exactly. The sensations are real.
I didn't realize.
I'm feeling sensations like rage.
Oh, I had to do all this shit again.
The chaos of the crap, and you'll need to do.
Here,
the
I'm gonna
tadpole.
revivify.
I'm in a black screen right now.
I mean, the fruit leather. Pretty good. Blank screen though.
It
Okay.
didn't work.
Just gonna save just in case. It's
Come on,
Can
you
you
gotta temper that blade, man?
pick me up?
It's okay. I've been pushing people all game, and that's the first time they got mad at me for it. All right.
want
You have
throw me.
I
only
know the
been
rules.
pushing us, not.
No, I pushed that
NPCs.
lady off a volcano or whatever. I didn't. Which I didn't know. I'm learning. I'm learning what I
Don't
can
talk
and
to
can't
her,
do.
you mutt.
How do I? It says I can't use it to pick you up. I can't pick you
Oh
up.
my god.
Wait, what?
Oh, not proficient with equipped armor.
Yeah,
My
it's because you have
bad.
that sword, you can't use spells.
My baby.
Please.
I
Bizzle.
remember me. I freed you.
Yeah.
Sam, it's the sword.
It's not the sword. It's the armor, dude.
What armor do you have?
I had
It's
scale
the
mail
sword.
on.
No. You're in dialogue with her?
Yeah.
I remember.
Oh, we.
happened to the
Can you
kids?
guys? Did you guys do the community polls?
Her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
You can connect like
No,
Twitch.
I didn't link it.
She would
I-
be injured or worse. I gotta
Concerned
be.
for her
I
than
gotta
she is
pretend
for
I'm
you,
really
clearly.
concerned. They love
We
sensitive
need to take
motherfuckers.
care of ourselves.
What
First
do you have
things
to do to
first.
link it?
We'll
Get
have
already
supplies,
lying to you.
shelter.
I would never shove you into the fucking
We might
crab
have
pit.
escaped, but we
Oh, wait,
still
we
have these
leveled
little
up also.
monsters in our
Oh,
heads.
do we? Yes. You want to come with
Oh,
me?
you can
We need each
multi-class too,
And we
level
both
2.
know
So
what's
keep that in
Oh,
mind in the
sweet.
top right.
Can't think of better company.
They need each
Does
other.
that,
You hear
does that
that?
get more complicated? All right, let's get
You seem
moving.
overburdened with
I mean, it's good for
hangers-on
some,
already.
like, I don't know.
I'll make my camp on your map or mark it.
Fine.
Whoops.
But
All right,
don't
we got a
delay.
babe at the camp, guys.
We just crash landed. We haven't even made a camp yet.
I
wait.
just,
Yo,
I just
Okay, speaking of,
Brian,
yo,
can
you
we,
want this big sword?
can we
sure.
rest?
Can I even wield it?
I
Rest
can.
would be nice.
Okay, go to the bottom,
right,
go
I'll
to
take
by
it.
where it says intern, and hit go to camp.
Okay.
How do I give it
Pop
to you?
out. Wow, our camp is pretty barren.
Just drop it, right?
Let's
And then
see.
when everyone's in here, we'll end the day, but...
I can
wait till it's
examine. I
in.
can throw. How
Here, it's
do I,
on the
like,
floor. You see it?
trade? Oh yeah.
I got 15 gold if somebody will sell me their underwear.
Oh, and I can wield it.
Don't make
Nice.
it weird.
How do we camp? Oh, camp. What do you guys want to do? A long rest?
Okay.
Short rest? What you doing here?
Oh, Brian, what did you do?
What did I do?
You ruined my riz with her.
What did I do?
She's just like... She's probably... You're the first person she saw when she woke up, so she thinks you're her
don't know.
mother or something.
And I'm also the guy that like freed her, dude. I freed her out of the cage. Where the fuck did they go?
They hit like a button and went to camp or whatever. But
Let's
I'm
have
looting
let's have our
bodies.
let's have our beach episode. Yeah,
Yeah.
over here.
A perfumed letter. Oh my goodness.
How do I like pick this up? There you go.
Okay, this bitch hates me. I think I'm more into different types of girls anyway.
Hey, I found a letter on the beach.
Right,
Do you want me to read it for the whole
I threw you
class?
some undies.
Oh, thanks, dude.
Yeah, what is it? What's the letter say?
It says, "I love you." There, I said it. And if you meet me tomorrow, I'll say it again and again.
I put them in your inventory.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then it self-references the name Baldur's Gate, which is cool.
Okay, I'm gonna hit in the day. You guys should hit yes.
Actually, you know what? I'll get Alexa to. Alexa, play a big fart.
I don't know that.
All right, well.
What?
It. Hey, Alexa, activate big fart.
You guys, please hit yes.
Okay, here's big farts.
Please. Please go to camp.
What did you do?
Oh my god.
There it is.
One or more players.
Oh, you fuckers. You stupid fuckers.
Why is it?
After all
How do I stop this?
I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick since I'm at the camp. Or do you want me to like lay down or something?
How do you teleport to the camp?
At the bottom right, to the right of your intern, it says.
Okay, this.
Do you want me to do long rest?
Just,
it won't stop.
No, yeah, just wait for everyone to be in here, then we have to end the day. Just hit yes on this. Hit yes.
Okay.
Yep, I hit yes.
And then when we're ready to go to bed, we'll go into our little beds. I'm gonna just have a quick chat with Shadowheart.
Wait, who's Shadowheart?
Can it stop?
She's in her PJs. She's the girl over there. I just want to chat with her.
You strike me as the
You can listen in if you want. I won't make it private. I actually look
Are
quite
you sure
dashing
this
in my
is a good idea?
PJs.
Meanwhile, Brian's fart machine.
I think it's good. Whew.
Yeah, right.
There are lit fuses in our heads.
Shadowheart
Each
heard it
hour
all.
that passes, the thing inside us
Hey, I got a
grows.
shirt.
We need to find a healer. Let's wake up at first light.
Yeah. I
Maybe
agree.
we'll get
She
lucky.
approves. I'm
Or
in.
owed you some good fortune.
Can I
Rest
push
well.
her? In my camp?
Fortune.
Please don't.
Play my big sword.
Did I get a new
Oh,
pair?
the books
Oh,
in
I got a
here.
fresh pair of undies. Oh, that's from Poop. Thanks.
Yeah, those didn't come
They were
from
so
nowhere.
clean. They were so clean and so neatly folded that I thought they came out of a factory.
Sure, I'll go to bed.
All right.
Game's telling me to go to bed.
I did
Yeah, I'm
get
gonna
a.
go get a beer.
Yeah, go get a beer. Okay, hit auto select. Whoever's in this and rest.
I just said yeah.
Alexa, play wet farts.
What do you mean? No, whoever, someone's got the camping supplies. Oh my God, Brian, you're like 4 years old. Please, hit.
It's a
auto
fucking
select.
song. Alexa, stop.
Brian, have you hit yes? Continue to tweet something.
Stop this. Okay, done. I thought it would play a noise. Why did you say that?
Proceed.
Did you not? Oh my God.
It said cancel. What do you want me to do?
Okay, just we'll wait for Sam to get back. It's okay. What? Can I not have a?
Can I not steal their stool? Yeah, I'll just keep moving it away.
Dude.
I don't understand.
Classic rogue maneuver where you just move somebody's object further and further away from them until it's no longer their
Alright.
object. This is now my
I'll mute for that. I'll mute for that.
Oh my God, do I look dashing now? Look at this.
The Morkman, you're like, who's the guy that's constantly complaining? That'd be Poob. I think he's like, we said we're all gonna play this together, and then I was like, I was really fucking tired on the day we were supposed to play, so I was like, can we like hold off for a day or two? And so of course he went on and fucking played it anyways with his friends, and so now he's like, I've done all this, I want to go ahead. Classic. and he knows things already about the game, really ruins the novelty of it, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, I'm gonna stay muted until we get to our next thing. I got paid $10
she
to
just
do
threw
this.
money on me.
So
She threw me a gold piece. Sweetheart.
Something the matter.
Please stop the farting.
I got paid $10. All right, I'm just gonna stay muted. Don't worry.
Oh, by the way, you guys can start a community poll, like on. How do I start a community poll for this? It's not working. I don't know why.
I told you already. It's none of your concern.
They skip through everything, so I actually want to read this stuff.
So that's to say you'd like to pry a little. You do seem like the type, I must say. Inquisitive, looking for connection. It's every man for himself, and you're looking to make friends. Admirable, I suppose. Or desperate. I'm not quite sure.
What a fucking bitch.
Oh, I think
You ain't
you'll
getting
find
no
that I
elf
am.
strange.
Knowing what makes people tick is... If you want something from a person, you need to know when and where to squeeze.
I'm gonna make this a private dialogue so they don't see. Huh.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm just having a little fun. But who's to say? I might need a distraction some evening. These campsites do get cold.
Poob started this. He said, "There's one lady that you can't kill because I want to fuck her." And it seems like I have a bit of a rapport with her already. Did she just hit on me? Yeah. These are about to stink, baby. All right, hold on. I want to know more about you. If you get cold, throw another log on the campfire. Oh shit, that's not good, Riz. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it at that. She hit on me. You know what? I'm gonna play hard to get. I'm just gonna walk away. Unless, wait, on. Now the community thing's not working. I'm gonna leave. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. I'm going back to the.
Hasn't said anything forever though.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay. You missed a lot. Level up really quick while we're
I
here.
missed a lot.
God damn it! I forgot to multi-class.
He paid. You got it. Okay, I'm closing the tab. This is it. No more. it's so fucking. As soon as we get out of this camp, I'm turning it off. Because now it's like hijacking everyone else's stream.
I might go deafen for a minute while I level up.
Please, okay, everyone, please. We're going back.
What's up, Poop?
Yeah, go to bed.
Sleep, dude.
I already
I'm
went to
clicking it
bed.
every time.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Oh, no, I was like, I tried to go to bed. Who keeps farting in bed, dude? This is loud, obnoxious.
Every time they flicker shut, the tadpole seems to
Can't sleep.
behind them. Dragons, geese, and the hells themselves.
That was a long one.
after you. But it is this creature
All
that
right, I'm muting.
lingers in your skull.
Baldurian intelligence. Think of home instead. Oh. I'm gonna roll for this. Fucking huge rolls! Huge!
Baldur's Gate feels almost like a dream after everything that has happened to you. Yet it is
Easy.
a dream of hope. You may be countless miles away, but it isn't an impossible journey. You will see those gates again. That promise sinks deep into your heart as your eyes drift shut.
I'm gonna observe some dreams. Tedzeki's having private dreams. I'm gonna level up, I guess.
Until further notice. Until further notice. I'm not gonna do the full thing though.
You just want to leave camp?
What a night, guys. We had a good rest. Oh my god,
Wait, what the hell? Change your guy?
Wait, I can charm. If I charm you, do you think you'll let me?
Do it. I mean, I'm already
I don't,
charmed,
it's a
honestly.
spell slot. I don't really want to.
All right, hold on. Cunning action, disengage. Is it just telling me I don't have any like decisions? What's this fucking lame ass song?
I got you. There you go.
I'm bummed about my.
Holy shit! I like doubled in health.
My key stuff, but I thought there was a key. That one's got.
Okay.
I feel like two boring ones.
What is all this?
At least now I've got charm person and disguise.
How's that boring?
No, those
Charming
aren't
people
mine.
in
No,
disguise.
I said at least I have those. Yes, you're saying kind of crazy.
Something the matter?
Wait, not that.
You've turned everyone against me, guys.
By the way, that's the ARAM music playlist. Whatever song that was fucking sucked. I don't know who put that on. That song was the lamest shit I've ever heard. I kind of want to go back and remove it. I don't even know what it was. Hold on, let me go back. To the Top by Twin Shadow. Removed from this playlist. Get that out of here. That song stinks.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly? You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly, but all things considered, you'll do. And I haven't forgotten that you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid.
Maybe
Perhaps
a
I'll be
pity.
able to return the favor at
Pity
some point.
fuck might be in my future. All right, lady.
Talking to her.
Sounds like a spaceman farting.
I said I keep catching you talking to Shadowheart over there.
The dust and
Yeah, she does not like me at all.
Press
Yeah.
I.
Uh-huh.
To the left of showing all in this little search thing, do sort by, and you can do type. And it will do it for the tab menu also. It's just a little pro tip. You're going to want to do that every once in a while.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hit I.
Yeah?
It seemed like
To the
pretty
left of
specific
showing all, the
instructions.
search bar.
Oh, yeah.
Hit sort by, hit type.
Uh-huh.
You're going to want to do that every once in a while.
Oh, okay. A grease bottle. We got 2 of those.
Nice.
All right, can we leave the camp now?
Yeah, how do we get out of here?
That was a loud one. Damn.
No.
Wait. Okay.
Just hit
How
on
do we-
your sleeping roll.
What?
Sleep to your fucking bag or whatever. Just go to the bottom right and leave camp. I'm actually gonna freak out, dude, if I have to keep hearing this fucking book.
Okay, alright, we out. That's it.
It's
Alexa,
so
stop.
not.
Alright,
So
and
horrible.
any more requests? I don't care how much. If it's another $20, I'm not doing it. That drove me insane.
You won't do that for $20? What the hell?
Another
Literally give him fucking 20 to never do that again.
Now it's going to become a betting war
Yes,
between
we're
you and
so-
Chat.
We're so never gonna make it to like a quest in this game.
I'm at the ancient door, dude. I'm waiting.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
No way, the ancient door.
The ancient door.
Hey, where's that's over here?
Yeah.
Fucking psychopaths.
Oh shit! I just got a hand drum. You guys want to hear some hand drumming later? I know you guys love it when I play.
You love it?
It's locked right now, but I know somebody has a golden key.
Oh, let me try. Out of my way. Actually, it's Bizzle that has
It's
the gold
Bizzle.
key.
Mayhap.
I am actually not even used to like listening to this game without the fart sound.
Key, you say.
This game's a lot more serious in tone.
What are you talking about? Ted Zeke, he's in his underpants.
Hey, I guess we have to go this way, guys.
Wait, this isn't it?
Ready?
Oh, nice job.
Big rolls? No, horrible rolls.
Alright, yeah, this is not the key.
I failed to lockpick it. Should I try again?
Yeah, keep doing it.
No,
You're leveling
no,
up.
it's not
right?
worth it.
No?
We want to save those for chests and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, do you actually run out?
We just bust in.
Okay. Does Bizzle have his key?
It doesn't go to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Are these enemy brains?
Looks like it.
Yeah,
They are.
Commence battle.
Devour.
Whatever
Sorry,
happened to
guys.
us?
I'm a big tough devil. Oh yeah.
Wait,
no.
is that your friend?
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
One strike, you can.
Idea. Only two of them.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, nice. Put him to sleep.
Always hurts when you target your homie and it says this target can't be helped.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Trying, dog.
Playing them a little ditty.
Where's our friends at? Oh, you guys are behind.
Oh, it's a third brain. And he's quick.
You know, you guys know I was just joking earlier when I looked like a weird little green guy, right? This is what I actually look like.
Oh.
Yeah. I figured as much. You actually look a lot like my guardian.
I should start talking to Shadowheart only in this.
Yeah.
Shut up, Shadowheart.
Will she remark about your change of appearance?
I don't know. I hope so. She'll be like,
Can you
"Who are
use it to like disguise yourself? Which would be cool.
Hey, what do I
You
do?
pick like any.
I mean, I would think she knows about magic.
I'm gonna push you forward a little bit. There you go.
No, she
She's
doesn't.
just surrounded by a world of magic, completely aloof to it.
Stay back, Creighton.
Dude.
Don't worry, guys. I got a little song about this.
So this is what you actually look like? You just were disguised as a little short man?
for that
I
one
believe
too.
that.
I'm actually currently on fire. My hair's on fire and everything. Does anybody have anything to... Do I just go out on my own, or...?
Yeah, if you ever have like a thing you don't understand, hit examine on yourself. Like right click examine, read the conditions.
Oh.
Critical miss.
Yeah.
I'm currently on
What's a critical
fire.
miss in this game?
I think they can like hurt their own teammates if they're near and stuff.
Okay, that's cool.
It says burning takes 1/4 damage per turn, but
What?
is it just one turn?
Bro, how
that
do
it's
I...
on?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if it hasn't won by
Is
it.
that thing dead? Okay, I'm gonna run over to
I want to
that.
see that sword.
And I'm gonna fucking...
Doesn't work.
I hit it with that sword.
Look at that sword.
I can't. You guys are too far.
Well, then just end your turn and let us kill it.
I was trying to do a throw. How do I throw him?
You forget I have it muted.
There you go.
Threw it at the wrong one.
Oh, fuck. My bad.
There you go.
Yes.
Nice job, guys.
What you looting, buddy?
Whatever. Simple toxin.
I just picked up something the size of me and put it in my backpack. I don't know what it was.
There's a Sam's on the. There's a couple paths here. But let's go where Sam is. There's a interaction. Or is there? Oh, can you pick that?
Do you want me to?
Would you like me?
Would you like that?
Yeah, would you like that if I did that?
That was a quick and
I don't know. It
spoken
could probably be cool.
Alright.
That was a smelly one.
Nobody. I said alright. Doesn't mean I was talking to you.
Or say.
You can't do it. It's okay.
I can. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's an easy one. Come on, 5. Oh, I wish I would have gotten that roll for that other door. I got fucking 24.
Good work. What'd you find?
Did you just fucking quick take that?
Nah.
Did not.
Ted Zinski did.
What?
Hey, give me that rapier, unless you want to use it.
Surely you're not talking about Ted Zeke.
Ted Kaczynski stole my shit out of my goddamn box I opened.
Claims Florida, man.
Okay. Oh wait,
Alright.
I hear someone up here, guys. What the hell could this be?
What? Dude, my shit's fucking broken.
Wait, your echo?
Yeah. Wait, I can tell Alexa to play Forward Fables? There's no way.
Farted
It
itself to
can't.
death.
We're not on Amazon Music.
I think we are.
Are we actually?
No, it'll like play it through Spotify or something, or like Apple Podcasts or whatever.
I don't have that shit linked though.
Rare. A mind flare.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And it's hurt.
Oh my God.
Oh, is that a little thing to kill? Oh.
You approach the dying monster.
Don't kill him though if you can.
Alright.
Oh, great rolls.
If only
I know he
you
looks like a
feel
douchebag right now, but he does
compassion.
have benefits.
Ted Zeke's lover, not a fighter. That's why he tried to walk away from
Yeah.
these
I like that.
crimes.
I like that shot of him just
Yeah.
slowly following you as you're just
Slowly.
walking.
Yeah, right?
Death, but there's still time. You'd give your life to save it, to nurse it back to health. But then the feeling
Listen, man.
slips. The creature's mind
Put the
seems to
knife
focus
away, we can
elsewhere.
talk.
Got it backwards.
Concentrate on its thoughts. I'll use my huge brain. Alright. Oh, that's beautiful.
Using your psychic powers on him.
Thinking
Your
about
mind
pretzels,
moves,
another
lusting
twisty
for
thing.
something that is gone. But then its grip claws back with a vengeance, a vice locking your mind.
Those
into
are all
obedience.
sexual positions.
It needs sustenance to
I
survive.
came up with every single one of
With
them.
your very body, you can provide.
Yes.
Come in my mouth.
I'm going to resist.
What is it? What does it want? Is it want you to feed it?
Have I seen Poob's luscious mouth boy? No, but that's dope that luscious mouth boy lives.
He's the most handsome character.
You're
I've
not
ever
getting
made
my
in a game.
brain.
The monster lies exhausted, defeated.
Yeah.
Its
yeah.
eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate malice.
Might have a tailor, and this could be used.
Thanks for the sword, dumbass.
Oh, a Baldurian.
The fucking idiot didn't even loot it.
You can fucking kill me? If I like
I mean,
gave
the
him.
worm is still in your brain. It's like the main part of the story.
Oh, fuck. You would have gotten power? No fucking way.
I have a hard time figuring out which
Are you
direction I
guys
should be
not
going.
even here? We're in a
Yeah.
cutscene with like a... Dude, I
Yeah.
thought you...
Turn us
Don't
into...
run. Okay, fuck it. Actually, do whatever.
What the fuck is this?
Y'all aren't getting this exposition?
Of course, it'll turn me into a monster.
I don't believe.
Juicy story.
What else did I
chunks here.
expect?
We were talking to a mind flare. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know,
doesn't
but like
say
that's a
obvious.
cool thing for Basil to see too, and like you almost
If we
kiss
can
it.
find an
and stuff.
expert, someone that can control these
would like to
things,
kiss it.
there might still be time.
Do we want this guy or?
Tell him to go to our camp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, goddamn
was
it.
ready to go this
What?
alone.
I need you to help me
But maybe
Sam.
sticking
Let me see,
with the
actually. I don't
herd
know if
isn't
disguise
a bad
myself.
idea.
I don't think it makes
Grabbing
any
his
sense.
hand
Safety
and
in
pull
numbers,
it.
after all.
Fuck. I need someone
And
stronger than
I
me.
hate to
Fuck.
give you an invitation.
That's a bad roll.
Alright. Maybe I'll see you there.
Damn it. I'm too tiny.
Wait, is he a vampire? He's got like pointy teeth.
Yeah, staring. He's got like some
Sorry,
vampire
man.
vibe to him.
Too crazy. Pull again.
All right, so he's just going back to camp. What would you like to do?
Maybe I'll rip his hand off.
I guess we'll just meet up with them. There's a thing over here that's got loot under it. I'm just not strong enough to pick it up.
I'm trying to figure out which one you are. Okay, you're this way.
And the green
Just
guy.
click on his character portrait.
Yeah.
Oh shit, a
the
fucking
dead
storyline
motherfucker.
My
character.
cape
Look,
keeps getting caught in my stomach, making me look like an asshole.
can't trust it.
Ryan, don't kill.
What?
We're too
Better
split
hit
up
that quick
already.
save button.
What's up, man? Kill him? Everyone's telling me to kill this guy.
Send
Why?
him to the camp.
No need to apologies.
A
You
bit
alright?
shocked, but friend,
Why kill him? What's
it's
wrong
a
with him?
relief and a pleasure to
Oh,
make
your
your
chat
acquaintance.
told you to do it? It must be
Say,
the
but I
right
know
thing
you,
to do.
Don't I?
Yeah,
In a
kill
manner
him. Well, they told me also to give him to
You're
the
an awful lot as
fucking
well.
Cthulhu thing. He's
Sam,
gay.
were you saying that there was like a let chat
I would,
vote on
uh,
stuff?
Only
Oh, I
assume
see.
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
It's under
No,
the
you
options
need to-
gameplay, but you have to do Twitch
Unwelcome
extension
insertion
stuff.
in the
Like,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
did.
And then you
not-
have
not
to
correct.
restart your stream.
yeah,
You
yeah.
give them power.
Say it like it's a bad thing.
Insert
Cue
you
fart
speak
sound.
of, this parasite? Are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind
I don't see
flayers?
what's wrong with this guy,
It's a
dude.
process known as ceramorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided. You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance,
I
do
mean,
you?
is there supposed to be something wrong?
Doctor?
with him? Why can't he just be all right?
Surgeon. Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle.
You can do it.
Pans
you can do
over
it, dude.
to Brian's
Get off you,
character.
but I can't cure you. Ooh. Ooh, that's a barbarian exclusive.
I suppose few enough can. Not exactly a common affliction. We're
Dang,
most
you're
certainly
such
going
a
to need a
barb.
healer. And
Be
soon,
like, I
too.
fucking kick your ass, dude.
How
if you
about
want.
we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer
Got it.
together?
Just say that and then send him to the
Oh.
camp, I think.
Send him to the
you're
camp. What if he
traveling
fucks that
plenty of
girl of
company
yours that you
already.
like so much?
Perhaps
That'd
I
be
can
hot.
join you later instead.
You're
I'll
like, you're
make
into
my way
that.
to your
You
camp and
cuckold it?
embark upon a succulent, slow cook to be consumed.
Dude,
in
I'm
What if he
one
gets in on it
just
too?
here for anything, yeah.
Wait, he said he was gonna cook for us. Yeah, that
what the
guy
hell?
can
You guys want to
definitely.
kill a cook, bro? What? Like, I don't even understand. It doesn't make sense. What was the thing you needed a strength check on, dude?
It's like way fucking back there by the other guy. I really don't want to go back.
What
It's
about
just
this
like a-
ancient
Hey.
sigil?
Those are, you want me to tell you?
That's
or do
that's
you
where the
wanna,
guy
like,
came out of the hole. That's where he came
Those
out
are
of.
fast travel points.
Did you want to go through it or?
No.
Okay.
Look at us, dude.
I mean, it's just a like, we could just fast travel to...
Anywhere.
I don't think any... Well,
Yeah.
no, we have
nowhere.
to find other ones, yes. I don't think it would...
Yes.
I've never been here, actually.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
What the hell just
Very
happened?
different path. Oh, there's a little guy.
Hey, little guy.
Dude,
You both twice as tall
what the
as
hell?
me, but have half the
Been
bloody
entangled.
backbone. But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt?
What the hell did you do to me? Why did that plant try to fuck me?
Wait, what did you...
What?
Did you just... Dude.
Did you just throw him?
He threw him up.
He entangled me with a plant.
There's something
What?
underneath
A
here.
plant?
Yeah.
There's something
I
underneath
really...
here.
Did you start it?
He was like, he was in the middle of talking. Yeah, I was talking to him.
Yeah.
Look, they have bedrolls. There's a camp over here. All right. I don't know who this guy is. We attack Brian. Act like we're on their side.
Ryan is gonna get... He's just gonna get this guy. He's gonna kill me.
I mean, they're all on us now too, right? There's this Quilana.
Yeah, it's
Warren.
probably like
I cut him up.
I wanted to be friends with that guy. He's a little guy.
He trapped me in a plant.
What?
Can't help the enemy. How did he trap
Why
you
didn't
in
you
a
just
plane?
let just
Twisting
dude, sometimes
vines?
If
Why'd
you're
you move the
not
plane?
listening to the cutscene,
Yeah.
you can get jumped ahead. Like he probably just holds you at one
No,
point.
no,
It's like,
he
state your
didn't.
business.
There's a goddamn wait. Left click right here. I can't even ping it. It's
do
just
not-
a fucking twisting vine. He ran into it on his own. It's just a goddamn
You're actually
vine.
so fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah, you walked into a wall,
does this
hit
game
your
work?
nose, and then got mad at the guy nearest to you.
I thought it was a wizard.
He's a
No.
barbarian.
It was. I don't know. It said entangled. Said you cannot move. You have been entangled.
I think it's 'cause there
Is
was
that this
cutscene.
guy, the gimbal bach?
Yeah.
He's feeling threatened. Is there any way I can just talk to him and be like,
Yeah. How do you
It's
like
okay.
No,
undo?
we can't. You started combat. No, you cannot.
threatened? An enemy is close. Okay.
Just try to flee, I guess.
Yeah. If we come back, does he get
No,
get mad? at that?
no, Brian's ruined it.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to kill them all and then check out what's in that crypt.
Why can't we just sheathe our weapons like in Skyrim?
Yeah. Disengage.
Yeah.
Cunning action. I'm out. I'm disengaged.
I've already killed a man. There's a dead man here.
He attacked me after I disengaged?
That's what I'm saying. These guys ain't. Something ain't right about them. What was that guy?
Yeah, there's 2 more.
Arrow acid.
That's unfortunate. He
Critical
shot it.
miss. but
Oh
it's
my
still
god, there's like a
burning,
whole,
yeah.
there's a whole family of people here. Alright, guys, look. They are the enemy. Did you see this?
I don't think they were the enemy.
Yeah.
Probably gonna give us a cool quest. I'd never been in this area. I was so
What the hell is
excited to see what it's all about. Wait, I've got a big idea, Sam.
Yeah, what's that?
I need you to lure that man here when you wake.
Where?
I don't know what the hell
Here.
you're telling me to do.
I need to lure him there?
Yeah, Brian, don't kill him. Lure him.
Can I throw him?
Can you? Never mind.
How do I lure him? Just like walk
No,
away
no,
from him?
he's dead. He's dead.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. He's knocked out.
Oh, he has 1 HP. Okay, Brian. There's
I
someone
took
like
everything off him.
hit Samurai.
Good job. Nice.
Samurai.
Samurai.
Oh, Sam,
Punch
you
me.
stabbed him. He was
Yeah.
he stabbed
He was
him.
knocked out. I stabbed him.
You fucking murdered. Okay, you're in this. You're in this with me now, dude.
Yeah.
You're an accomplice.
Oh, damn, dude. I can't wear medium armor at all.
There's
Can any
something underneath it.
Yeah.
There's
Tim got armor off that guy. That'd probably be pretty good for maybe Brian. I don't want Brian to keep getting rewarded.
Just decking Brian out in gear. Oh, Hobo Hank down.
I'll
I
avenge
dead?
you.
Can you pick me up, Brian?
How do I pick you up?
Like, push me. You would love this. Just like push me or something.
Okay. Yeah, sure. It won't let me. Help? Not enough movement?
I want you to disappear.
It literally will not let you get you. I don't know. I don't know why. It won't let me get to you.
You look enthralled right
I want to
now.
jump up here.
I hate you and the things that you do.
Why do I have the two-handed? Brian has the two-handed flaming sword because we killed the first demon guy that showed up to fight the mind flayer. We somehow killed him. Oh shit! It's my turn. Hold on.
Yeah, should have shoved
Wait,
you right
Not
off.
on my watch.
It's an
Should I try to
axe.
like wake up? I'm down.
You are in your death thralls or whatever. I'll
Yeah.
just help you.
You bitch. I got your back, Bizzle.
We were gonna talk things
There's
out.
someone doing Mongolian throat singing over there. I hear him.
Tedziki believes all problems can be solved with his hips or his lips.
All right.
But you killed them, so.
No, because she made an attempt on your life, Bizzle. Are you
That's,
fucking crazy?
My name is Tedziki. I'm so deep in character right now.
Do it next
Get
Are
time.
you
him
even
out.
playing a role?
I'm playing a fucking asshole, apparently. I didn't.
So no.
Critical miss.
What the fuck?
Try to sweep your leg.
Why?
I was just joshing with you. This was a critical miss.
This is a. Wonder what will be done here.
Oh shit, dude. Is there a way to like let you up?
I knew it.
Can't control down. Critical hit.
There's something down this hole.
I know that's what
Can
they
we
were
just jump
doing.
Do you
in?
take like
I thought
like
they were
fall
going-
damage?
I'm sure we could have explored this together as homies if we didn't.
Brothers.
We should do that. Well, we can all just go down the hole, can't we?
Not with our fallen gnome brothers.
Yeah.
Gimbal.
Whose turn is it?
Good job.
Oh.
You tried to jump all the way down there?
That guy did an insane Avengers jump. Holy shit.
You know what? I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna fucking stab this guy in the back.
Alright, yeah, that would have been the desired way to make the jump for sure.
Help Bizzle up.
Please.
Where's he at?
At the hole.
Good God!
What happened?
Maybe it's better I didn't jump in the hole.
Don't go. No. Okay,
Did you jump in?
I think it's actually fine.
We gotta finish this guy off and then we can help each other.
Yeah.
Just gonna get fire sword guy.
Yeah, finish that guy and then come down this hole. It's really. So much, holy shit! There's so much loot down here.
There's a chili pepper right there. Wait, Brian.
Yeah, what's up?
There's a little path back here.
So
Wait, really?
Can I get a little?
We need to help them, right?
Go down the hole.
Nice to not be on the ground.
Like people everywhere.
How do I pick them up?
I mean, not people. Loot.
Thanks, dude.
Just unlock the door. Oh, it's reinforcements.
There's a path over here, you said?
Yeah, there's like
Where did
there's
Poop
stuff
go?
over there. He's down in the
I
hole.
jumped down the hole. It's like El Dorado.
Whoa.
Oh, sweet. Free beds? Hell yeah.
It's just like El Dorado.
You guys should jump down that hole.
We're working on it. Calm down.
It's El Dorado.
Yeah, it's El Dorado times 100 down there. Holy shit, wait, that chick's shaking her tits out?
Whoa. Hold on.
I'm coming.
Neat.
Sure.
I wish I wouldn't have come down here.
If Brian goes down, I'm sure he can save you.
Oh, I thought it was an instant death in here. Okay. I thought
Close to it.
No, it's fine.
Why is everyone so fucking angry?
I don't know, Brian. Why is everybody so angry?
There's something about
Game over.
something about attacking their guy.
How did they know? How did they know we attacked the surface dwellers?
Don't talk to anyone right now, Brian, or don't move, or just.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna cast charm person on this guy. I'm gonna sweet talk. Let me do my.
Brian.
Let me do my goddamn. My shit.
Actually, the game has encountered an unrecoverable DirectX error and will shut down.
As we killed, and they're way.
Hey, I
stronger
just
than
had a
us.
DirectX error, and I'm gonna have to get back in. I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll wait for you.
So joining filled. We're still loading.
Can I take a little pee break while we reload?
Absolutely.
Alright, so hold on, let me make sure I'm getting back in here.
How do you change your class? You can just change your class.
You can respec with a certain guy you can get at your camp.
Does it
This guy
cost,
said use
or-
use
it costs
Vulcan. I don't know what that
Okay.
is. Is that like a different rendering
It's
system?
the
a different-
language
yeah.
in Star Trek or something.
Direct 3D should be fine if you have an
Species.
NVIDIA graphics
Oh,
card.
okay. I also see a look at that over there on the map.
But yeah, you can use Vulcan.
There's a secret path with like a
100
little
gold.
thing. Thing. The
Wait,
blind
what?
lines. Having the
It's
blind-
like,
All right.
how much gold do I have? I have one piece.
Hey, wait. Are we before the killing?
Yes,
Okay. Can we
yeah.
pause real quick?
Yes, please don't go in there. Brian,
Do not go in there, Brian.
I was
Brian!
gonna say hello. I'm the
No,
diplomat.
you're not
Please,
talking.
please.
Your guy
Mongo.
is such a fucking dumbass. Get away.
Please, Brian.
Hello.
God damn it! You went and talked to him.
Why?
Why? I had to pee.
Oh,
When I said I wanted to use it.
We said don't.
I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
What's with you tonight, man?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're like on 100% retard juice. All right, hold on. Some people.
I figured it doesn't matter. You can just reload whenever you want. It's just like no consequences.
It's the time. We're wasting so much time.
Yeah, that's true.
We will never progress anywhere in this game. If it's like 3 hours, we're gonna be.
I mean, if
on
everybody's just gonna be
goddamn
on for hours,
intro.
I'm all right with that. But figured, you know, only a certain amount of time you have.
Okay, don't you fucking go in there.
You know you're gonna.
Okay, dude, we
Every
can play all
nerve in his
night
body
today,
right
man.
now. Just want. Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. I'm up all night, baby. What's good? I just want to see the options, you know. I'm immersing myself in the amount of choices I have. The world.
Yeah, there's so much
rewriting
freedom.
itself.
There's so much.
What happens if
freedom in this
Manjin Boner
game.
does this first?
What if instead of
but what
pushing
if?
them, I talk to
Wait,
them? Nope, that's
somebody-
apparently bad.
Somebody walk over here. It's a survival check that I failed.
I'm gonna go walk into. I'm just gonna have a walk in the wild.
No, Brian, don't you go to that thing. I pinged that thing like 20 times. I know exactly where you're going.
Whoa, what the hell's that?
Wait, oh, what is that? Oh, it's a dirt mound. We need a shovel.
I didn't notice this before. Did you? Did you?
Yeah, you're so good at nature or something.
Oh my god, I found a gold piece and a potion of healing. Look at that.
Sometimes I just come out here and think about dirt piles.
Yo, can
Oh
I
my
make
gosh,
that jump?
jet
Oh, I can
engines.
make the jump. No, I can't. Never mind.
I am going to. I know you're gonna have an obscene, like, really big urge to push me off this vista while I'm pissing. Just.
I don't even know why you're saying that. It's not me, dude.
Yeah,
You're thinking
no,
about Brian.
I'm
Don't even
saying-
worry about what Brian's doing. You're good.
I'm just saying in general, this is a very tempting push.
You know what? I was gonna take a screenshot of you. I was gonna push you.
Can we go talk to these people now?
I was gonna piss, but
You didn't piss?
No, I've just been horrified at you fucking it up. All right, Sam, let me charm person him.
Oh, I did not know you were gonna do that. I'm sorry.
Are you joking? That's why they screamed at me last time.
No, I screamed at you because you so far have just been attacking everybody on
I didn't
site.
attack that guy. I just, dude,
We're
I
not-
pushed him. I shoved. It was like you can't control how much you shove. It's like a playful. Oh, get out of
To
here.
use
It shows
charm
where it's gonna
person
go.
so bad, and I keep it.
Just reload. Just reload.
Yeah. Are you in the cutscene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We talked to them.
Should I try to persuade?
I want this.
Okay.
What the? Okay.
Please let me have this.
What if I would have done a successful roll?
I just want to try. I've never used charm person in this. I just want to try it out, dude. And I just want to.
I just want to charm them, motherfucker.
We don't need to charm people when we
You're a
have.
sneaky guy. You do your sneaky shit. I'm the bard. Okay, I get my one thing I can do.
We should never gave this guy the master save. We're in his world. He can load and save as. Oh, I didn't get my charm correctly. I didn't get to fuck the lady.
I don't know.
I didn't get to charm these guys. I
Probably
could have done a
responsible.
successful.
You're
I could have
literally
persuaded
just,
him.
You're just talking about Brian doing this shit now. You're
Well,
one bad
his
step
are
away.
his are kills.
I didn't. All right. Well,
His
I
are
pushed the
turning
guy.
everything into.
I pushed the guy in self-defense.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
I,
It was
you
like
could
he
have waited to
trapped
see
me.
the roll at least.
You tripped on a vine and you went off killing people.
No, all I did was
Doesn't-
I shoved him. I was like, "Yeah, get out of here!"
I
Like
can't use charm person because it instant locks. But I have +5 to
reckless
charisma.
attack until your next turn. You have advantage.
Please God. Wait, add bonus. Oh, I can use charm person in this screen. That's sweet. I probably don't need advantage for it.
Sounds like some throat singing.
Let's go. I did need it. Yeah, just
All right, now we go talk?
basic. I just got a 23, so yeah.
Does your guy have high charisma?
Yes, that is my whole point.
Okay. Well, I
He's
didn't
a
know if
talker,
you
not a
statted.
fighter.
I didn't know if you
I
stacked your
statted
guy up.
completely charisma.
Okay. Do you want to go talk to him? Are you already
I
doing
am
it? Oh, you are doing it. Okay.
talking.
I didn't see that you.
What did you do?
Good work.
They are going away from here.
Forever.
Now we should try this.
Don't
Okay,
save.
hold on. We're gonna save again. We're gonna go down this hole and I'm gonna talk. It's gonna be like, "What's up, guys? No need to fret. No need to freak out."
Oh, he just killed Biddle.
You can pick him up. I'm sorry, Biddle. I have to do this. I'll probably have to load this save in like 4 seconds
It's
anyway.
cool.
Yep, they don't like you being down here.
That I'm telling you, it's a grass wizard that fucking stopped you.
I'm never getting rezzed.
Oh, what happened?
Okay, I think we should all stand right there. Blow ourselves up with this rock and
we're just trying to get down into the basement to not.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty open-ended. Those people are checking on a boat wreck or something, which I think is like maybe our crash. That's what they're gonna go look for. But the people downstairs, they don't like us going in through that hole.
Well, dropping that big thing into their secluded
Yeah, I
little
guess
hangout is probably not the smooth.
Oh my God, what have you done?
Take much to send that.
Although, kind of on them, right?
Truly. All right,
You know,
Sam, you
they're
need to
tempting
work
fate with
yours.
that.
You need to work your skills here.
Yeah.
What, huh?
Your
See
lock
if what
picking
happens. Well, I
ability.
probably don't love it if you picklock them in that place. Right click
It's
it.
probably less of an abrupt entrance, though.
I accidentally talked to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Gibblebook. Everything all right?
Oh, you're talking to a man on that door?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an easy pass, dude. Nice.
Barely passed it.
Okay.
Yeah, good thing for those modifiers.
Little bonuses.
You're a little performer too, huh?
A bit shaken, boss.
What are you? What is your specialty?
And the sheets. Love.
Oh, you
opened it?
loved him so hard.
Why am I dead?
Yeah.
Wait.
You alright, buddy?
He's a little trickster.
Wait, they're mad at us in here.
Why did he knock you out? Okay, we might be able to take him though if we do it in like a more tactical way.
In a tactical way.
I shot him in the gut.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, I've got their. Oh, these guys are fucking bandits.
That explains why they attacked me, even though.
Do we kill him? Cause he's still.
You know.
What do you mean he's dead?
No, he's knocked
Sam,
out.
you're getting better at that take all button real quick. Huh? I saw that. I'm taking
He's
that
knocked
torch.
out.
Yeah, he's not dead.
What?
Yeah.
For real?
Here, I got him.
You don't have to
Shot him in the gut with
Oh,
a crossbow.
Nice.
Should light him on fire. If you have a torch or something, if you hit that little like equip torch, you bring out your light source, which is kind of cool.
Oh, dude.
We're at some cheese wedges.
And dust.
It's WWE.
Plaque over here.
He's gonna throw a chair at Kaczynski.
Indecipherable text covers the plaque.
The dead tongue.
Okay, win.
Long gone.
Wait, we can heal with short rest, guys. We should do a short rest.
Here, I can do. No, don't short rest. Don't short rest.
Something good here, I hope.
I can do a song that works as well as a short rest if you get near me. Get near me.
Later.
Thanks, boss.
That's actually sweet. I can only do that once per long rest.
Ancient.
Okay, guys, get ready. I'm gonna see this lever does.
Covers the plaque.
Hit C.
Whoever
Hit C,
worshipped here
probably.
must be long gone.
I can't.
I don't. Wait. There's definitely chance. There's good opportunity here. Look at that explosive barrel.
Why did you do that?
Ooh.
Oh my God.
They're gonna hide behind it.
Who just failed that shit? Brian. God, I swear to God, it was Brian. Wasn't it?
What did I do? I'm like not even near you guys.
Threw a chair. Why is his chair here?
No, I threw a chair at Bizzle. It exploded. All right, that's not my chair.
Who the fuck put this chair here?
I don't know. Oh, is it my turn? All right. Well, this chair is pretty evil.
I fucking hate it. I'm angry. You just.
Oh, it's
the
not my
chair is going to be a really big brain move where they won't be able to hurt us.
There's
It's
friendly
gonna walk
fire?
past
Yeah,
it.
I can
You
actually,
found it.
like, full-ass attack any of my teammates
my
if
turn?
I want.
Yes.
Majin Boner.
Why won't it let me like pick up the chair and throw it at her?
Are you trying to select improvised melee weapon or throw?
I was trying to. Well, I wanted to like run at her and go.
Steal the sword from him?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a
Sam,
good
you're
idea.
mighty quiet when I'm asking you to put this chair here, so I'm going to take that completely.
No, it wasn't me. I was on the other side of the room. I was like, I found milk crates or milk cans. I don't know why I grabbed them.
You put this fucking chair here to get in my fucking head.
No,
See
I
how
didn't.
tiny my crossbow is? My little toy crossbow.
Oh, nice shot,
This is
brother.
like a-
You killed the shit out of that bitch.
As
A
big as
horse
it needs to
crossbow.
be.
Alright, hey, don't mind if I do.
Oh! I
Don't
was
walk
gonna
in that
grab
oil.
those.
Oh, oh shit, my bad.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys want to see something cool though?
Do some oil.
You see how there's like candles? If you do the dip in a candle, your weapon will be on fire. Not for very long, but like.
Will it damage it?
No, I don't think so.
It's been a long
Dip
But like,
fire.
yeah, we could like dip that in fire, and then shoot it.
Nice.
Just like
That's
you,
fucking
Majin
dope.
Boner.
Nice.
Wow.
Wait, where the hell is everyone else? They must be in that other door. Be very careful with that door over there.
Wait, or we could sit on these benches. How cool would that be?
Oh, I have a candle now too. I think you can like drop a candle and do that also. Oh shit, dude! I just got gladiators.
Oh, I only get 2 short rests. So I wasted it. Oops.
Did you just use them both?
No, I choose 1.
Okay.
I just didn't know that there's a limit.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, Brian. Oh,
That was me. That was me.
It's just such a Brian move. Sorry.
Yeah, that's understandable.
It's okay. We've got him in a chokehold here, kind of. In a chokehold. That's not what those are called.
Oh, did you start another combat? Yeah, you did.
Is the other door open into more enemies as well? Over here?
I don't know. I just knew all those guys had to be behind one of these doors.
Well, I mean,
okay, these guys, they're doing their thing, they're fighting or whatever, but I have picked up so far like 6 books. They're $28 for these, but there's 2 of them. Whenever we get into a town or a place where I can sell stuff, I'm going to be a rich man. It's gonna take a while to get there.
The door, so I'm not gonna open the other door.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh-oh, I'm like standing in oil.
That's not good.
Brian's flaming sword is like dipping into that oil.
Kind of precarious. Stroking the oil, keeping it warm.
Midnight oil.
Are these like enemies on the other side of this door?
Yep.
What are burning?
What are our chances of backing up and
right at the
using
end
the
of this,
oil
okay.
to our advantage?
Think
That would be ideal.
Medium good chance.
If I can dip this in a candle, my have to be next to it.
What's the name of this place? Oh, I thought it was refractory. I was like, isn't that the time in between being able to come?
Bro, I don't want to go through this
That's
door.
the
It's like
only
on
time
fire and shit,
refractory
bro.
is used too.
All
Yeah,
right.
keep
You
the
have
door
oil
closed. Yeah. Fall back behind the oil. You're good.
All right. Yeah, fall back. That's actually insane. To
How do I use the
over here.
torch?
You could throw it into the oil if you
And toggle light source. Yeah, I think
Equip.
maybe throwing the
There we
torch
go.
that would be like the
That
coolest.
All right, I got it. If they come in here, I can throw it.
I think it's a when situation.
Yeah, all right, so you want to be on the other side of this oil.
I need to get over.
I'm on
there.
this. I'm on the right side of it with you.
Oh, yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm on the right side of this.
The other guys, they
They need a
they have fun for themselves, you know.
That doesn't make sense. You don't even know about the situation without these guys. You're reliant on us to even have your cool Momo, okay?
I did.
Oh yeah, hold on, I'm looking. I'm trying to
There
see
wouldn't
if I
be
should.
a torch to throw. If there
Should I
weren't guys
turn
to
off
throw
my
it.
torch and then hide? I guess it really doesn't matter. I'm just gonna end it.
Oh shit, you're getting fucked up.
Oh my gosh, your flames. Can they set the oil on fire? Oh yeah, jump. That's smart.
I think absolutely they can. I'm stuck here. I'm gonna make a final stand. I could disguise myself as a hot orc.
Flaming hot orc.
Oh wait. Oh, I have a void bulb that like pulls in enemies to slain too, so they get spread out.
I got that too.
No.
Is that just a one-time use?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're from the ship.
Okay. Numerous suction cups on this ball.
Oh my god, that guy almost ran immediately into the fire.
Oh.
Blew me sky high. Don't throw that torch yet. Hold. I'm actually gonna save right now.
Yeah, that's smart.
That guy's holding a big torch in the back there, like or a flaming club. He looks like a Urukai. He's gonna run right into that and blow up. Leap. Use it like a long jump pole. or
Wait,
whatever.
don't I get some
High
kind
jump
of...
pole. We
Oh.
really like small characters have less movement range, so
Do they actually?
Yeah.
Oh, that
When you
sucks.
pick a race, it shows their move, distance, and speed.
What's the benefit? What do we get? Are we harder to hit or something?
Funnier.
Yeah.
Oh,
No!
ensnared.
Ensnared.
You're gonna have to blow me up with them.
You're what we call kindling.
Ooh. We only have one scroll or revivify left.
We can't
I'll
just
be-
like carry his body back to the camp and then revive it there.
No.
Okay.
Well, technically, in a way, yes, but no.
Should I? You know what I'm gonna do for my turn?
Shoot him. Maybe you can free
Yeah,
him.
I'm gonna try to.
Nice shot.
What? Can I throw Bizzle at
That's a real
Poop to free
crossbow.
Poop?
No.
No. All right.
I don't think so. Let me check.
I try it.
No, he'll still be ensnared.
Wait, who's... No, it's not a
Alright.
concentration spell. Fuck.
Plus, it doesn't get that many closer to the oil, which is the real goal.
That's true.
I'm only
All right.
ensnared for
Stand
10
next to
turns,
you.
guys.
10 turns?
I gotta roll for it, though. Oh my god, it's actually gonna crush me.
Is it constricting you?
Yeah.
Maybe I can
You'll
get
be
it.
all right. You'll be all right, little buddy. Maybe when I blow up all the fire or the oil, it'll burn it off of you.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh, he's free. No, he's not. He's not free.
No, he's just...
I'm just like a cobra backed into a corner.
A cobra wrapped in a boa constrictor.
Can I not hit this with my fire sword?
I'm gonna
Like-
live forever. Play my final song.
Oh fuck! You hurt you hard, bro.
Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, you fucked me up.
I mean, we just want them to come to us, right? So... Where's that chair? Yeah.
Wait, my sword isn't a dippable weapon. Why can't I dip it in the oil and like
It's
set it on
fucking
fire?
covered in fire already. What do you want to double it up?
No, I want to dip it in the oil to ignite it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that would
That
make
would
sense.
definitely blow you up, though. Just...
No, it's like holding a
More.
match.
holy shit!
No!
All right, no, you can shove him. You can shove him. You can shove him.
Wait, he has a torch. Throw him in the oil. I wonder if it would ignite
my
it.
song.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Shove or throw or
I'm gonna try to kill this Barton guy in the
think you
back
wanna
with the
shove him,
bow,
dude.
and then you're
Because he
gonna
can-
take care of the barbarian.
he's too heavy to throw.
Wait, he's too heavy to shove.
I wish you
him.
would have told me that before. Oh, okay.
Why'd you shove him right next to me?
Wait, dude, the torch touched the thing. It didn't ignite.
I don't think it works like that. Throw that shit.
Throw it at the oil. He's right on it. He's on the sweet spot.
How do I throw it?
Well, you just used your action with that fucking bow shot. So you
Oh
have to
yeah, I did kill the guy though.
Oh,
wait. It
you
does
fool.
get a lot better. Like when we level up more, we'll get more action points.
Can I dip
Okay.
it? Must be a dippable surface oil. No, dip it in blood.
Throwing it's definitely gonna be the
not
best
dippable.
bet. I'll probably be dead by then, but you
Chuck it
guys
at
will
him.
remember me.
Wait, can I throw Sam and ignite it?
Please.
Oh my
You'll
god,
be
you're
alright.
you're getting fucked up. They're gonna turn on you so hardcore.
That'll be fine. Wait.
How can you? Yeah, you're like in total stabbing range. You can totally stab
Wait.
that dude.
Can you throw the chair while I'm in it?
Yeah,
Concentration.
poke him in the
Dude,
back.
it's that guy in the back. He's if one of you can hit that dude, he's the one concentrating, keeping me in my cage.
Oh,
Damn!
Oh.
damn! If you get range hit him, yeah.
Somber song, so feel
Oh.
free. Fuck.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
you.
Ooh, fire on the ground.
Uh-oh.
That didn't ignite. All right.
You're
No, not me. Oh, you piece
You
of
guys
shit.
have
He's mad
really.
at me.
This plan has gone perfectly to fruition.
Yeah.
All right, Sam. Can you ignite the oil? I'm pushing him into it. All right.
All right. How do I throw it? Oh wait, throw.
Next.
Right into the oil pit.
Torch. Brian, do yours first. Let's see if
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I
Wait,
failed
it
the
won't let
athletic
me
check.
throw.
Never mind.
It won't let me throw it.
Everything
You can throw
according
a
to
torch.
plan.
I'm looking. I'm trying to figure
I'm
it
just
out.
gonna hit
Hold
him. Oh fuck, he's like a real tough guy.
on.
Also, Sam has armor that you should probably be wearing, Brian.
Oh, does he?
It would put your
Excuse me.
You can't wear it.
Excuse me.
You're like hoarding all this shit, dude.
Yeah, because I'm looking through stuff.
Dang, you got a lot of loot, Hobo Hank.
Yeah.
One of you obviously took all my gold too.
Which means you have all my gold, because I gave him my gold.
Oh my god.
But now I have some.
Why?
Why did they just let you look through other people's inventory? All right?
right?
What's in my inventory is my
Yeah.
fucking business, okay? I don't go snooping through your shit.
Absolutely have, dude. You took
All right,
Well,
he's
yeah,
up to
I
some
did when I
nefarious
stole
shit.
shit from you. Are you taking stuff out of my inventory? Who? Which one of you's fucking taking shit out of here?
We have a combat
Motherfucker, you just took shit out of my inventory. I saw you do that.
What are you talking about?
Whose inventory is it going right into, you fucking detective?
No, I just watched 4 things disappear out of my inventory. I watched them.
I was sitting in a chair, sir.
I got my eye on you, dude.
Uh-oh.
I do
Who's
nothing.
dead? They're gonna fucking like cut his throat.
You can just check the inventories and see who has your stuff.
Sam got so distracted he's not even setting the oil on fire. The
I
plant
couldn't
was
figure out
botched.
how to throw it.
No one's died. We should probably go back to them, because
Nah. Well, we can play this out.
Pistols in a chair. This oil thing's not really
Never
coming
a
to
good
fruition.
sign. God, pistols in a chair.
I just
Pistols in
don't
a
know
chair,
if we.
man.
I just don't want to lose the last Revivify, but if you guys think you can kill these guys, go for it.
Of course we can kill these guys. Come on. Just a dude with a stick.
Shoving.
He's really impervious to the shoving, though.
Yeah, he's so.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to kill him old
Low
school
center
style,
of
dude. We're
gravity
just
on this
gonna-
guy for sure.
Oh. Oh fuck! Now, dude, can you throw it though? Oh, you asshole!
I'm gonna have to get coached on how to throw stuff. I can like throw, but I don't know how to throw specifically my torch.
When you
hit throw.
X, it becomes one of the things you can select.
It was like my strongest move in the whole world.
Let's see.
5-1. Okay.
5-1. That was your strongest move in the whole world.
Fuck. All right. How do I use my potion of getting my health back?
I don't even think lighting that on fire would help us.
Do I
in
have
any
a
way
health
right now.
potion?
Oh wait, throw
Can
character
you just
item.
throw it
panel.
just so you can see it?
Okay, somebody's yoinking my shit because there's gaps in my inventory. What the hell
Yeah,
happened?
it's Bizzle. He's taking stuff.
It's clearly Sam
Mind if I do?
started stealing shit, then I said you could do it.
Okay, well,
Ryan
my
took
health
stuff
potion
back.
just disappeared.
That didn't
so-
work. I ran here. I thought I was throwing.
Do you even get to drink it?
Let's
I'm
see.
gonna go over there.
There we go. Now I'm gonna throw it while I'm on it.
What the
See
hell
how
is
that
that?
works.
Anymore.
Oh yeah,
What's it
it's not even my lit one. We'll be all right, guys.
What did you just throw?
I had multiple torches. Yeah, I threw an unlit
Threw an
torch.
unlit torch.
Well, now that we know it's
Play
possible,
the game.
next time,
Play the game.
next time we can do it.
I'm learning. Oh, nice punching, dude.
On this torch.
Imeno.
It's sitting in the oil.
Yeah.
That's I think you can hit the load button whenever.
Oh, is it me? Potion of speed. Sure.
Alright, we're just riding it out. All right.
He's gonna be
Oh,
thinking about
no,
that
we're
torch for
about
the
to-
next
Dude, there was
3
nothing
turns.
good coming from that. Come on.
It's
man.
a threat of being lit.
Got no one to fold them. That was a load.
Oh,
Had a
fuck.
quick load written all over it.
Carlos, thanks for. I saw the resub for like 20 months or something like that. That's an insane amount of time. I don't have like my little activity feed open because I'm not a good streamer, but oh, there it is. Yeah, I can see it. Carlos, yeah, dude. Everybody was saying you were on last time I was streaming. They're like, why don't you raid Carlos? I was like, he's not online. And then everybody was like, yeah, of course he's online. I'm looking at him. I realized I don't even follow you. It says like resub to Carlos, which means I subbed to you at one point and then unsubbed and unfollowed you. You must have fucking pissed me off. I don't know what you did for me to not only unsub but unfollow you too. You were rotten one day. I don't know what you were doing, But you know, all's forgiven at this point. I forgot all about it. So. Oh damn, that was cool. Whatever the hell that was.
That candle's now like
That wasn't really the intention there. Did
Perfect
I?
candle placement. The candle's burning.
You know what? Yeah. Well,
Dude,
as they're known to do.
By the way, my items are still in my inventory.
No.
How did they thread the needle on that? You know what kind of aim god you would have to be to shoot through 2 people, not hit them, not hit the giant iron candlestick or the flaming door frame.
Dude fucking hates me.
Okay,
Right.
these
Yeah,
people
sure.
are crazy. Sam, are you gonna burn the thing again or no? It didn't work last time.
No, it's all about suspension of belief.
No, I think I should come over here and help out my homie, right?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, start shooting at him.
Seems like
There you go.
That actually worked. Oh my god, dude! Thank you so much.
All right, so are we gonna set this shit on fire? Or are we just gonna fight him?
I didn't know you could just help someone get unsnared though.
No, that's cool.
Ooh, wait, hold on.
Because I can jump into the fray. I'm just looking.
Yeah, I think we should.
I see how that may have seemed insulting. I didn't mean it like that.
I think we should blow up the stuff.
Oh
At least a
my
little
God.
bit. It's hurting them, don't you think?
Yeah, but last time Poop got fucked up.
What? By
That's
what?
because he
And you
was
couldn't
like
figure it
he
out.
was stuck in a root.
Yeah,
Alright, well,
help
we'll
Yeah,
see.
that was
Gets rid
last
of
time. I threw the wrong
burning.
torch because I
Hope
was
gets rid of
paying.
burning too.
Well, I'll jump over again, I
That's
guess.
cool.
So basically, it's almost
Don't.
Yeah, what
a
difficulties
lot
to
of
set
status
to?
effects.
Like not easy, but
Ooh. Wait, what did you throw
It's
at
like
him?
medium.
yeah, I
Simple
just threw a
toxin.
toxin.
Yeah, poo ball.
Was it a caustic bulb?
No, it was
I have
like
one of
literal-
those. I might throw one of
Yeah,
those
throw it.
too.
Yeah, yoink it. Throw it at
Here,
him.
I'll give you bardic inspiration.
Oh hell yeah!
Nice.
I feel inspired to throw.
The
To
ball of
do an
shit at
acid
him.
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you a little.
Fall to your norm.
Yeah.
Throwing acid.
Yep.
Listen to the
Oh.
song and feel better. I'm staring right at you, not even the enemies.
Oh.
Barton was hit for 2 damage. Ugh. Whose turn is it?
It's me.
Oh. Yeah, you're like fucked up.
I'm alright.
You sure?
Yep.
Oh, place him on the wall.
Come on, bitch.
You stopped him.
Yes.
You suck.
Uh-oh. He's leapt
Okay,
over
they
there.
jumped the barrel.
Oh,
Glad I
fuck.
took that potion. I have
He's
a small
dazed.
concussion.
Oh, that bitch did what you wish you could do.
Yeah. Good
God
heavens.
dang, son.
I'm gonna sip some potions after that. And okay, do I use my bardic roll in order to throw my caustic bulb or what?
If you want, I mean, you can just use it for whatever you want.
Use my party roll to throw my caustic bulb.
Yeah.
Good sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, that was sick.
That hurt him.
They're
That
briny.
fucked him up so
They're
bad.
real briny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ew.
Briny and bulbous.
Do I have enough like oomph to run? Not enough oomph to run.
You got so much.
Not ready.
I'm gonna back up a little
Oh,
bit.
this bitch got like nothing. I can cut her fucking titty
I'll
off.
sing my song for you.
Yeah, you did your job. I was inspired.
And he threw a mega ball at him.
Yeah, I threw a.
I'm gonna thread the needle and show this bitch what it feels like.
Ooh, give him a gaping wound. Oh, you have like a little alti-air crossbow, a little hand one.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I've also got this little ditty.
How am I liking this game? It's all right. It's all right. It's very obvious Poob has played this already, because he couldn't wait for us to play it together. So it's very much just like yelling at us to do certain things. But it seems pretty good until that happened. Wait, that wasn't me. Never mind. I'm around the corner.
Do I lose a turn if I pick up Bizzle? How does this work?
I think help. Yeah.
Should I? Okay. Should I go for? Should I go for the kill or should I pick you up?
Go for the kill, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna shop that.
And Sam gonna go for the pickup.
Yeah.
Seed.
Oh my god. He's gonna die though, I think, in the next turn.
Bleeding.
Oh yeah, I threw him in the fire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he doesn't look good.
Oh nice, you got
Energy.
him. Sick.
Nice. And then I'm gonna relocate over here.
Ooh. Oh, at least it burnt out though.
Okay, so I'm hoping. What sucks is they can just go through my shit. So like, if I happen to steal cool stuff, they can just take it. Just dumb as hell, to be honest. I should be able to hide the things that I acquire on our travels and then use them as like, you know, bartering or something. I don't know. Just seems kind of stupid that they can just see my shit and take my shit. There's probably a way to lock my inventory. Ooh, click the lock button. Where? Fuck you. Is there like a turn off their eyeball button too?
Go in those holes, you get gaping wounds.
All right.
Please.
Cut that bitch up in half.
Should I kill this guy?
Yeah, please.
I think I can do it.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I will loot him. Don't worry.
Yeah, no problem.
And then I'll loot this guy.
No problem. Yeah, please, no. No, that's my driver's license. Please, I need that.
And then I'll go over here and end my turn.
I forget to do the looting part after killing him.
I'm such a little fucking bastard.
What?
You've locked your inventory.
Yeah, I locked my Well, why would you even? You tried to take something. That's the only way you know it's locked. You tried to snatch something.
I was looking at what you just got off that guy's body. It's an
You're
easy way to
looking,
do it.
huh?
You're the one that definitely took all my fucking gold, dude. So I know what you're
You're like
worried about.
like the reason why people hide Minecraft chests. You know.
I don't, why are you just projecting that? I've not stolen a
His
fucking
inventory.
thing.
You took
Look,
stuff
you
out of my
have
inventory.
3 times the amount of items of anyone.
Because I picked shit up. I'm sorry, I picked shit up. That's the game, dude.
Yo, why is my name on that?
You also have the most gold. Very interesting.
Hey, you got a nautiloid tank on you, dog?
I'm not even sure if that's an item I should have. It's like a big. I stole it from the mothership. It's like a big purple box.
I noticed you had that sticking out of your pocket.
Yeah. Wait, look at this. Hold on, I'm gonna drop it real quick. Look how big it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and creep it out. Let me see this.
Man, how do I
Finish the fight.
Finish your turn, buddy. Can you shoot this other guy?
Wait, send to camp? I can just send
you
shit
fucking
to camp.
bitch.
No, don't do that. Yeah, okay. It's not as magnificent as I thought. It's
I'm
pretty
gonna rage.
big. Nice. Definitely would bring the room together.
Yeah.
Draws
Cut
the
this
eye.
bitch's head off. Reckless attack. Yes.
No!
Oh.
Who did that?
I mean,
What happened?
I don't know why
Oh, it was
Ted always
poop.
has to be in the blast.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
I picked up a purple thing that Poop was jealous of, and he shot it. He tried to
Stole it.
destroy what I had.
He
I stole it from the ship.
From our mind flayer masters.
Yeah, from the mind flayers, dude. They impregnated our minds with their worm or whatever. I wasn't listening during the
You need
cutscene.
to
I guess.
share some of your fucking loot, dude. I want those gloves.
Gloves?
Real hot
Oh, you
take here. I'm
pick
gonna
up.
take a guess that you guys haven't played the other
I
Baldur's
just-
Gates.
I had such a sweet attack. Oh,
It was
God,
cool
this man
that
I
the
could've-
Baldur's Gate 1.
Alright, cool, we got him.
The save rolls into the second, which was always fun. I like games that do that stuff.
It's cool.
But the first one's very, very rough feeling. I feel like the second one still holds up.
No lock. No handle.
I found a secret lever.
Secret lever.
That purple thing, I
Secret
can't
lever
pick it
that
back up.
Wait, did that unlock that room, or was that room already unlocked?
You unlocked some room in here.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I clicked on a door and it brought me to another place.
You know,
Yeah, well, you just
Oh,
wait
it's
a
a
second.
dank crypt.
through my inventory.
Actually, I'm going to go back through that door because there is other stuff in there I want to look at.
Okay.
We probably have to long rest too.
What's hiding here?
Man, if you're not gonna wear those gloves, I mean, man, like.
Those gloves. You want?
Yeah. No, Sam. If you're not gonna wear those gloves, I mean, no guy would
I'll give you
love
some. Gloves, leather gloves. Yeah, they're on the floor in here. I can pick
Why?
them up.
You can just send them directly to my inventory.
If you want them, you got to pick them up the old way. how do you send stuff? All right, let's see.
Now you want to pick it up and send it.
Did you guys start a fight?
No. Well, basically, it's kind of fight.
There's a different kind of battles going on here.
Yeah. What do I do? Like,
If anyone touches my fucking hand drum, dude.
What's your name?
You
again?
literally just hit tab. You
There you go.
drag it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I got you.
Why
Yeah,
am
I just wanted
why
these
am I in
cool leather gloves. Thank you. Save post gloves.
I have to put my hands on everything.
You can never take them back. Okay, wait. We actually should long rest. I don't know if we can do that in here. What the hell is in here? Turn base. Is there a trap or something? I'm out of here.
Entering turn-based mode. Oh.
You guys are two. Brian's like, or Bissell's like literally one health. Oh, dude, look at the campsite here, though. I love that it does this. In every location you're in, it gives you a unique campsite.
This seems safe in here, guys. I don't think we need to do a long rest.
Yeah, this is sweet as fuck.
Yeah.
Click exit TV.
Oh, what the hell? Gale's talking to himself. I would be doing this all the time. I'm in a dialogue, by the way.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching Poob watching a man watch himself.
Yeah.
Hum with himself.
Yeah.
Oh, what if one moves and then the other one doesn't catch up? It's creepy. When did my robe? What happened to my gown? I think I switched out for some tattered, ratty nightgown.
Neat trick.
Wizard
You're really downplaying your drill.
Not a trick, my friend. Magic.
Trick is something else.
Be that as it may.
Eat magic trick.
Ceramorphosis.
I hate
What
this
does it
guy,
make
dude.
you
He's so
think of?
weird.
Look at my little weird physique.
Why your toes don't?
The tadpole, dude.
You paint
That's
your feet a
the
different color. What's the deal here?
Day 1, fever and memory loss. Day
Why are your
2,
feet a
hallucinations
different
and
color?
graying skin. Day 3, hair loss and blood leaking from all orifices.
Where is he looking? Wait, nod, shake my head what direction? In a nod way or in a...
Day 4, excruciating pain as the skeleton and organs reform and reposition. Day 5, the host personality has disappeared. Fingers and toes and limbs elongate. I take it you get the picture?
No.
Do you have regular people feet?
I can't see my feet. I don't know why you guys keep talking about my feet.
Your toes are like
regular feet.
You have regular.
My point
feet,
is
yeah.
this. Our orifices remain blissfully unblooded. Any
Average
expert will
toes.
agree. This is abnormal.
Long live the abnormal. We're freaks and we're proud.
I'll toast to
Give
that.
me a screen cap of it.
Something to sleep on.
Yeah, we should get some rest. If your name isn't that one girl's name, don't talk to me. Okay, we need to go to bed, guys.
I thought we already went.
No,
I thought we
you
did
get
long rest.
ready for nighttime, and then there's
Oh.
nighttime stuff.
Are
Then
you
you have to
serious?
go to bed. Yeah, and then you have to. Ooh, hit cancel. Could have been me. Wasn't me.
It was me.
It might have been me.
Okay,
I just
okay. I
can't-
need you to
whatever.
not freak out
sweet
with what you're about to.
slumber.
Oh wait, no, this is not.
What the hell is this? Who's this guy?
Sweet, sweet slumber.
And this is while we're sleeping.
Yes.
Right?
He's-
Okay.
Yeah, he's just kind of. He just creeps around. Oh my
Did
god,
he
why are
steal
you
some
fully
stuff?
naked? Oh, you're not. You're still wearing your.
Your little ass
I'm
crack.
doing my yata.
Oh, what the
crossbar.
hell? Oh, I put on destitute clothes.
Boom,
Picked up a wizard who managed to get stuck in his own portal.
Oh,
There we go.
We have separate clothes.
Hardly a promising introduction.
Over homely clothes. Get the show.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city.
Is it okay if we like take like a quick 2-minute break for me to?
Yeah.
I still haven't pissed.
Take a pee.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to some people in town. Then I'm also gonna piss and shit. Not really shit. I'm just gonna piss. I'm gonna see if I can talk to this lady.
I've heard you can't get blood from a stone, but apparently you can get a wizard from one. Gale seems interesting. I told you already. It's none of your concern.
I'll keep pressuring her. Women love it when you pressure them into things.
I told you already. It's none of your concern.
Maybe a second time around? Okay. Oh, okay. You guys should be able to vote by like clicking on the screen or something. I want to see how fast that actually works. I don't know if that's working for you guys. Can you see it? I guess not. There's no fucking votes going on. What's that story with the odd little artifact? It doesn't work? The extension sucks? Okay. Fuck. No, I'm not gonna have her join me because she's already at the camp. I don't want her with us.
Fine. What's on your mind?
Ooh.
We go our separate ways, of course. What else? The ties that bind would be well and truly severed.
Is he stealing shit from me? Sleight of hand? Hold on.
If you must know, Baldur's Gate. And before you ask, no. I'm not telling you what I'm doing there, or who I'm meeting, or
Hold on.
anything.
I think they're stealing shit from me. Yeah, he just stole all that shit from me. God damn it. How do I view his shit? His inventory. Fuck. Did you just pickpocket fucking everything from me?
No, we've been roughhousing.
Yeah, we just pushed each other.
Oh yeah?
They call it horseplay.
That's weird because I'm missing a lot of stuff.
Well, Majin Boner and I have been engaging in horseplay, as previously stated.
Uh-huh.
All the poo was near you. I don't know where you went now.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh,
we
hey.
got to be back. All right. Think we're ready to rest?
We just rested.
I think we're ready to leave camp.
I think we're ready to leave camp, my man.
Do you have anything else to say? Never mind.
What the hell was that for?
You know, I was just checking with Gale.
Ow!
Back to the races.
Stop hitting me!
Where are
I think
you?
you're gonna win.
Yeah, we just rested. What are you doing?
We don't have unlimited supplies.
Where's...
I think we have the long rest again.
I'm not gonna fucking long rest because you idiots.
Do we have to long rest again?
Right,
They stole all the shit out of my inventory.
No, they didn't. Who's
Yeah.
they? You're the thief. Thief.
Dude, my inventory's fucking mad empty. It was Majin Buu.
Get to you.
It's Brian.
What
It says
is in here? What is
he like
here?
sleight of handed shit
Illusion
out of
fire.
my fucking pocket.
A barbarian, please. Come on.
God.
No, it happened, dude. It fucking happened. Dumbass didn't even get the good stuff though. No, you get the good
door
stuff.
here.
Like,
Oh,
Gale
I
did
had
stuff over- Yeah.
I had the stash key.
Fuck. Why did it just say in all chat like that you stole my fucking key? What the hell? Oh, it's because you opened. Okay. I did.
So
have a
I guess
key.
I'm guessing I leave camp. Okay.
Ooh.
I just made myself 3 steps faster than a normal gnome.
Whoa.
Don't be jealous. Just so I can suck up loot quickly.
What are we doing down here?
I don't know. Stay sharp though. Stay frosty, guys.
Do we have any sort of lead
wait.
whatsoever? Or?
I just rolled a failed religion check if someone's. Anyone any
Religion
religious?
Where?
I'm here. One of you got it.
I wonder what it's worth.
Ryan is religious. Yeah, I found a button.
I didn't even like. Yeah, you just knew.
Cutscene on me.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, what?
Button. Oh. Oh. Maybe that perception I just passed was telling me to not press that button.
Huh. A neat little.
Oh shit, son.
Don't
in the
worry.
dark here. Okay, I'm not worried. Richly adorned sarcophagus.
I tried to loot the chest immediately, and the chest is like, kill the dead first. Sam, where are you?
Oh, they're coming from behind us.
Actually, this will be ideal.
Yeah,
you can stealth attack them. You can crit if you hit them in the back.
Where they at? Oh.
In
that room to the left.
MB.
Oh my god.
Miss has frightening.
Breathe deep.
Okay, really? How's everybody on Ted?
Oh my god.
Did you take my fucking rapier? Okay, I had another one. I think you took my actual main gun. My main thing.
Took your main
I can
gun.
see your main gun in your inventory.
You have a rapier that does more damage than my rapier.
I put another rapier
You
down.
actually have my Needle of the Outlaw Rogue, and you're accusing me. You have my special rapier, and you're fucking accusing me of stealing. That's my DLC item. What the fuck are you on about, dude?
DLC.
Your DLC item. What are you talking about?
You have it. You
stole
have
the
my
DLC,
You have
bro.
my Needle of the Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, but I took it fair and
yeah,
square.
The Outlaw Rogue.
What the fuck are you
Hobo
accusing
Hank.
me for?
I'm not accusing you. I'm accusing Brian.
I don't have
What
your
are you
outlaw,
accusing
the Needle
anyone,
of the
dude?
Outlaw or whatever you're
I'm
saying.
gonna put these guys to fucking bed. You guys kick their ass.
These guys have insane like
Can't
health.
target them for some reason. Fuck me.
Oh, okay, the little entube scribes are like pussy. Never mind.
Reduced movement from Ray of Frost.
Wait, why am
You should jump and kill the little mages. They're like they got like no health.
I can't jump until next round. Tired. Thanks, Bros did.
Did you just attack me?
No, that was the skeleton.
The skeleton.
Oh, I tried to sneak in, and that thing turned around and fucked me up in 2 seconds.
Dude, those little laser beams go fucking far, man.
Yeah. They hurt.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna just try to kill the skeleton right in front of me, I guess.
Right, the Entombed Warrior. I'm gonna jump up and try to kill that other one.
Alright. Alright, he's almost fucking dead.
Sweet leg.
And then I'm gonna. Nice.
Not
Not enough resources. What?
Throw this.
What do you mean not enough fucking resources?
Oh,
Just
Boo,
shoot a
can
guy
you
4
move
feet
or
away?
no?
What's up, Brian?
Can you move or no?
A little bit, but not much.
Guys need space to jump up there to help.
Alright,
Yeah!
Alright, perfect.
Alright. Next turn, I'm gonna cut his head off.
Oh.
I feel like he's gonna let me down. Oh. I wonder if can you help with frost attack stuff? Or no?
Sam.
Yeah.
Are you doing something? Or?
Yeah.
He's hiding. He's looting right now in a different room. I see him, dude.
I love the content.
He
Forehead
has the
man.
door closed.
Keep
He's
up the
fucking.
awesome
He's
work.
waiting until the
I'm
fight's
doing
over.
something, I'm doing something.
Don't worry, man. I'm doing
Hey,
it.
let him cook, man. Let him cook.
Okay, my options were it wouldn't let me attack for some reason because his ray of frosting had like inhibited my movement or something.
Oh my god.
And so I couldn't move to shoot, and so the only thing I could do was like close the door, I guess.
Oh shit! That like got rid of my jump. I didn't know that.
Let's see if I can gun this guy in the back.
Alright.
I wonder if
They're like running
the
away.
health
This one has
potions
2
hurt
health. That'd kill that
undead.
guy. What, like if you shove it down the mouth?
would not.
If you throw one at one, would it hurt one? I don't know.
I don't think it's like that.
That was just more so out of
You
curiosity.
could
I'm not gonna
try,
do it,
but yeah, save the game for no reason right now.
No particular reason.
How do I check my dex?
How do you what?
Like my stats, my dex.
Hit tab.
Wait.
I mean,
yes,
hit
they're
I.
immune to bleeding. That was a terrible idea.
Hit
Oh, I have
eyes.
13. I could use a bow, I guess. Dang.
You're a barbarian.
No, I can't. I can't wield it.
well.
Yeah, I'm too stupid.
I don't have any like
If
action.
you have a
or
good
anything.
bow, you should send her my way, because
I have just regular short bows.
Oh, nice.
that I've looted
Why did he
from
just
the
randomly
guy.
attack? He wouldn't let me
Because you had
attack.
attack
and
of
then-
opportunity.
Oh, okay. That's a thing.
How did you give him an opportunity?
you
I
walk.
guess he turned his back to me.
It's a passive
Ooh,
Okay.
critical
thing that
hit.
you have
Ooh, that's a critical
when people
frost.
try to move by
Yeah.
you. It provokes attacks of opportunity.
Bro, what? Bro, you just fucking fucked me up so bad with that move.
Good.
What the hell?
Huh.
What the hell did you do?
What was that?
Oh,
Push it.
Just whiffed it.
Yeah, I whiffed that. Okay. Well, let's hope I don't die here. I didn't have any like health pots or anything left.
There's a attack of opportunity for it.
Dude, shit, he didn't like you, dude.
No,
And
it doesn't say I have
something
2 health
crazy
pots.
here.
I had 2 health pots. Brian stole them. I had 2 grease bottles.
Hell yeah.
Very different.
Nice.
Woo.
In a cutscene.
Oh, what?
I might have summoned like an ancient evil.
You can click on the little ear thing next to him. If you want to.
Actually, it could just be a chill dude.
Hey, what's up?
Wait, it is a chill dude. What the hell? I've
Yeah,
never.
you just, yeah, there's a friend.
Yeah. What the hell? It's got eyelashes.
There you go.
Gilded shit.
I thought
yeah,
this
this-
fucker was gonna have loot in it. God damn it.
Is it
Isn't
lootless?
the greatest loot of all? Friendship.
Friendship.
Help. Yeah.
I think this guy
Oh, he is chill.
is the guy that you can
Free spec?
yeah.
Okay. This guy's important as
Except I
shit.
don't have any fucking gold.
You should.
Withers. Old man Withers.
You should have gold.
Yeah.
Anything of use?
A question. 100 gold.
Yeah.
Attack? No. A peaceful undead. Interesting. Never seen such a thing.
You fuckers took every bit of gold I had. I can't believe.
You
You
talking to chat?
actually have my DLC.
Let's go
fucking-
away.
Probably talking to chat.
Yeah, you know
No,
what?
I'm literally talking.
Sam picked everybody bone dry.
No, I only picked one guy bone dry in exchange for picking him up. Right? That's just what you get. If you're down and you ask for my help, I get a fucking DLC dagger. Yeah, it's dog shit. It's not even good.
Why'd I get looted?
You got loot?
No, why'd I get looted then? Somebody looted
You didn't
me.
get looted.
Okay.
Not by me. No, I looted you and then we did a resave. Like we loaded.
I got an amulet where I can speak to dead fuckers now.
I've already been in here.
Brian? Yeah, what's up, man?
Wait, actually, let me just check. I don't think I can.
How do we, like... We should probably rest, right? Everyone's kind of fucked up.
Can you let me see that spear you have in your inventory? Like, put it in my thing? 'Cause I'm proficient with them. I just don't know if it'd be better than mine.
Is it the Watcher's Guide?
Yeah.
Here, yeah. Put in your little
It's
inventory.
still 0 to 7. I thought we just 0 to. Why is it 0 to 7 damage?
With the spear?
Next attack, yeah.
Mine's 4 to 11 for it. I get it based on like your stat.
Yeah, it must be because your strength.
Gotta hide from these guys.
No.
Go loot on my own, or else they fucking
it does 0 to
steal
7,
my
but
shit.
the thing is cool. When the spear misses, its target the wielder's next attack roll gains true strike. Actually, what the hell is true strike?
Soul coin.
Advantage. Oh, you get advantage. Interesting. Actually, don't know if. I don't think that's better until I get more strength. I'll put it back in your inventory for now, but I might use that later. Soul coin.
Just I found a soul coin for powering an infernal engine. Some drow poison.
Soul coin. Did one of you go up this ladder already? Is it Sam?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sam,
What's up?
where are you going?
Maybe I went up the ladder.
There's more places down here.
Okay.
That leads right back.
Oh
to
shit, we don't have any short rests? Damn.
We had to use them because you fuckers killed each other. What are you?
Do we gotta go to go back to
Near
camp
me and I'll
then?
do this song. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We actually do have to go to camp because it's not gonna do enough.
Yeah.
And let the goblins have it.
And so
We take it to
So we've been back to
You
camp.
win.
So the adventurers went back to camp again.
And slept in our bedrolls.
I just found something really cool too.
What'd you find?
It was like a little cutscene, but we'll get back to him eventually.
Alright.
Probably some secret loot they're gonna hoard.
Yeah.
Hit auto select.
Oh, whoever's doing it?
Yeah.
That's the fake. That guy's
Oh,
pretending to
Oh
sleep.
man, I didn't sleep well.
Wait. One of you's having a dream. Vissel's having a dream.
Oh, is he?
But you have you have it set to private.
Oh no, I unchecked it. There you go.
Okay. Oh God!
What?
His little naked body.
What's up, man? What's up? What's going on?
Just a little leaf on it.
Starion, were you trying to bite me in my sleep?
Oh, this fucking
Listen,
weirdo.
baby, there's other ways to get what you need.
Very homoerotic game.
You're just in a fig leaf.
How do I like steal shit back from him?
Listen, man, I can help you with that thirst.
I guess I'm
you want him
incapacitated, so.
I've never killed anyone. Well,
Oh, is he a
not for food.
vampire?
I kill people for food all
I
the
feed on
time.
animals, bulls, deer, kobolds, whatever I can get. But it's not enough.
Naked
Not
gnome.
if I have to fight. It feels so weak.
So he is a vampire. He's got red eyes.
If I just had a little blood.
I mean, he was trying to
I
drink
could
blood.
think clearly.
I think
Fight
the red
better.
eyes is one of the lesser.
Shit.
The big
Yeah.
fang marks on his neck.
Oh, holy shit. I didn't see that.
The teeth. The blood.
Wait, that means
Wait, he
this
already
is a
bit
fucking
me?
vampire? Yeah, you already got done in.
Ah,
Push into his mind. Ooh, yeah, get in his little fucking mind.
You
dude.
look so weird. Posed up
Yeah,
like that.
dude.
I'm going.
Oh,
you thought
dude.
you were going in Ted's brain? Well, I'm going in your brain, baby. Yeah.
2 difficulty.
It's so.
This is like the most mentally weak vampire.
Yeah.
Is it 2? That's all it
You
says?
don't know the mental strength of
What's happening?
Ted.
It's overwhelming.
The power of love.
You feel sated.
Ah,
His
yeah.
mind
Feeling me,
opens up.
dog?
revealing
You know what I'm talking about?
quivering memories.
What the hell am I watching?
At their heart, you
Getting all up in his brain juice.
Vibrator vampire. Learn how to
You
vibe.
open your mouth and bite down.
Friend the
Not into a
vampire.
tender neck,
It's a fucking
but into the
thug. All right.
twisting body of a rat. The only thing your master lets you eat.
That's a bummer. What about chickens? Some.
He looks fucking gross. You ate animals.
He's the one that ate animals.
Not because you wanted to. Why didn't you tell me you're a vampire?
At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely,
You think
ran a
I'm
stake for my
judgmental? This
ribs.
guy?
No.
Yeah.
I needed you to trust me. And you can trust me.
He did. He just sucked your little neck.
Yeah.
You're wearing like little shoes too. I didn't even
Tried 'em.
notice the proper little shoes you got on.
Oh, my feet aren't tough.
Try to
you know what?
bite
I
me.
do. I do believe you.
Thank you. Do you think
All right,
you
you
could
thirsting?
trust me?
A little
Let
bit,
him get
little bit
some
thirsty.
penis
A
blood.
little further.
You're out. You saw me asleep. You started
I
gooning
want
for me and all
taste.
that. I get it.
I swear.
Just a taste. He just wants a taste, bro.
We are all just sound asleep. This is all
Yeah, I
going
know.
on.
Yeah. This is fucking nuts.
All right, dude. Just have
Really?
a sip, you know?
Of course.
Drink
One
up.
drop more.
Big sips.
Let's make
Yeah, what happens
ourselves
if you do attack him, dude? Can you just kill him right here? He's weak, right? Dude, this is...
All right, all right. I'll let you drink from me, dog, but you got to make it sensual, all right?
Ice into your neck. A quick shove
Don't be
of
weird
it
about it.
fades
Don't be
to
weird about
throbbing
it.
Numbness. Your breath
And I would prefer no eye
pulse
contact.
Oh, your pointy ears are gonna touch.
Which is,
Are you gonna turn into a
thankfully,
little
low
gnome
eye
vampire?
contact.
My God,
I can see your penis. I saw your
see
fucking
too
penis.
much. I see too much of the side of the penis, dude.
I saw his dick root, dude.
Should I push him off? Whatever, just
That's
let him
That
go.
fig leaf is doing
He
a
knows
lot
when
of
he's had
work.
enough,
Try
right?
to persuade him, right? Or are you
He
gonna
knows
let
when
him
he's had enough.
continue?
Continue.
Let him
I
keep
wouldn't mind
going.
taking like, I keep going.
He's gonna suck me dry. You know how sweet my blood is?
He's been going for a minute, dude. Big sign.
It
I
must
can
be really
see his dick
tasty.
root on the screen.
Guys, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think I'll let him get a little bit more.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. That's when he's had enough.
Oh
I
my
trust this
God,
guy.
dude, you're
I trust
like-
this guy. What's his name? He's fine.
Okay. Oh my
Alright.
God.
You know what? Just
But that's all.
na 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 na.
No more.
What?
Na,
The-
na, na, na,
Bill's
na,
dead.
na,
Bill's
na,
gone.
na, na, la, 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 la.
We're just gonna see a shriveled up penis. Oh my God, dude. We're gonna wake up.
It's a raisin dick in the morning.
Yeah.
So much blood by my bed. What the hell?
Yeah.
Makes me look-
Oh, I'm dead. He sucked me dry.
Oh my God! Wait, someone used a revivify
He
on
actually sucked you
Bizzle.
dead. What the
Guys, you
hell?
went a little too hard. What the heck?
Which one of you has a revivify? He's a vampire, dude. He can't help it. Wait, Bizzle's got the revivify. You have to unlock your loot. You have to trust me. I won't suck you dry. Just unlock your chest for a second.
I gave it to you. I trust
You have to let me in. You have to give me permission to enter.
God, I've already let this other dude in. Sure. You know what? Let's go. Then inventory's open. Here we go. Thanks. Feeling better.
You guys should
Wow.
probably have a chat.
You guys
Yeah.
sleep all right? This is wacky night, huh?
Yeah,
You guys want to talk
dead,
to him?
bro.
You guys can talk to him. I feel weird. The morning
Yeah.
after is never my thing. Can
You're
you charm
on
him?
1 HP.
Yo,
Wait,
you should
oh,
save
I
and try to
probably-
charm him. Oh.
Damn it. Oh, and I probably still.
Oh, the druid man's not here.
Actually, he's probably just charmed by me.
Hey, how do I do the pit pocketing here? You said tab to open up the menu. I'm looking at like how to do it.
What is
He
this?
thinks they all look alike. All right, now you
Yeah,
try
you know,
talking
like-
to him.
I,
and see
dude,
how
I'm
he-
insulted, man.
All you gnomes look alike,
Hey,
man.
yeah, excuse me. It was my blood that you drank.
Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, but okay, so you do know it's me. Like he's just
Yeah, he was.
that's under a certain height. You're just blind.
Dude, you got it.
Yes. On. Take another hit, dude. Come on.
Please.
Yeah, come on. So,
I need you in my party.
I bet you'll become a vampire now. Who just fucking pickpocketed me?
So I want to travel with those.
Is Sam pickpocketing me?
You took shit from me. I'm taking shit back.
You are in no fucking place.
No place?
Still have my Needle of the Outlaw rogue on you.
What are you talking about?
My DLC sword.
DLC sword. It'll be all right, man.
Wait, what the heck? He's not gonna follow me, so he bit me, and now I have to just do his
It's because we
video
have
or
a
something?
full party. We could kick Sam.
Nah.
Are you sure?
It's okay, yeah.
Ryan's trying to just rob you fucking dry.
That's fine.
Wait, what's this door? Where's Withers? Oh, Withers is here now. Withers. Please don't rob me while I'm just fucking talking to this
here he
guy.
is.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, it's 200 coin.
Do you think if I do the change my class? Oh, fuck. It just does it automatically. Oh, I can change my cantrips. Okay.
That's cool.
I don't really want to.
Whoops.
Another step forward.
Get advantage on charisma checks. I might just do pure charisma.
Is it up in the other world?
To skulk about.
How do I get here?
That's not a level of pettiness, okay? He didn't honestly do shit to me. Brian stole so much from me, okay? And a lot of the stuff he stole from me was shit that I just earned. I earned it from picking it up off of stuff. It's one thing to sit there and go like, hey, dude, I see that you have this. Do you think I could have? But no, like, they were just like delegating. They were just like, I see in your inventory, and I think you should, hey, Sam, you need to give this to this, this to this, allocating all my wealth. Are you kidding me? Maybe barter for it, maybe ask about it, but just to sit there and like go rifling through my shit, that's some real like Trotsky, Karl Marx bullshit, okay? This is fantasy world, okay? They don't abide by commie dog shit, all right? We barter in this realm.
Oh.
I'm gonna go back the way we.
Oh, this just takes you outside. Okay.
Wait, what's that other path in there to the left? You get out to that water or no?
You rolled. Wait, who rolled a survival fail? What does that mean?
I did when I was running along the water. It must have been something that you could see if you.
No, wait, don't run down there. Don't run down there.
Were you
I'm
talking?
I'm talking to Bizzle. Okay, actually, Bizzle, could you go up to like that crest to the right? Like go up to that hill.
Okay.
But like sneak over
not
there.
the road.
Yeah. I'm getting down here if I can. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, there's a damsel in distress that I was thinking we could.
Why are you sneaking around, you fucking weirdo?
What are you talking about? Because there's people here. Damsel in distress.
Oh.
I want to see a damsel.
Oh.
I could probably throw this drow poison at him.
He's got nothing on him. I'm just gonna fucking murder this guy. Is that all right?
He has nothing on him. What's the incentive?
Wait.
What?
No, he's like he's a bad guy.
No.
What?
Wait, fuck. Are you talking about the tieflings?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, dude. They're like the main town here.
Oh, are they?
But there's a lady in a cage.
I know. Do you not even recognize who that lady in the cage is? Like,
The lady that we.
Yellow as a toad.
Ryan, push off. Yeah.
She was a good guy.
Saved, air quotes.
Yeah, she's a good guy, but these are not bad guys
For the goblins
necessarily.
to kill.
If we
And
can
if it
just tell, I can just persuade them to let her go.
Oh,
They just try it.
Your skull
Hello,
curls
it's
in
me.
response to the prisoner's white hot stare. Her lips don't move. yet you hear her voice.
We can't like shoot it or something.
No, we do afterwards. I just want to try to charm more people. Wait, where's my charm person? What the fuck? Don't release me up, Ryan. They're still talking.
He's winding that fire sword up, baby.
No, I was trying to shoot the little rope, see if I could free her.
Wait, I lost.
Get her out! Get her out!
I accidentally fucked up my. Oh my god.
Can we jump up there?
All right, I'm gonna do a skill check.
Whoa, somebody's rolling dice. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm rolling.
Dang.
Don't worry, I got this.
Whoa! Ooh, nice.
I'm an
He's
idiot.
right. Let's
I
go.
know what grows.
We need to check
inside
out that blast.
a blast.
You didn't hear it. Shook our camp good, so we came for a look.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, dude. Hot rolls.
You're hot. You're hot.
Northwest.
Success.
Look for Nettie. Whatever your wound, she can mend it.
And be careful.
Oh, I did get a thing.
What about
called-
mind worms?
Traps everywhere.
Mind worms. Is that something she can mend?
Nymessa, come.
Can't
Do you
stop
think?
mending them.
Enough gawking. Get me down.
Oh, it's that lady. Wait, didn't I push her off a
how'd you
cliff?
not- yeah. And then you said you didn't again.
Yeah, but you got her
so-
back, I thought.
I pushed her once, then you revived her, and then I left her alone, but she never
Yeah,
came.
now she's back.
Yeah, now she is here.
What a bitch.
Yeah.
She's just
Stays
of
in
a
trouble.
different place. Yeah, we gotta send her to our camp so we
You'll hear
can
goblins.
flirt with her. Shadowheart is an interesting.
Is there like a limit? Do you have like an arrow count in this game or no?
How much farther can I go?
I
Hey.
haven't seen any ammo of you.
Go to my camp. I'll be waiting.
You're just another bitch to my collection.
I forgot to talk to Shadowheart with a fucking my goddamn new identity.
Heart to heart with Shadowheart.
Ooh,
Oh, we going the
there's
wrong
something
way.
going on over here.
Oh, drama?
Drama?
No drama.
Just make sure to save.
No drama. Okay, does someone have heals or no? I have it.
There's a lady at the camp that has heals.
Well, Bizzle is like literally a one shot. Hold on, maybe don't jump right in there yet.
It was like lagging. I like
Yeah,
stopped
nobody
it.
was there for me, and then all of a sudden they showed up.
will be on us any second. What's
A
going on?
Radin.
Goblins are on our tail. Open the gate.
A Radin.
You let goblins
It's
hit
me,
us.
Radin.
Oh, right.
Hmm.
That's my favorite movie.
There's no time.
What's he doing with that arrow?
Yeah, you threatened
He
me with an
picked it
arrow.
up to he took it out of the shield to say, "Look, we did get attacked."
By the nine hells, open the gates.
So they also have 9 hells in this way. That's such an awesome idea. Hood with the ear holes in it.
Oh, that guy got fucked up. Like, are they good guys? They have demon ears, like horns.
Oh yeah, just judge how they look.
Those guys look mean.
Yeah, well they're evil. Look at them.
Oh.
Damnable roach.
Oh.
Who's this guy?
Blade.
He's killing our fellow short people. Got him.
I don't like
guy's
this tall
badass.
guy.
I don't
Yeah.
like goblins though. I mean, well, hold on. I'm a goblin, of course.
Holy shit! Look at this goddamn. It looks like a fucking Dota draft at the top. Holy shit!
Yeah.
There's so many people.
I mean, I don't like gnomes. I mean,
All right, so
it's
we
unfortunate.
gotta.
You can't really like the goblins in this are just kind of evil, so you can't play them. And that Will guy's unfortunately pretty
Like a
smooth.
nice goblin.
Thanks, man.
Oh, nice shooting, Sam.
Thanks.
Should I good? Just
That was our
try.
opening volley. Everybody
Yeah.
knows we're here now because of a miss.
Yeah, a fucking arrow whiffed him, and we're here.
This guy Bugbear is big.
Holy shit! We'll let that guy take care of him.
I like how he rushes right by the giant tall guy attacking his friend and kills the
goes
little
straight for
the
I got
2
you,
foot tall
Radin.
little child.
Looked way too eager to do that. got?
Wait, I don't know if
Goblin
this
on Goblin
works.
Prime.
Doesn't.
Mage Hand.
I don't know if Mage Hand works. Wait, what?
What the hell did you just do? What the fuck?
Could I ask Poob to complain more? No, I don't think it's possible tonight. He's in a real aggravated mood. He doesn't like when we do stuff that he doesn't want us to do. It's very controlling about our Baldur's Gate time.
He's one of the dudes. I was just in the cutscene. We literally just
No,
watched.
I know, but like, what the hell?
But what the hell?
Like, what's he
what
doing
the
there?
heck, man? Who's
He just
this
rallied
guy?
the troops or something.
Yeah.
Alright.
Huh.
My turn.
Flaming sword guy.
Show these short little
No
bastards who's boss, dude.
Not enough resources? What does that mean?
Use that sword as a height marker.
I can't do anything? That sucks. Alright.
Really?
I'm getting close.
What?
Like, I don't know, you can't move for shit. Rallied. Ooh, nice shot, dude. Is that a thing?
He shot my hand. Why do we have bonus health? Oh, because they're rallied. That's cool.
Ooh.
I like the way that they show weight you can carry.
By sickle and sword, strike them down.
Full meter.
Oh.
This guy's actually really strong. I have him in my other.
Your little single player party?
Yeah.
Show your hand, you can do something now. Can you bitch slap him?
Too
Oh my God,
heavy.
you're
Okay, come on, baby.
It's will, but
Damn
the
it.
cool
you
spelling.
you try to push him off
Attack
the
of
thing.
opportunity by this goblin? Or...
Fly.
Okay, it just didn't work. Oh, well.
I definitely had other things that held like I have this alchemy pouch. I definitely had other pouches and like and shit before Brian fucking robbed me of everything. I guess I'll just shoot this guy. I don't fucking care. Hold on. Cunning action dash. Or I could just run. What if I just ran? Is there any like pertinent thing you need me to do?
Your next turn.
We
dude.
need to kill like these two big guys before they
big
kill
guys?
everyone.
But if we get up on these cliffs, like, can they even get to us?
Yeah.
Oh, and you just like rain arrows at him or something?
All right.
I mean, it's good having high ground if you're gonna use a bow. But...
Booyah.
Whoa.
See, you didn't jump like a... Whoa.
He
Nice.
He put his ass to sleep, dude.
Yeah.
Give him the big dirt nap.
I'm doing a little dance. What the hell was that?
Yeah, a little jig.
That's cool.
Oh, he's getting ready to shoot that guy.
I'm just gonna get up behind him.
Push him.
Yeah. I don't think I can. I don't think I can like even get over there. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, no, I've already done an action. You can't push, right?
You're asking.
Yeah, you can push just a bonus action.
Can you?
Yep.
Put
I
his
can
dick
throw.
Push.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
V.
The V button, yeah, he's right.
Bonus action. Doesn't say I can.
Okay, then you've used a bonus action, so...
Yeah. Oh, I think climbing or maybe jumping counts as a bonus
Yeah,
action.
jumping does.
Ah, okay.
I jumped up here.
She actually is kind of cute.
Alright, end your turn, Reed.
Please.
My turn's ended. I did.
What? No, fucking, you're a liar. You sure?
No, it was me. It was me.
Oh, okay.
Was it
Oh, nice, dude. You missed the guy right in your face.
Oh. Ray of sickness.
Yeah, you gave me fucking corona.
Gaping wounds.
Die.
Did that even hurt him? He just...
No,
didn't care.
what? You fell like 12 feet. That should have onto a rock.
Yeah,
That
that's
should at
like-
least
that
do
should-
like A damage.
Should have
Should have
broken
like
his
broke
neck.
his spine. Yeah. Ooh, murdered.
god, I just found out a money hack, infinite money hack. Every time I respec his bard, it gives me another starting instrument. So if I spend 100 gold, I can get a $14 flute. Yeah.
Brilliant.
How do I get to like that guy up there?
What's this little hand up here? The mage hand.
That's
You know what?
a thing I was trying out. I don't totally get it, but
You should get a turn for it, I think.
I do. Yeah, I missed my first shove.
All right.
Get in there, Brian. Save those people. Be a hero. Oh,
I'm gonna cut that dog up.
Hobo.
He missed. Point blank.
Ooh, nice shot, bro. Ooh, nice hit, bro. Oh my god. Alright, that didn't do much.
Oh, come on. It's your time to shine.
Alright. Oh.
It can just like throw shit. Like it can't throw goblins to it. What can it? What can this thing do?
Thing fucking sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
I guess you could throw a rock or something.
I can make it hide.
I mean, in D&D, you can do what a hand can do, so there's so many options. But you know, with the game,
can't make it go in someone's
open and
asshole.
close. Yeah, not the right way.
You guys just like hearing my endless flute?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I can't stop.
God damn it.
Brian, you took every fucking throwable I had, I think.
I did not.
Yes, you did do. I had more caustic things. Did you take them?
What do they look like?
I don't know. They're like big poison grenades. You also took my pouches. I had like a pouch thing. You left the alchemy pouch.
No, I have those pouches. Those are mine.
Well, I don't have pouches now. I had pouches.
I started with these pouches, my man. These are my pouches.
Oh my god.
Look for somebody that has more
Do
than
your
one
turn,
pouch.
just fucking hit the goblin. He's got 7 health.
Good pouch meta.
All
It's stab him right there. Imagine that guy's waiting for you to do your turn. You're still like, who took my pouches, man?
It's big questions.
As I was saying about those pouches.
Yeah. All right, hold on.
I think you took his pouch.
Ugh. You burned my patch. Oh, not enough resources to shoot my arrow? I guess I can't. Yeah, I can't do like the main attack multiple times. That makes sense.
Not at this level.
So that's later. I will be able to do that.
It feels awesome. Guy's also got a little tiny crossbow. Let that fucking racket out, jeez. Huzzah!
Oh, it's my fucking Poob. You have my keychain and my camping supply.
No, I don't.
I'm
dude.
looking in your inventory. You have 2 of them.
Someone fucking put it in there, bitch. I didn't know. Why
It
would
got
I take those
pickpocketed
keychains?
from me and then put onto you.
And you're falling completely for it. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Look at all that shit. You had no idea any of that was in there. That didn't.
No, dude, I don't fucking hang out in the inventory all day.
You don't hang out in the inventory all
You don't
day?
look at your own inventory. You were looking at my inventory pretty quickly. All right. You know what?
You guys locked your inventory real quick.
Yeah, we locked them real fucking quick.
I noticed you did. I know. I left mine open.
After I found out that you can lock it, insta-locked it. I was like, I'm not trusting these people.
I'm trying to trust. Trying to be more trusting.
Oh, what a bro. He just like healed me.
The Ted Zeke
I don't even understand. Did you get rid of my DLC rapier?
I think Sam has it.
No, it's gone. I think he sold it or fucking stored it.
Let's go on. I gotta spend my turn. I ain't got time for this one. Ah!
Oh shit. Dude, that fucked you up.
No, it didn't. Did it?
No. You don't even have health loss.
Oh, it said like 4. I thought you took 4 damage.
We have bonus from the rally.
Oh, nice shot, dude. 7 damage. Nice fucking hit, man. You killed it. You slayed that beast.
Yeah.
Barth Simpson over here, dude. He's like fucked up.
What was that? That did a lot of damage.
Through a bowl?
Ah. I
What the fuck
heard
just
like
happened?
throwing from
Nothing
a high
like throwing
ground
a bowl
is
at a
like
bugbear.
a genuine, super good strat.
Alright, I think this guy's about to finish him off. What did he do?
Don't worry.
Right, get that
I'll
finishing
finish
blow.
this.
One crossbow shot is all it needs.
Let's make this interesting.
Yeah.
I can't kill him now. I should have thrown a flute at him.
Is there a way to display NPC health bar?
I don't know.
Like a key command?
Potentially.
If some useful person out there in chat, out there in the world, knows the alt loot equivalent health bar button, that would be
Also,
rad.
I'm just gonna tell you, please don't loot the human bodies right here.
Why? Wait, why? That's
It just
I feel
says
like we
on them
earned that.
stealing. No, just loot the.
Oh. Really?
I mean,
I'm
you can
leveling
see
up,
it
baby.
when you click on them.
Wait, this guy's alive still.
Power flows through, bringing balance. I
I'm
guess
going
so.
to level up also.
Choices pending.
Oh, we leveled up? This is way
I
faster
get
than
my
regular D&D.
subclass. Oh my god, this is a big level. We're like 3 and 5 are like the 2 big ones.
I will
No
focus
shit.
my key.
Ooh, gain additional proficiencies in sleight of
Dan,
hand.
what are you doing?
Huh?
I mean, I'm looking at my thing.
I already can.
I'm gonna stand way far away from you guys.
Then I must.
Okay, I leveled up. Subclass, okay.
Whoa, I'm definitely doing this.
Oh, what are these?
Oh, new spells.
Should mind my step.
Dude, speak with animals, fucking lame, dude.
I can already talk to animals if we really.
Why does this keep
I think it's really fun to be able to talk to them.
just a moment ago? Come on, Ricker.
Seems
Now
like a
what?
good moment to talk.
We dig a hole and be done with him?
I guess I'm just an asshole for liking to talk to an
We
animal.
could say a prayer.
My real friends.
Yeah, I was gonna say Berserker sounds
Oh,
pretty.
I can get a spell where I just unlock things that have like easy locks on them.
I'm gonna go with Berserker.
Shadow arts.
I can detect thoughts. I can just feel inside you guys.
Feeling thoughts. I know you're thinking.
Heat metal's pretty good. You can like make someone drop their weapon. I'm gonna get that.
Oh, from heating it?
Yeah. Fighting style. Dueling.
Crawling through the bodies.
Have some respect. This really isn't the time to talk.
2 weapon fighting or dueling.
Oh, not now. Please.
Oh, I see.
So you said looting the
Crime
human
movement.
bodies is a
Yeah,
no-no?
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't.
This does.
I clearly can't stop you guys from doing anything, but oh wait, I think I can. I think I actually can use medium armor now. Dude, dueling. Like I'm gonna be like a class.
I'm
too.
persuasive man. Oh, yes I am. Change my mind. Guys, no more fighting. Please.
Let me persuade some
We fought
guys.
enough, guys. Oh, look at that.
Hey, how'd you get up there? Oh, they listen.
What are you talking about?
Okay, and I will say when we're in here,
Were.
oh, you guys heard in here. Please be very careful. Like, don't incite any violence. If you can
We
help
get the
it.
whole town on us,
Or
right?
No, I.
flaming sword
In my,
willy-nilly.
in my session, the entire town is just dead now because we did one wrong choice, and it sucks. Because you don't find other traders. It's just a
I
big
just
hub
broke
world.
a fight. I'm a good guy.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm really proud of you.
Look at me. And I'm a berserker. I'm growing
Just
up.
got so many fucking.
I need to get a
What the
better
hell
weapon.
are all these?
Emerald Grove seems nice.
It's a cool little place, but there's some weird tension. Oh, I found a trader that's a dwarf.
Hey, can you guys come up this path here? I'm in the middle of an epic fight.
Are you actually?
Am I just sneaking everywhere? Yes, I am. Okay. Oops.
Yeah, give me a
No
second.
problem. Discount?
Right,
Give me a discount. Let me see your. Oh, wow. I know this is as good as what I have right now.
What kind of fight is it?
It's a big guy called a bugbear assassin.
Oh, you're trying to protect the hottie.
Where you at?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
I don't
also
even know where that idiot is. He's fucked
Where
up.
is that?
Yeah, you just like
Over-
went somewhere.
why are
you
you?
idiot.
You're going so far.
Alright.
There's also a squirrel over here that I've seen a lot of people on like Twitch kill and stuff. Please don't kill it.
Wait, why? Why can't
wanna
we kill
talk
it?
You can talk to it, right?
Yeah. So it gives you the option to kick it, and everyone's like, "Oh, kick it!"
Isn't that epic funny?
Wait, did you save the girl? How are you're not protecting this girl at all, dude?
She hasn't even been touched. What? Oh yeah, she's fucked up.
She's down 3 health.
Yeah.
You got her doing most of the work. It looks like.
Oh, can I sell shit?
Okay, let's
Hi.
see.
Ah. Like I said, bye. All right, I'm gonna turn around and try to
Check
hit
this
this
shit out. Fuck. Critical miss.
Nice.
So intern.
Oh yeah, this guy's buys my shit.
I'm fading
Oh.
fast. I must heal.
Oh, what? Oops.
Let's see.
Dude, I understand. I just made. I feel like I'm just got so much better by this school. Like so insanely better.
I did not know I was stealing from a body.
I'm
I'm
it a
going to
human
prison.
body out there?
I'm going to prison.
How many times did I say?
Oh, did you steal? Uh-oh.
I don't think I can fucking
Wait,
do
why am
anything.
I critically missing these? Do I need to have bardic inspiration for them to work? Whoa.
Thank God.
Wait, how did they just run like that?
Let's see if he goes after you now.
Wait, no,
this guy's fucking me up.
Surely there should be a fourth option here.
Are you in? Do we need to load a save or something? Like, what is your jail like?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well, you better learn. You do the time.
Fuck! She'll probably pick me up, right?
You better hope she does.
What is all this stupid shit I have in my inventory? What
prison.
the?
All right,
I need to- Okay, well, are you scared?
No, it's all right. Ted's go with the flow.
Yeah, tough
you know?
it out for a little.
Ooh, nah,
Tough
that's
it out
great.
for the rest. Honestly, it's kind of a break.
Why does this keep doing? I was
Get up.
joking about
I'll let you even talk to her. That's how good I feel right now.
Come on, Rick. Now what? We dig a hole in it.
What?
Go talk to your sweetheart up there.
Can I bust Bizzle out of jail?
Please
No,
don't.
no,
Like,
no,
just let him do
I'm
his
okay.
time, dude. He's a criminal.
Well, that's for the court to
Never
decide.
been much of a
Currently
fighter, so whistling
processing.
a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics.
I could
are you?
attack her.
Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square. Why, thank you, dread slayer of bugbears. You shall live forever in my memory. Now take my regards back to that pouting Irenes and leave me alone.
So he's a fucking bitch, dude.
Then our interests barely intersect. I'm sure there are other bugbears to kill. Best of luck finding them.
He's gonna go flying across the room.
What are you doing, Brian? What in God's name?
He didn't even roar. He's just giving him a little. Don't do it. Why do I care? Because my reasons are my own, bitch.
Are there just explosive plants?
Dude, I just secured at least potential goblin pussy.
Oh, fuck.
I can't open this door.
Are you kidding me? My guy's just fucking
Like
dumb.
where did you do your time? Where are you?
Oh my god.
This is a sweet jail, honestly. You get a whole cliffside here.
Hold on. Working my way through this.
Yeah, I love how it was just like a slightly out of focus thing of a dragon, and he's like, I can't figure out what the fuck that is. Yep, it was a dragon.
You see a dragon circling like a bird of prey.
I knew that.
Hunting.
Yeah, I honestly, I kind of feel like killing her, to be honest.
The telescope points to the left.
Let's move that over, see what's going on. Dead person, okay.
The telescope points straight ahead. The telescope points to the right.
It's just like points it all the way to the lady sitting. Or a rooftop. And screaming.
That took the edge off.
Shavasana.
Hey, do you need me for anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they're killing goblins or something.
Actually, I was doing yoga poses on my mat.
Hey, you're a fugitive for
bringing
6
it
more
back.
turns.
I
But
can
that
keep
should
ending
go.
my turn.
Yeah, no. Come over here. There's goblins.
Ooh,
Holy shit, Sam! You're so far
I gotta
away.
activate my.
I was just talking to this lady.
Stand.
I'm surprised they let you go that far.
And I go still. And I
What are you gonna?
Wait, god damn it!
Whoa, a ring.
These guys are British, dude.
I think this is that squirrel that Poob explicitly did not want me to murder. Private dialogue.
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
Animal handling. I'm sorry. I saw a roll. Let's do it.
You follow the squirrel's gaze to a pair of clumsy, ugly feet. Your own, on her territory. Looking around, her territory extends from one end of the grove to another.
Scold her with a click of my tongue. I'm gonna have this thing fucking tamed and sucking my cock by the time Poop figures out what I've even done.
She studies you for a moment before twitching her ears. Compromise. After a final squeak of warning, break the rules and there will be trouble, she scurries away.
That's it?
The squirrel's tail twitches in a lukewarm salute.
Oh. Yeah, friend now. My friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill her.
Please don't, dude.
She robbed me. That's illegal.
I I really don't want to lose this. I mean, I can't. I'm not your goddamn DM. You can do whatever, but
deflected.
Oh, you guys are like deeper in the town.
I was trying
I'm
to
gonna wait. I'm gonna find. I'm gonna make this bitch go somewhere.
Brian, you can if you just like investigate her. She's like, I'm not really trying to rob you. I'm sorry. She's crying. You're just gonna kill her.
I don't know where she went. She ran away.
She's in a little hole that you actually might be able to get into. I wasn't able to on my other character.
Okay, one of them's not sent to him.
That one's concentrated.
How do I investigate
Can you
them?
heal me?
I do not have a heal spell.
Forgive that despair.
How do I murder
Can you
them?
body block me?
There's no cause for me to join him. Thank you for your help out there.
Oh,
I'm Zevlor.
I take my thanks in coink. Coin, not coink. Coink. Yeah, dude. Give me some coinks. I'm Hobo Hank.
Well met. I should warn you, visitors are no longer welcome in this grove.
I've already met your guard squirrel.
Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen the resolve.
Oh, yeah. It's like stuttering right now. Hold on. I can turn down the... It says I dropped frames, so it has to be... Yeah, I think my internet's shitting. A little bit.
Goblin got you. The druid Halsin's a renowned healer, but he didn't make it back from Aradin's expedition. If it's not too serious, you could try his apprentice Nettie. She's with the other druids in the inner grove. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
This guy's like, turn off the music, and the other guy's asking what's the playlist. You guys want the music on or off? I was just listening to for my own entertainment. I have the in-game shit off.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though... I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her.
Yeah, I can't please everybody, but you can please damn near 99.9% of the people most of the time. That's what I've learned. Oh my god, dude. I don't want to suck this guy's dick. Poop would be really upset if I made these guys mad at me, though, so I guess I can't. I was going to be like, give me some coinks, but... Hold on. I'm going to turn down... I have everything on, like, high. Detail distance, we'll turn that down to instance distance, we'll do that medium. Animation, level of detail. I don't know. Here, that should make it a little bit better, maybe. I got my shadows on shit, because I don't like shadows all that much.
The way you have to escape your fugitiveness.
I have no idea, dude.
Because I've been in here before, but not, like, this way.
First I've been here.
That hurt? Fuck you. No way.
I like how I can just be kind of like in the town or whatever, and you guys are... What are you guys doing? Fighting?
We're breaking out of jail.
Not anymore. Yeah, I was trying to help Bizzle gain his freedom. I think this...
I kind of got my money back, I think.
Oh, wait. Doesn't it have a trap disarm kit?
I think I just picked one up, actually.
Okay.
I picked up thieves' tools if you want it.
Nah, if it's... The trap disarm kit. This, be careful.
Saw you fighting those slimy bastards. Fancy a bowl? Best to fill your belly now, while we still can.
Oh, that looks like a big bowl of...
I love you,
roiling
Dad.
cum. I don't know if I want to... Yeah, I'm going to eat it. Never turn down a free meal.
You're an easy one to please, aren't you? Here, have more. We'll need every bit of strength to make it to Baldur's Gate. Trust me.
Gruel. Single use. Gives me healing. Oh, sweet. I can get more?
You've had your share. Leave some for the rest.
Wait, no. That'd be great if I could just, like, act like I didn't get my share. Garlic. Wait. Do you think I can take the garlic and reverse pickpocket it on to the vampire? That's science. Does that work?
Sure. Blood excites me. Great. Oh, what I'd do for some salt.
Can we go to the camp? All right. Let me find this fucking guy. Asterion. This is the man.
Better be cautious. Have to keep going. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Free for the taking.
He's got a scroll of revivify. Is this where I can drag shit on him? Can I do that? Yeah, he's got garlic on him. That'll fuck him up.
I want to have a word. Well, this seems like a lovely little spot. The sense of impending doom aside. It's simple. Just find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. Their obedient puppet. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, you're free and a true vampire. People think the biggest threat to a vampire is a cleric with a stake. It's not. The biggest threat to a vampire is another vampire. They're scheming, paranoid, power-hungry beasts. So why would any vampire give up control over a spawn to create a competitor? Trust me, it doesn't happen. Why do you insist on exhuming the past?
Man,
I
dude.
was a slave. A vampire spawn. Perhaps I still am. But now, I've been conveniently lost.
Okay.
Weird fucking babies born all fucking weird
Those
babies.
weird babies.
He looks like what, a Cabbage Patch Kid or something.
No. I feel like
No,
you know
one of those weird babies.
No, you know when you see like you see posted all the time. It's like, oh, my beautiful boy, that can, and they look like a fucking grandpa. Like they look like a raisin. That's what he looks like. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, we should fucking kill him.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Oh, hey.
What's up, man?
Yeah. What's up, normal looking dude? Normal amount I want to kill.
All right.
Ryan's in jail for being
What's on your mind?
Yeah, why? For being robbed by kids? Are you serious? I'm the problem?
You
I'm
can
gonna
so
fuck.
easily though, if you just talk to them, they're like, "Here you go, here's this back."
I haven't.
The
They only
moment
take
I
one
bust out,
item, dude. They take one little fucking item.
the moment I bust out of here, Sim's busting out. I'm gonna fucking crack some skulls, dude.
I told you already. It's none of your concern.
Let me do a long
I
rest.
told you already.
Yeah,
It's none of
Sam's
your-
talking to
I told you
Shadow
already.
about what? I can't imagine. They don't even have anything in common. I'll play a really loud song right in the middle of you two. Wait, that's way too romantic of a sounding instrument. Hold on.
How pissed would you be if we just started raw dogging right there in our tent? Flap open. Yeah, that one? No, that's like the Matrix orgy song that they have playing in Zion. That's perfect.
True.
Yeah, do you want to go sleep, I guess?
Yeah, it's like 10 a.m.
Okay.
Do a long rest.
Downed party member. Who is downed?
What?
You don't think because Brian's in fucking jail or something?
Brian.
Yeah, how does jail work in this piece of shit? I don't know. I don't get it. I want to get out.
We can't take a nap just because you're in jail?
Yeah,
Right, I'm gonna go pee while you guys figure this out.
Okay, Brian, just escaped the same way Bizzle did.
Yeah, but I don't get any of my stuff back, right? Don't I lose all my shit?
Dude, look at those chests right there. I bet they just put your prisoner shit in there.
Probably.
We'll just go in there. Try to steal a bag.
All right. Some shit just exploded on me. Break out of prison after being arrested. Oh.
Ooh, periwinkle undergarment.
Oh, I see the guy you guys knocked out.
I think you guys all get the DLC stuff too. I could be wrong.
Somebody gifted me this game, so I have no idea what it has or doesn't.
Okay, I'm gonna go piss while he's pissing while Brian's escaping.
Alright.
You might want to at some point look at. Okay, wait, yeah, Brian, you're on the right path actually. Oh, the blood trail. Yeah, but keep in mind, like, don't go into the town for 10 more turns. It says 9 more turns. Look at by your name on the left. You're a fugitive.
Oh, how do I know when it turns up?
It's literally counting down every like 5 seconds. So just be careful.
We're just waiting for the fugitive thing to go.
What is this chest? Did you guys try to open it?
I mean, I've tried opening everything. I don't know. I think when I escaped, I just didn't go back by the chest. I could probably go get my stuff. But I also have no idea what I had on me, and I don't think...
If I go through the stone door, does that take me out of the... or into town? The Enclave Library. Chest is trapped. Okay, I'm not fucking. I ain't fucking with
on you. Where are you at? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go find my loot.
No,
man.
get that chest, dude. Get that chest, man. Open it up. Crack
No,
it open.
I mean, obviously, if you guys didn't get it, something's wrong.
Crack it open.
It'd be weird if you guys just left it there. Stop. What is that? Why does that keep happening?
You want candy? You want candy?
I'm trying to get back to town. Oh my god. Okay. This is definitely where we were.
Nice. Yeah, you're getting there. It's doing it.
My man's dashing. Dash. Little man, dash.
How far away is he? Oh my god. He's so far away. Alright.
Oh, how do you get up into town? Oh, there you go. I have made that, dude. Me and those little tiefling kids are lifelong enemies, dude. Game of spy versus spy. All right, you guys put me in jail. Now I'm gonna fuck you guys up.
Surely no one will notice.
What? I lost my ability.
Where's your fire sword?
I lost it because I got arrested or whatever.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah.
That's why I was like, I want my
definitely
stuff.
Need to recover that shit. Now you're making me feel like I should be more proactive about getting mine.
Moving in.
Oh, you're getting it all. He's getting it all.
Funny enough, though, my sword's not there. Oh no, there it is. Never mind.
Oh man, I'm back at camp.
I'm back to full power.
I wonder if is it my ship there too, or is it just yours?
I don't know what some of your shit is, because I looted there.
Should I just chuck at this guy? Do it. Hey, what happens if I do like a lethal attack on someone?
They probably get mad.
You think they'll get like really mad?
What do you do?
Yeah, but you can't kill him, so that's a plus.
How come it's like not letting me prep something like that?
What?
For very long?
Wait, why can't we do? Oh, someone's in conversation.
Yeah, hold on, I'll be there in a second.
Friday.
You think you're funny, do you?
Oh.
What's up for discussion?
You see what I did there?
Oh shit, Bizzle, I think some of this is your stuff.
What? Oh, you found my stuff?
I think, because I got some fucking robes and shit.
Right.
I'm selling all the junk though. I'm keeping your robes and your quarterstaff, and we'll just.
Cool.
You don't receive any gold from this trade? What? Why? There.
Hey, how'd you get those beautiful
Looking for steel? I have
beautiful underwear, Bizzle?
something close.
Oh, and you got the little cave too. You didn't even pay for the DLC, you cheater.
Ooh.
What kind of awesome
What?
game gives everyone the DLC?
Let's see.
I don't know. The game was gifted to me.
Waiting for other
Did
players.
you get the? I think though, my friends were telling me the other day, like if just one person has the DLC, like everyone gets it in their session.
Cool.
It is cool, like it's a nice thing of them to do. Just green within there.
Dropping Bizzle's quarterstaff in there. I don't know if these are your robes.
I keep thinking like vampire
the
guys gonna
monastery
have like
robes.
different conversation stuff at night, but I guess not.
Is this your soul coin,
Be wary
Bizzle?
of false promises. The missing druid.
Wait, did you take my soul coin?
Was it? He may be talented.
No,
but only a
there's
Githyanki
no fucking way it was
can
your soul
claim
coin.
Okay.
It's literally impossible. I got it from a prison chest, so it was either mine or
Okay.
Bizzle's.
Oh, I have that rapier, I guess. Boo-boo if
No,
you
no, no.
want.
You stole shit before you went to prison.
No,
There is a.
I'm saying I have DLC items.
No,
stuff.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you can have it.
I mean, it's just in the DLC chest thing. so I
No,
can give
you should
another
have
one.
it.
What's it even
I
do?
understand much beyond
Probably
your
not good for you.
comprehension. More to the
monk.
point, I know the cure for our condition. It is imperative we locate a
Yo,
crash.
you said
You
legit
do well
takes
to
15
observe
minutes to
more
get in the
and
labs. This is
question
BS.
less.
That's why I fucking stopped playing, dude. I realized I was spending, what, an hour of my night just sitting in queues? It's not worth it. Not fucking worth. Not worth it at all.
Entirely. I was as devoted to my studies as I was to my training. Each creche contains a safest purification device. The library was a gift from Vlaakith herself. Countless scholars roam the astral sea and beyond, observing the ways of our... The planes are ever quaking, and their peoples ever shifting. Yet we still collect more. Infinities upon infinities. Yes, in great detail. It starts with a fever and memory loss.
She looks like
Then
her
you start
nose to
hallucinate.
lip ratio.
Your hair falls out.
It's like a
and
Who
you
from
bleed across
Whoville.
Every orifice. Your both all skin will turn. Then you have ceased to exist, and a mind flayer is born. That shiver betrays your fear.
We must find my kind and be rid of the parasite. The first symptoms should have long since started, though. That is what puzzles me. Yes, if you give it no further thought. But anomalies lead to surprises. Bad surprises. Besides, what hasn't happened may yet come to pass. I expect I am your first. And they didn't cut you from navel to neck. Well, perhaps they were otherwise occupied. I am still getting used to people like you. I know of your kind, but I do not often encounter them. That large, fleshy nose of yours looks like a mistake.
She looks like she's had plastic surgery.
Better is an opinion, but mine is certainly more economical, disciplined, dignified.
That guy looks like he's gonna fucking cry.
Looking for saves. Is Sam
Yeah,
still just...
No, I'm here.
Yeah, you keep getting in conversations, just staying in the conversation and can't do anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to the lady.
You're really chatting up. What's she on about?
Let us know.
She, you know, I'm glad you saved because she was really fucking trying to get me to punch her right in the gut. She's being an asshole. She's not nice.
Yeah.
She sucks.
It must suck to have to work with someone that's a non-nice asshole a lot of game. Just have him in your camp. Okay, just cute. You adapt.
Nah, no. I can't adapt to this. This is tough.
No traps.
She's just mean. She said my nose looked weird.
It's just a cultural thing, okay? Get in the fucking...
Oh, bed?
Brian's chatting with...
I'm macking up this bitch right now, dude.
I know. She said she was... She said she was gonna fucking... She said, nights get cold. Maybe we could warm each other up.
She did not. You take that back.
Nope. Oh, I'm gonna sleep in your bed. Yeah. What's Brian doing?
Really
I think you know exactly.
Tell me what you're hiding now, dude.
Barbarian intimidation in a moment,
Wait,
Brian.
barbarian. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking rip your tits out.
She's gonna, she's gonna love that.
Oh,
bitch. They like a little bit of scare in them.
Fine, I'll tell you.
Fine. Say no hand failed. Somebody's trying to rob us right now while this is
I
happening.
worship Shah,
Who's
the
robbing?
mistress of the night.
Sleight of hand.
It is my holy mission to
I'm gonna
oppose
come out here
Serena.
swinging.
You can just tab my inventory. It's not locked. But where's the fun in that? I get you.
No, he's trying to take my fucking gold because I sold a bunch
Now
of
that
shit,
you
so I have
have
a
the
bunch of
truth,
money.
I'm talking about me. My
Please
inventory's
don't
not
make a
locked.
big
You
fuss
can just
about
go in
it.
there. Head is but a vessel.
I didn't agree to join up with Shah worshiper. Oh my god.
Are you stealing shit from me, Pooh?
Secrecy is everything.
That was my
for
first
Shah
attempt
children.
at pickpocketing. I took
It
your
is our
gruel.
code, our creed.
No, I waited in line for that.
You waited in line.
How do I get out of this fucking thing?
Oh my god, Brian, hurry up, fucking talking to her.
I cracked her hard exterior. Now I'm
Yeah.
seeking the rewards.
He shook a fist at her and got her all scared.
I intimidated her to tell me everything.
She's vulnerable. She's in the palm of his hand.
Perhaps that
Then
might
the loop
change.
Oh my god, she's still thinking about when you open up that fucking pod, but it's
Yeah,
not.
she's like, dude. Let's see how open
Oh
minded
my
I can be.
God,
Tell me
I
more.
can't watch
As I
this.
said,
I'm gonna get drunk and go talk to that one freak girl over here. Hey, what's up, baby?
I assume you've heard of
I'll
her.
keep watching. What do you got for her, Brian?
One way or the other, I won't judge.
Yeah. Wait.
Curious.
Yeah, if you're trying to. Yeah.
Most are afraid of my lady.
Yeah, this girl is
Perhaps
mean.
you'll turn out to be a worthy companion after all.
Perhaps you'll turn out to be a worthy. Turn to other matters. Woo! Oh
I
damn.
want to get to know you more.
Yeah. Well, I think we
You
just.
already know my biggest secrets.
Secrets. What more can you ask? What's your cup size?
Yeah. You got Ninny or
Besides my
Natty?
life's
Oh,
calling
yeah.
and the
I
greatest
can't believe I
problem
missed
I've
by
ever
1
faced.
point being this guy right now.
Well, I like night orchids and can't swim.
Oh
Is that the
man,
sort
I've
of
learned
thing
so
you
much about this babe.
She can't swim, dude.
Dude, look at his face. He's just like, yes, yeah.
Eyes on the prize.
You'll have to point out night words to me if you ever met. Oh, she approves. Anything else you care to share? I can't.
Wait, isn't there like a little pond here in this
With my
camp?
memory suppressed, I can't
Bro.
betray Shah's secrets. But I
That's
can't
fine,
remember
babe.
much
Hey,
myself
babe.
either.
I think
If I manage to
we knew a
return to
lot about
Baldur's
each other
Gate and
now.
fulfill Shah's mission, then my memories will be restored.
Awesome.
How do we get out of this
I'm leaving, dude.
dialogue thing?
Goodness.
Okay.
Someone's, yeah. Bro, Pooh robbed me. I could tell. There's like a gap in the inventory. But
Someone
what'd you steal?
denied the request. I didn't steal anything, dude. Can you?
That soul coin I gave back to Bizzles the deer before. What's going on there?
Wait. Someone in camp wishes to speak.
Oh,
Withers! Mr. Withers! Who the fuck is this old guy?
He's the guy we got out of that crypt.
Yeah, he's the guy who can reset our skills.
Oh, I never talked to him. I was hiding in a room.
Undead.
For whenever thou hast need of my services.
Oh, the crypt man? The crypt keeper?
I can attack him.
I can turn into a bear man. Oh my god.
Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits. They bear great for a mere pittance of coin. I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking.
Oh. Good heavens. Grease the pig trying to get me. Oh wait, I'm gonna talk to her looking awesome, not like this. And I'm gonna see.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
Well, you'll see about my true power.
This guy
Check
so
this out.
yeah, I'm taller now.
Canceled this guy, so whoa.
I'm gonna look like.
You have normal.
What would it be like? I'm gonna. This is gonna be
feet
like.
are-
I'm like handsome Shrek. Wait, this is actually what my other character looks like, almost exactly, with different hair. Luscious mouth boy. Okay, put in the Riz. What's up?
All right, let's see how you do.
What's going on,
She's literally not
Hey, Shadow
even.
Heart.
Fuck. Wait.
Hold on now.
Come on.
There. Let those luscious mouth boy
Come on.
lips talk.
These ones aren't as wet as Luscious Mouth
Yeah,
Boys.
they're not quite the same.
Oh, here
My
it comes.
character. Okay.
They're still
Don't. No
pretty
ones.
luscious.
No ones.
Oh,
wait. Critical
Nat
success.
20. Quadruple suplex.
Oh, Brian, what's up, bitch?
Handle this.
Oh, I already knew this shit, bro.
Listen, but you probably asked a bunch of questions. I'm gonna be like, fuck. Okay, god damn it. It's all the same shit you just did.
Yeah.
Got all my shit back. That's all that matters. Plus, I got 188 gold, which I'm then going to use to transfer to. I'm gonna cut this in half. I'm gonna send a stack to. Oh my god. Majin Boner. It's Brian? Yeah, Brian has 745 gold.
The biggest secret I ask, she keeps telling every single person that asks her, my biggest secret, huh?
Yeah, she's got it lined up. Well, my biggest secret is hands you flyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, bitch. Tell me your biggest secret.
Should we lay down?
Okay.
We have to wait for them to get out of that conversation we've had 20 times. Wait, Sam, can I try this on you? I haven't used the spell yet. Are you okay if I try it on you while you sit there? Wait, hold on. Yeah, sit right there.
Yeah.
Guys, check out the spell I'm about to try on Sam. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, cook him. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, you broke the bench.
Do we want her to? Do we want her to?
You broke our log, dude. Our camp log. Ah!
Oh,
yeah, push him around.
Yeah, catch the little pig. Little pig boy. Wait, I actually gave him speed. Fuck. It's been harder to catch.
It's like a little game now.
Get him. Yeah, he's trying. He's trying to run.
He's trying to run.
I can't even. I think you might have like froze me. I can't even fucking move anymore. There we go. Hey, wait a second, Brian.
Yeah.
That lady said she can't swim.
Oh,
There's
no.
so much water around here, dude.
Let's take her to a walk.
Yeah.
Out of the beach.
Let's go look at the lake, babe. Let's go check out the lake.
I look like I just came off. Dude, look at this lean. Like I just walked out of the...
Dude, that is driving me bananas when I'm thinking about it. How did Brian get 745 gold? What did he fucking steal and sell? I know he stole shit and sold shit.
Okay.
Oh, the movie?
Somebody was talking about it. I would definitely crash in on that.
I have not seen that movie in a decade. Another player is choosing the camp supplies.
All right, guys, we should be getting quicker at this. You get auto, rest.
I have never even. Who's the? How do you even
Auto?
do that?
It's whoever initiates it.
Oh yeah. I'm never going to bed.
Ooh, sleepy.
Wait, no, it put me back in my disgusting little body. No, don't look at me! Don't look at me!
I'm in it.
Oh,
Fuck with your illusion on.
Wait,
How
is
weird,
it
man.
random what you look like?
No, I get to pick from like 50, but I picked the wrong one. I mean, I meant this. Oh. Wait! Oh my god, she had a dialogue box.
Guess I'll just take that. Ooh.
No, you little bastard!
The dialogue box is throbbing.
Oh, I thought
Glistening, throbbing dialogue box. Ooh. Pulsating
have
with
to do this.
dialogue.
You saved.
The Nautiloid.
Yeah.
You got a face like little Nick.
Wait, tell me Brian's not talking to her.
Yeah, Brian
Alright.
most definitely is talking to her.
I talked to her. Yeah. She had nothing really important to say.
Oh my god,
She
you
was
actually
running her
sucked
fingers
it up.
through his
You sucked
mullet
up the
threads.
dialogue.
Yeah, she's
Sucked it
loving
all
me.
up.
Fucking Christ, wait, do not end the day. We just
What the heck? Wait, no, not end the day. Sorry. Back in just.
Okay, can we meet up? What the hell? Oh, I just forgot I'm bigger now. I thought this little thing was like an ant, like a miniature tiny, it's just a kid. I'm used to like being the same size.
How do I end? How do I end
Leave
the-
camp.
Oh yeah.
Same way you got into the camp.
No, not
Oh
end
my
the camp.
fucking god. Okay.
Where's leave camp?
It's in the bottom right of your screen.
Yeah, I see
this guy
camp
say?
rest. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, camp resting menu.
Yeah.
Spit yourself out.
Okay, do you guys want to group up down here and like there's a story progression at the bottom of these stairs kind of deal?
I'm looking for you.
Are you already hurt, Bizzle? Oh wait, I did that.
I don't remember how I got these.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't complaining about no free food.
How'd you get these scars? What? Who did not hit nowhere? Yes.
Wait, why does it say I can't get there? This is just inside the town.
Thanks,
Meet
lady.
up here,
I got
gang.
gruel.
Wait, metallic gloves. That sounds awesome.
What is gruel? Isn't that just like bread and fucking shit or something?
It's just like gruel, man. It's just like gruel.
Wait, am I like banned from entering the town? What is this?
Criminal. We don't want no criminals there.
It's making it feel like that.
Surely you can get.
But I gotta find a way though, you know? Just tell me can't get there, can't get there, can't get there.
How am I hurt? What the hell happened?
Is there just a warp thing? That'd be
Oh, there might be. And you can just do those straight from the map.
Okay.
Hobo Hank. Sam, you're going the wrong way. Unless you're doing like a thing you want to do. Well, we should go down the bottom of these stairs.
Okay, down the stairs. What?
He's like a short, handsome
around
Shrek.
here.
Okay. Should I come back? Is what you're saying?
There's like the next like where we're supposed to meet the peoples down here. Also, I got that amulet. I can speak with the dead, and if it works, you can ask them 5 questions.
I still think they'll kill us.
They have to.
But at least we can put on
I need to get
a
some
fight.
medium armor. Who put a stuffed bear in my inventory?
There's plenty of us fell to monsters already.
What
I
is
don't
this?
see
Is this
if
a
you're
threat?
so sure we
This
will.
little stuffed teddy bear. Who
Why
put
not
this
put
in
a
here?
little
This
gold
creepy.
on the line?
Oh, no one wants to speak up, huh?
That wasn't me.
Excellent. And
You're
since
so
I ain't one to
expensive, man.
leave a debt unpaid,
Yeah, bye-bye.
that means we're destined to meet in
Oh my god, who stole my all my gold again, guys? Like, can we just get past this? I had like 300 gold.
Did you actually?
Yes, you have 700 gold.
Yeah, I didn't steal it. I fucking sold all my
Stole it.
shit.
You just said it.
No, I did. No, I
Why
did
is
not.
Sam not talking at all?
I'm talking to fucking Lacrissa.
There's no fucking way you had
Dude,
300
why are you
gold.
guys stealing my fuck? Yes, I did. I haven't bought anything.
I sold everything, and this is how much money I got.
I've sold like 3 over fucking sets of weapons and armor. Like,
What scares me is I'm trying to look at other people's gold. There's nothing. Okay, did somebody put gold in here? I had 600. I don't know how I have 700.
I think someone's fucking stole it and funneled it into buying something. Who's got a new item?
I best see you.
I have not seen a merchant yet.
Why? It's definitely Brian taking my money.
There's no fucking way. I
Why?
sold all my gear for this. I bartered with a man.
I'm coming back down.
Piece of shit. I'm the only one that hasn't been to fucking prison. I've got no gold.
I haven't been to prison.
Whatever. It's hyperbolic.
Sam was like stargazing.
I don't have any gold either, but I've left my inventory open, so it's not a surprise.
I thought we were back in an era of trust. I had mine unlocked, and then bang.
After what I saw Sam do, I keep it locked.
I feel like I did not start this. All right.
You definitely started. You're the first
I'm
one
certainly
even
on the
to do it.
receiving end of it, but
Oh my god.
I got.
Are you guys getting further away? I don't understand.
I'm trying to get closer, dude.
I'm just walking around. I'm going walking around. I got 150 for that trade. Okay, that makes sense why I'm at 700 then.
Okay, how about
He's
this?
like a little child.
I'm just gonna engage it, and you guys can click the fucking ear.
Okay. Alright. Alright.
Bizzle and Brian are. I swear they're getting
stuck.
further.
Yeah, like I can't get to.
What's this? A grave.
She's a thief, hellspawn.
I'm trying to get to.
And you
where
will
you're
wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Ragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Turned into a bear.
But after you leave the prison through that escape route, I don't see how I get back to town.
Oh, if I had a shovel,
That was the end of the fucking conversation.
Talk to him.
Big bear guy.
I look
We could have taken
the
those
same,
gods.
basically. There's no difference. And how I look now and how I look without magic.
A moment.
You're like a fast
Oh, look at
traveler.
that gross
What?
little gnome guy, dude. It's disgusting.
I understand.
Are you a gnome?
You.
No.
Apparently Korga wants
Oh, wait, no, yeah, I forgot. You're like a beautiful human man. I mean, you're like,
What do you mean?
oh, you gnomeling?
I go where I please. You would probably like this.
Sam's staring down a bear. I just saw a glimpse of that. It's just a bear freaking out.
Yeah, you can just talk to it over and over again. It just growls.
I got like a
guys are
1
purveyor
second
of
clip
curious.
of you just staring at a bear, and it cut out.
Am I banished from the Emerald Grove?
Honestly, you genuinely might be, but
That's okay. I'll just wear
okay,
it.
I'm not gonna talk to this guy right now. But okay, in here,
Looking for an
Sam.
Uh-huh.
This is where now the next progression, and then we can just leave this fucking town for a while. Also,
I'm coming to you guys. I'm coming.
there is a dog that I want to save at some point. Okay, that's just it.
Oh, here's the bear you were talking to.
Where did you go in there?
Ping system.
Let me talk to this girl. I speak their language.
Oh, you just gotta wait for them to raise the gate.
Okay, cutscene. Well, not pressing any dialogue so you guys are watching.
If it's
There's a
red, that
snake.
means you're gonna steal it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So these are free
sorry.
right here.
This is madness, Korga. She's just a...
Oh, I will imprison the devil.
Oh, they do love
And I
imprisoning
will
people here.
cast out every stranger.
They have such a shitty prison too.
Yeah.
We throw everyone in the
soon
prison.
enough.
We have to do it daily.
First, Wrath, lock her up. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
I pushed
This
them
is a
into the
scary
idol.
fucking
We took
snake.
back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
Oh, I can detect thoughts. Wait, there's that with that one thing. I'm gonna try persuasion though. Look how beautiful I look right now. Exactly like my other character I play in this game. It was exactly. Yeah, let's go. Hot dice. That's a non-natural 20. I should have got if I turn around
Very
and say
well.
you just pick me fucking
She may
right.
go. Break your word.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halsin...
Halsin is...
What the heck?
Yeah. Wait, am I the only one in here? I thought.
Tim's fucking with this idol, dude. What the hell?
Please.
Huh? What?
Tim, don't click on that idol.
I did.
Oh god, dude, yeah, dude. I'm around all their leaders right now. If you take that shit, they're gonna kick me to death.
I can assure you, I didn't click to get up here. I'm just here for some reason. Here, I'll jump. Ugh.
Oh
I'm
shit,
just
that's a
gonna skip
big
all this
leap.
shit then.
I mean, you probably could take it. you can straight up just throw it. I'm gonna throw it.
Yeah, you go chuck it. Chuck it somewhere.
Hey. I'm gonna throw it at this guy who's like praying.
Fuck, I tucked all these boring people down here.
Oh yeah, they're mad.
Oh my god, wait, what?
He threw the idol.
I'm running. I'm gonna get out of here. Threw the idol right at him.
There's a lot of bears. Are they
There's
like
like a
werebears?
billion bears.
Yeah, like everyone in that room I was talking to just ran out.
The fucking Forsaken idol got thrown. You saved though. You saved, right? It's fine. We can just undo.
Yeah. If you want to just go, we can kill the whole town, but just know they will all be dead.
No, we're
Everyone
not
is
doing it.
dead.
You've already done it. So. I just wanted to see what happened if I threw the statue at a dude's forehead.
Yeah, you gotta find out sometimes.
Yeah.
It's good to see the reaction.
Did he like it?
No, he fucking went crazy.
He was not super stoked on it.
Did it hurt him?
It did a little. I was hoping it would like explode and they'd be like, no, the idol.
I wish it set off like a nuclear bomb level fucking explosion because I was in a bunker underground right then. I'd come out and the world is destroyed.
Yeah, I was really hoping like some great curse would have befall the land or something.
I
like,
will let you to know for your curiosity. I saw that on my way out of town, and everything just becomes poisoned here. You can't really come back.
Oh, wait, really? That's
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
It really became like just a ghost town. It's pretty depressing. There is we just got a quest to like protect those people on the road, or I do know of a.
What's this stone door here?
Is it
A
literally
bird.
The one?
Oh, is it Emerald Grove? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a different entrance. Is there
Yeah,
multiple
I think there's a
entrances?
there are.
Yeah.
There's a little
Also,
rat.
Do you guys want to fight a? There's a creature down here by the water. I don't know if you guys want to fight it, but we don't have to. Doesn't give you anything great.
Throw a bird?
Oh!
I mean, it's a creature.
Wait, there's a. I gotta talk to this girl over here.
Wait, can you talk to the creature by the water?
Maybe, but look. Okay, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need you guys to watch this cutscene. Okay, I'm about to spit.
Oh, he's fine. Let's see if I can like make the bird and the bear like fight each other.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna play it. I gotta be able to help her as a bard.
If you hurt the bears, do they go crazy?
Yes, they're
Yeah, they're people, dude.
Oh, I picked up a blue jay and threw it at a vase, and he didn't care.
Yeah, it's a blue jay. That's like someone's child. It's not like a
Okay, they didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
This is so, dude. I look like Prince Charming right now, and after this conversation, I'm gonna turn back into real me to see if she's still
running
likes
out?
me. Wait, she's got like a jester's outfit on.
nothing like
I am
it.
loving that
But
outfit.
when you're stuck and it's just getting worse.
Oh my god.
It can't hurt.
So these
What's it
bears
called?
are people.
Motley?
Beginning.
Dude, we're about to make sweet music together.
Tonight, smile and pain will fade away.
Wow, wow. Chicka, chicka, bang, bang. Come on. Okay, +7, please, God.
That's some
If you
fuck
fuck that up, there's no way.
What is up? I'm a performer. I've got metal fingers. I'm gonna be like a banjo. Oh.
When you cool the last light down.
Hey, so I do.
Oh man, I have to keep.
Keep time, dude. Keep time. Start tapping that foot.
Let's go.
Oh.
Tip tapping that foot.
Okay. I was gonna say that's fucked up. Bro, what if I threw a bird at her fucking head? Well, that'd be pretty cool.
Please just roll back your temptations.
Hold on, hear me out now. What
Throw
if?
it off a cliff and see if it flies forever.
What if I got a duck and I softball pitch it?
Did you get her?
Oh my god, I think I got her. I think I'm gonna get her
blank
number.
her now?
I'm gonna see though.
Don't worry, cry as much as you need. Yeah, that's not fucking weird.
Thanks. That's the first time I've played since Lihala died. My teacher. She was playing her lute.
I mean, actually, it was the first time
Didn't
you
hear the
played,
noise
but you know,
coming.
yeah, whatever.
It
We
was
both
so
played, right?
Carried
You did good, kid.
I can still smell it.
Why were you sniffing all the blood?
Terrible. I'm so sorry. Well, you come with my truth.
Oh,
Lihala said that's why eulogies were important. They were for
Dude,
the
she looks like
living
a fucking
as well as
clown.
the dead.
Yeah.
I've forgotten what it was like.
Jester.
That
She
aged.
literally is wearing like Jester jingle bells.
Yeah.
all around her.
This is the saddest day of my life.
Yeah.
You've earned it. The Weeping Dawn will be my gift to Lihala.
Oh,
What the
fuck
fuck
yeah.
just happened?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you
talk
were
to her
there.
one more time and see if
Was
she.
there for? Oh, what the hell?
I just
I'm
like
gonna talk to
looted
the
the
squirrel
treasure.
now. Oh. Oh, these squirrels hate this song.
I'm inspired. I got inspired just by being near that conversation.
I wasn't even near it. I was like quarter mile away, and I got inspired.
Damn, that's
Maybe we could just hear
How
it.
about
Maybe it
haste?
was like earshot.
Wait, what?
Oh, I lost my haste. I forgot.
I got
How do I, like, get it
inspiration
back?
for that. There's something. I hear something down here. I've
I
never
don't
been
want
down here.
blood on
but
my
I guess.
hands. We have the right to defend our home. So that's what you want? To kill a...
She gave me a loot.
Can I just eat a carrot or eat some garlic?
Is it? Yeah, that's a good question,
Consume.
dude. Is it possible to bang like every romance option in the game with one character?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna find out. Oh wait, should I actually go talk to her now as a goblin and see?
Without hurting other people's feelings. So,
Yeah.
Please
I'm
don't
out.
hit her.
What? Why did I get thrown? Oh, that was me.
He saved me. He
All
saved
right,
me.
all right, all right,
Please
all
don't
right,
hit her.
No, you're good.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
talk
through
to
me
her.
for a second. It threw me off.
She still loves me. What? Dude.
Love is blind. Love is blind.
Critical success.
Just knew I'd have to fucking save. Brian's gonna throw me into her.
Wait, did you just load?
Yeah.
Load.
Yeah,
Fuck!
Brian,
I
blame
just.
fucking Brian, dude.
No. It was like 1 second ago. That's why I did it.
Yeah,
watched
but
him
I
save
just
it.
rolled a fucking 20. Fuck!
Well, Brian, your antics.
Like literally 1 second.
Yeah,
I thought I was
yeah.
loading into something, and then I realized what happened.
You rolled so well, you get a new area.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I
You
was
loaded
loading
up.
in.
What
'Cause
the hell were you trying to do?
I was trying to nudge this bear with my animal handling in order to not piss it off. And I wake it up.
Really
that
handling
would've
it.
Yeah.
That would have been a moment.
Let's see. Animal handling. Carefully nudge the bear's flank. Let's see if I fuck this up.
He's gonna rip your fucking mouth off.
You piece of shit. I actually failed it. I legit fucking failed it. You giant piece of shit. I get to roll again because I'm feeling so inspired.
You're using an inspiration.
Yeah.
You did it.
Oh, is it that bear over there?
Is that drunk bear?
Get away, Brian. You don't deserve whatever's up here.
Is it a person?
Yeah.
All you did was.
Oh wait.
Get him to,
I've been up
all
there.
you did was get it to move.
Yeah, so I could open up I could use the elevator.
Don't hurt that squirrel up there, please.
Squirrel's tail twitches in a
my friend?
salute.
He just saluted me.
It doesn't even fucking talk.
You have to cast speak with animals. How are you so stupid? Pissing me off.
Oh, we're back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want to come hither?
No, I want to go to bed. It's 2 a.m.
Okay.
Pickpocket a bear.
Can you pickpocket a bear?
You can put something in it.
No pocket to pick.
Pick it up and throw it, Brian.
I'm trying. Wait, where did he go? Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, you guys are up late.
Staying up so late lately.
Strictly. Late lately.
What the fuck?
Waiting for the left.
Leave it alone.
Dude.
Oh wait, how did I like fuck up my camera? It's not on my guy anymore.
Let's move.
How do you like center your camera back on your person?
Double click your portrait.
Too fast. Pommel strike.
What happens if I talk to him? Oh.
I shot you straight off the cliff, dude.
Yeah. I got the squirrel.
I shot Brian.
I went flying. Holy shit.
And Loot, did it have anything good?
I just drank the potion of talk to animals, and then he killed it, and then you shot him. So I guess I'm not thirsty anymore. I don't have anybody to talk to, but I'm not thirsty, so.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Yeah, hey, what's up?
I still have the squirrel.
Wait,
I picked it up. I was gonna throw its body, but
feed it to the bear.
Can I jump to you guys?
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
There's a bear down here. It's probably mean.
Hey, I can jump right here. Hey, there's a bear. Worm. Alright, you guys need to get off.
Yeah.
You guys need to get off this game.
You leave me, get off it. Alright.
Boober invite me.
Yeah, okay, now the secret session is starting.
Yeah.
The progression session. We're gonna get some new areas unlocked.
Progress.
I didn't expect it to be this late, man.
I know it's late.
I've been my sleep schedule's so fucked lately. I played a league yesterday. Well, I guess yesterday.
Today,
6
they're all
a.m.
blurring together.
And there's like 8 people in the Discord at that time. And Devin said that he woke up that day at midnight. That's when he started his day.
Jesus Christ.
Something's bad happening. Something with video games are ruining us lately.
All right, I'm out. That game stinks. I'm gonna do a lap and come back. While I think about it. Positives, the negatives. You know what? I did a loop and I think I would prefer it with 2 people. Just a gruesome twosome squad. Or solo, I think would be probably better. Yeah, I think it might be maybe a little bit. But, well, I think the problem is Poob's obviously already played it, so he's like rushing us through it. And I'm just like, okay, well, every dialogue's choice is getting fucking spacebarred through. Yeah. 2 is the sweet spot unless you have 4 that know what they're doing. Yeah. I think solo or, yeah, maybe another person if you stick together, but yeah. I think it would have been more fun if Poob didn't play early. Yeah, same thing happened with Remnant 2, actually. It's kind of an ongoing trope. Yeah. Me and Brian would have everything fucked up, but it would be hella funny. Oh, hey, Ben. Thanks for the sub. Yeah. Better than Diablo? It's more my type of game than Diablo, if that makes sense. Diablo 4 is... I even went back and played Resurrected because I was having fun just doing loot runs on there, but Diablo 4 just suffers from all those weird little... weird shit that, like, is... It's stuff, but it's not stuff that they add to, like, MMOs. Blizzard's notorious for this, but just, like, getting items, breaking them down, getting things, bringing it to other things to craft things, adding augments, taking away augments, shifting augments, transmogging stuff. Like, there's just, like, a million fucking things that they add to games where I'm like, why can't I just kill a fucking guy and he drop an item? How hard is that? Why do I have to fucking suck 3 dicks to get... like weird shit off of my items to put on other items? It shouldn't be that complicated. If it's just like, if it's not good, I'll throw it away or sell it and keep farming for a better item. I shouldn't have to be able, or it shouldn't be a part of the gameplay to do all that. Everything's like account bound in Diablo 4. I don't know. It felt weirdly, like it was so honed for multiplayer, but I feel like even if I was playing with someone, I wouldn't notice that they're there. Is that weird? I don't know. It's a strange... It's just me, like, looking back on it. I've been simmering about Diablo 4 for a little bit because I basically beat it, and then I did a couple of the nightmare dungeons or whatever, and I was like, this is it? All right, I'm done. Late night Skate 3 sesh? Fuck no, dude. I'm going to fucking bed. I'm out. I have big day tomorrow of editing Kinshi. A big fucking funny little Kinshi video coming. And then I don't know what. Might play this solo and make a video. That could be good, right? Maybe. Yeah. Modern games seem more designed for solo players to get neurotic with and less team play. Yeah, I don't know. MMOs definitely seem to be designed to just sink time. And they're really good at it. They figured that shit out. Anyways, I'm getting out. What happened to my nose? I did just have a moment where I thought I shot snot out of my nose, but I was like, maybe it didn't. But what happened to my nose? Is it like broken, or were you talking? Did I actually shoot the snot out? All right, hold on. Oh yeah, we need to find somebody to raid. To raid here. Hold on. Let's find the only person that is on at this hour is Toothy. It's the only person I know. So we're gonna raid fucking Toothy, I guess. Wait, What? Hold on, I found this lady that is live channels, just chatting. Big fat milk jugs dangling out of this tiny bikini. Moo, speed dating viewers. You know what? She doesn't have big fat milk jugs, dude. This is false advertising. Now I gotta look at this. Oh my god, she's got maybe C cups. Fuck off. Bitch. Let's see. Just saying, don't overhype in the title. All right. Let's see. /raid. Toothy. All right, Toothy is he's been in like old ass Rust videos from a long time ago. And he was but a child. Now he is a man. And he plays Tarkov and he streams it. He's really good. Really good. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm gonna go to bed.